In some societies, rice plays that role, in others, potatoes, in still others, wheat or maize. But in all capitalist economies, labor is directly or indirectly required for the production of all outputs. So, it is concluded, in the enlarged logical space of all possible capitalist economies, labor is formally distinguishable from all other inputs. This argument too is faulty, in my judgment, but its flaw is rather more subtle. The problem is essentially one of classification and disaggregation. If we treat food as a single category for purposes of analysis, then it will of course be true that in all possible capitalist societies, both food and labor will be directly or indirectly required for all outputs. Possible here is not meant to encompass science fiction fantasies of societies in which workers can live without eating. On the other hand, if we disaggregate food into rice, beef, maize, and so on, then no one subcategory will be directly or indirectly required for the production of all commodities in all possible capitalist societies. But if we disaggregate labor into tailoring, carpentering, tool and die making, and so forth, then no one subcategory of labor will be directly or indirectly required for the production of all commodities in all possible capitalist societies. We might think to get around this difficulty by classifying labor into lowest skill, median skill, and high skill. It will then be true, of course, that in all possible capitalist societies, lowest skill labor will be required directly or indirectly for the production of all commodities, omitting, for the sake of simplicity, the possibility that in some society the lowest skilled labor might be employed only for the production of luxury goods and services. But the actual concrete physical activities classified as lowest skill labor will vary considerably from society to society. We could as well classify food into subsistence food, medium quality food, and luxury food. It would then be the case that subsistence food, like lowest skill labor, was directly or indirectly required for the production of all commodities in all possible capitalist societies. But the actual physical foods classified as subsistence food would vary considerably from society to society. I conclude that my analysis is correct, and that labor cannot be formally distinguished from all other inputs on the grounds either that it is the only input directly or indirectly required for production of all commodities in our economy, or that it is the only input so required in all possible capitalist economies. For an alternative analysis of the role of labor in a capitalist economy, let us begin with some new notation and a new model. Thus far we have been examining a model in which labor is formally and notationally distinguished as an input not represented as the output of any industry, and in which the system of industries exhibits a uniform rate of return on the value of capital invested, a uniform profit rate. Let us now consider instead a perfectly general N-industry model, in which there are N single product industries, and N inputs. For the time being, we shall in no way distinguish labor from any other input. The implication of this notation, of course, is that labor is a produced commodity which exchanges in the market at a natural price determined by the entire system of price equations. No assumptions are made about the organic composition of capital, and in fact that concept will play no role in our argument. The single major formal innovation will be the assumption that one industry, arbitrarily labeled the first, does not earn the going rate of return, but instead earns a rate of return different from that earned in the rest of the economy. Using the letter ρ to represent that different rate of return, we can exhibit the structure of our economy in the following system of equations. Notice that we have a system of n equations in n plus 2 unknowns, namely, the n prices, and the number can be reduced to n plus I by the familiar device of adopting one price as numeraire, and since the choice is arbitrary, we shall select the price of the first commodity, P1 as numeraire, and set it equal to I. We now have this set of equations. 13, a 11 plus a 12 P2 plus a 1 NPN, I plus, equals I. A 21 plus a 22 P2 plus a 2 NPN, I plus, equals P2. And 1 plus and 2 P2 plus n, I plus, equals Pn. Where the ij are unit input coefficients. If we now adopt the following conventions: A equals a 12, a 13, a 1n. A equals ij, j equals 2, 3, n. Then this system can be expressed in matrix notation as 14, a 11 plus ap, I plus, equals I. 15, a plus ap, I plus, equals p. Solving, 15, for p, we get. Since the matrix has an inverse, we can solve for p, obtaining. Substituting this result into 14, we obtain. The matrix A is 1 times n, 1. Is, n, 1, times, n, 1. A is, n, 1, times 1. Hence the expression is a scalar, and we can solve for, obtaining as our result. We can examine the extremal values for n. If equals 0, the equations, 14, and, 15, reduce to 16, a 11 plus a p, I plus, equals I. Where equals the maximum value of 17, a plus ap equals p. Solving equation, 17, for the price vector, p, gives us a equals p, ap. A equals I, ap, or 18, p equals I, a, 1a. But this is simply the vector of I values, which is to say the quantities of commodity I directly and indirectly required per unit of each other commodity. So our first conclusion, not surprisingly, is that when equals 0, commodities 2 through n trade at their I values. If commodity 1 should turn out to be labor, then the other commodities trade at their labor values. Substituting 18 in equation 16 and solving for, we obtain 19. Consider the expression on the right-hand side of this equation. Using Marx's conventions, with the value of output equal to the value of constant capital, C, plus the value of variable capital, V, plus the value of surplus value, S, we observe that in this normalist system, CI plus 6 plus SI equals I for each industry I. Now, if we let commodity I be labor, then A11 is the labor input coefficient for the labor industry, so A11 equals V1 plus S1. A1 is the column vector of labor values of commodities 2 through n, and A is the row vector of the non-labor inputs, per unit output, in the labor industry. Hence A1 is the labor value of the non-labor inputs in the labor industry, which is to say, A1A equals C1. It follows from the price equation, 14, for the first industry that V1 plus S1 plus C1, I plus, equals I. Or I plus, equals I. Hence, 20. So we see that when equals 0, the rate of return on capital invested in the labor industry, equals what Marx defines as the exploitation rate, which is to say the ratio of unpaid to paid labor. We can analyze the situation further by looking at the effect on the industry of the fact that with equals 0, the positive drives up the price of the first commodity, labor. The equation for the industry is AI1 plus AI2 P2 plus int equals pi equals I. As we have seen, I1 equals V1 plus S1 plus C1. Hence, I equals 1 plus V1 plus S1 plus C1. We can therefore rewrite the equation for the industry as AI1 1 plus V1 plus S1 plus C1 plus CI equals I. Since equals CI equals AI2 P2 plus int, or AI11 plus V1 plus S1 plus C1, AI1 plus CI equals I. The second term on the left, namely, V1 plus S1 plus C1, AI1, is simply SI, which is to say the surplus value extracted from the labor inputs in the industry, per unit of output of the commodity. But because this is a model of an economy ruled by a market price system, the capitalists in the industry are forced to pay the market price for labor, which is I per unit. In this way, the surplus extracted from the labor inputs is distributed away to the labor producers. If we introduce a vector of activity level multipliers, I, to define the actual magnitude of the system, then the total profit earned by the labor-producing industry equals the surplus labor value extracted from the labor inputs in all lines of production, as the following demonstration proves. In the first industry, the total profit earned is given by the expression 21, 1, A11 plus AP. In each industry, I, for I equals 2, 3, N, the labor input or, more generally, the input of commodity I, whatever that happens to be, costs. IAI1 equals, IAI1, times I, equals, IAI1, A11 plus AP, I plus, see equation, 16. The labor value of the labor input, or, more generally, the I value of commodity I, whatever that happens to be, is given by the expression IAI1, A11 plus AP, inasmuch as P equals when equals 0. See equation, 18. So, the surplus transferred, by market exchange, from industry I to industry I, is IAI1, A11 plus AP. The total value transferred from industries I through N to industry I, by market exchange, is, therefore, given by the expression 22. This sum includes the profit that is transferred, so to speak, from industry I to itself, insofar as industry I consumes commodity I as input. Proper bookkeeping requires that industry I charge itself the full price on its books. On the assumption that there is no final demand for commodity I, so that the producers in industry I do not consume any of their own output unproductively, it follows that 23. Substituting 23 in 22 and comparing with 21 completes the proof. At the opposite extreme, equals 0 and is at a maximum, equals. In this case, we obtain. Or, consider what happens to as one or another of the terms of this equation varies. From the Perron-Frobenius theorems, we know that is a decreasing function of I plus, and, therefore, an increasing function of. That is to say, every element of varies directly with. Consider in turn the relationship between N A11, A, and A. These, it should be recalled, are respectively the labor input per unit of labor output, the non-labor inputs per unit of labor output, customarily called the real wage, and the labor inputs into the non-labor industries. One varies inversely with A11. As A11 rises, A11, falls, hence A falls, hence every element of falls, hence falls. When A11 equals 0, all else being constant, is maximized. 2. As the real wage, A, rises, falls, as we might expect. As the real wage, A, falls, rises. Strictly speaking, this means that as any one or more of the components of a rise, and none fall, must fall. 3. Varies inversely with A. This simply indicates that as the amount of labor required by one or more processes rises, while the cost of producing labor itself remains unchanged, the profit rate will fall. It is time to ask what economic meaning, if any, can be imputed to these calculations, and what light, if any, they can shed on our original problem, which was to explain the origin and nature of profit in a capitalist economy. We have been looking at the consequences that flow, in our model, from the imposition of some exogenous constraint on the ability of producers in one sector to earn the going rate of return on the value of capital invested. Since the mechanism that ensures a uniform rate of return is the free flow of capital from sector to sector, capitalists shifting their capital out of sectors yielding a relatively low return and into sectors yielding a relatively high return, our exogenous constraint must consist of some impediment to the flow of capital into or out of the industry in question. Now, I should like to suggest that this is precisely the proper way to construe labor in a capitalist economy. This is not, of course, the way in which labor is treated either by Ricardo and the Neo-Ricardians or by the neoclassical school. Sraffa and his followers treat labor as a non-reproduced resource, the amount of which is given for a given economic system. Indeed, the total quantity of labor available to the system is one of the normalizing constraints on the system, in Sraffa's analysis. But this is clearly not the way in which Marx thinks of the matter. Labor power is described by him as a commodity, and a commodity, technically speaking, is a good produced for the purpose of exchange on the market in such a manner as to be characterizable as having been produced by abstract, socially necessary labor. What this means, among other things, is that there is a competitive market for the commodity that drives out inefficient means of production, and so on. Like all other commodities, labor power has a natural price, toward which its market price tends. So we must render labor power, in a model of a capitalist economy, as a produced commodity, and insofar as we restrict ourselves to the simplification of single product industries, we must identify one of the industries in our model as the labor industry, that is, the industry producing labor power for exchange on the market. Precisely at this point, as Marx is at great pains to make clear, the whole superstructure of liberal bourgeois philosophy and political theory and law is introduced to justify the treatment of labor power as a commodity. Workers are treated in law, in ideology, and in philosophy as small producers, petty entrepreneurs who bring their product, like any other capitalists, to the market and exchange it for the products of other capitalists' enterprises. Their fixed capital is their bodies, which, according to classical liberal philosophy and jurisprudence, they own. Their circulating capital is the fund they spend for food and clothing. Assuming that they live at the level of bare subsistence, the worker capitalists are not likely to hire labor services, although they may be forced to go to a doctor from time to time. Hence, all their capital will be constant capital, none of it will be variable capital, to use Marx's terminology. Why are the workers unable to move their capital freely to sectors paying a higher rate of return? The simple answer, of course, is that their fixed capital is their bodies and their circulating capital is the food they eat to stay alive. A steel producer who finds the return in steel declining can, given a long enough period of time, cash in his investment and shift his capital to clothing, rental housing, or luxury appliances. The worker who notices the absence of any significant rate of return on her capital investment, and who, like any prudent capitalist, wishes to shift to a more profitable line, will find it necessary to separate herself, alienate herself, to use the technical legal term, from her body. And by a quite unfortunate metaphysical accident, which, however, can scarcely be blamed on capitalism itself, she is unable to survive that particular liquidation of her investment. It will be objected that workers are not really petty capitalists. Just so. But the objection entirely misses the point of Marx's analysis. The workers must be made to appear as petty capitalists, in law, in political philosophy, and in the formal theory of political economy. A political economy that fails to model the essential mystification and ideological self-deception of capitalist economic, political, and legal relationships will be an inadequate theory of capitalism. An adequate political economy must capture that feature as false, in order to be true to the reality and to the appearance of capitalism. We have here a very strange requirement indeed. We need a formal model of an ironic, dialectical relationship between appearance and reality. The trouble with other attempts to capture Marx's meaning is that they are either literary renderings, which preserve the irony and the intricate interrelation between appearance and reality, but without the formal structure that will allow us to calculate the magnitudes of the relevant variables, or else they are formal models, like the Sraffa model, that lose entirely the element of mystification and self-deception. If we agree with Marx that capitalism has its own mad logic, then we will search for a model that embodies both the logic and the madness of capitalism. I suggest that the correct way to begin this process is to treat the workers as though they were petty entrepreneurs, producers, producing a commodity, labor power, for the market, and then capture the inner madness of this way of thinking of them by stipulating that they, alone among all capitalists, are unable to shift their capital about from sector to sector. Under what circumstances will actually go to zero? Presumably, the answer is, when a reserve of capitalists lurks at the edges of the market, possessed of a capital which they can use for no other purpose than to produce labor power, and willing therefore to throw it into production for any price that will enable them to halt its otherwise inexorable depreciation. Which is to say, the reserve army of the unemployed. We may gain some further insight into the capitalist system by asking the question, what precisely do the workers lose by their inability to earn any return on their capital investment in the production of labor? Consider the system of equations expressing the price system for this special situation, and compare it with the system of equations expressing the labor values corresponding to the same system. The solution to the price system, when substituted into the first equation, yields 24. The solution to the associated value system, when substituted into the first equation, yields 25, equals A11 plus A, 1A. Subtracting 25 from 24 gives us 26. If 0, then I, in which case I, A, 1 A, 1. Consequently, A, 1A A, 1A. In words, each price in the price vector, when the wage is taken as numeraire and all prices are expressed in units of labor, is larger than the corresponding element of the value vector which expresses the quantity of labor directly or indirectly required for the production of 1 unit of that commodity. The expression A, 1A, A, 1A gives the excess, in units of labor, of the price of the real wage, A, over the value of the real wage. The equation 26, I equals A, 1A, A, 1A, states that the surplus labor extracted from each unit of labor input exactly equals the surplus value that the laborer must pay for the non-wage components of the real wage basket. In this way, we can see the result of the introduction of a uniform rate of return on capital invested in all sectors save the labor-producing sector. As a consequence of the introduction of the profit rate, all prices are driven up relative to labor. Workers are therefore required to pay more for the real wage bundle than its labor value. The difference between price and value is redistributed by the market mechanism to the other, sectors. V. Conclusion. Let us stand off a bit from the detail of the model and reflect on what our analysis has taught us. According to Marx, the central craziness, Verrücktheit, he calls it, of capitalism is the fact that the capacity to labor, to transform nature purposefully and artfully in the service of human need, is treated in the marketplace as a commodity. This absurdity has its historical roots in the separation of the working class from the means of production. It is, under capitalism, the root and source of exploitation, which, technically speaking, is the extraction from a factor of production of more value than is embodied or contained within it. Thus far, I follow Marx completely. His insight is, in my judgment, correct, as are the essential elements of his historical account. The two other fundamental crazinesses of capitalism, to which Marx devotes equal attention, are the emergence of money and capital as objectively real social forms, and the existence of internal crises of overproduction. This essay is not concerned with either of those contradictions, although a fully adequate reconstruction of Marx's political economy must deal with both in such a manner as to establish their relationship to the treatment of labor power as a commodity. Marx locates exploitation in the sphere of production, not in the sphere of circulation, behind the factory door, not in the sunlit market, and identifies exploitation with the extraction of surplus labor time from the workers. His principal analytic maneuver is the distinction between labor and labor power, and his most powerful justification for the labor theory of value is its success, in conjunction with that distinction, in identifying the precise source and quantity of surplus value extracted by the capitalists in the process of production. Marx's analysis of exploitation is incorrect, as we have seen. But his central insight is perfectly correct: the root of exploitation, and the source of surplus value, is the treatment of labor power as a produced commodity. However, exploitation does not take place in the sphere of production, nor does it take place in the sphere of circulation. Rather, the extraction of the surplus from the workers takes place in the interaction between the spheres of production and circulation. To be precise, the extraction of the surplus comes about through the fact that the workers are forced to sell their product, labor power, at its labor value, but must purchase the non-labor inputs into their production process, that is, their food, clothing, and shelter, at prices driven above their values. Capitalists are able to earn the economy-wide rate of profit because they are able to shift their capital into or out of lines of production according to whether the short-term, or market profit rate is above or below the natural or economy-wide profit rate. The anomalous status of workers prohibits them from shifting their capital about in search of a higher rate of return, and the existence of a reserve army of the unemployed effectively drives the rate of return in the labor-producing industry down to zero. In Capital, Marx represents the workers, with bitter irony, as suffering exploitation because of the sheer metaphysical accident that their product happens to be capable of creating exchange value when it is consumed as a use value. In short, Marx says that the workers can be exploited because labor is the substance of value. The truth, not surprisingly, is the exact opposite: labor is the substance of value because the workers can be exploited. To put the same point somewhat differently, the distinguishing logical feature of labor in a formal model of a capitalist economy is not that it must be chosen as numeraire, for that is simply false, nor that commodities, at their natural prices, exchange in proportion to the quantities of labor directly or indirectly required for their production, for that too is false. The distinguishing logical feature of labor in a capitalist economy is that the industry producing it does not in general earn the uniform rate of return on the value of capital invested. Any notational system which contains within it enough in the way of formal differentiation to permit an adequate representation of the formal structure of capitalism will preserve this logical peculiarity. It makes no difference whether we use the Greek letter lambda to signify that we are representing labor. What matters is that the logical, or formal, relationships between labor and the other elements of a capitalist economy be modeled in our formal system. So long as this condition is met, the formal structure we set out will be adequate to serve as the basis for an analysis of exploitation consonant with Marx's central insights. The point being made here is quite general, and when this model is extended, in subsequent developments of this analysis, to take account of such theoretical complications as land, fixed capital, and joint production, and, most difficult of all, the emergence of money as something more than, and different from, mere commodity money, it will be necessary to introduce new formal elements into the structure corresponding to the more elaborate formal structure of the reality being analyzed. Finally, let us explore some of the implications and ramifications of the analysis presented thus far. We can gain an interesting perspective on the history of the struggle over the development of labor unions by analyzing it in terms of the notion of labor power as a produced commodity. In the United States, labor unions were viewed by the state and by the courts as combinations in restraint of trade, and attempts to organize were fought by appeal to anti-monopoly laws. This tactic clearly exhibits the anomalous and ideologically mystified classification of labor power as a commodity. The workers are treated as producers of a commodity, labor power. As such, they are conceived as earning the going rate of profit under competitive conditions. Combinations in restraint of trade can only drive their return above the going profit rate, with the result that non-optimal production techniques will be adopted, and less than a maximally efficient quantity of their commodity will be produced and sold. But as our analysis shows, and as any worker knows, the reality is that labor producers, that is, workers, are barred by the special conditions of their line of business from earning any return at all on their capital investment. Their combination in unions is designed to drive up the wage so that, in our model, takes on a positive value. Because and are inversely related, this, of course, lowers the profit rate. But even according to the established theory of capitalist economics itself, non-optimal allocation of resources would result only when rose above. For any value of, the system could be described as a suboptimal, with industries 2 through n engaged, as it were, in a collusive effort to hold down the rate of return in industry 1. The ideological misrepresentation of unionization as an economically distorting mode of collusion continues to the present day, and plays a significant role in conservative attacks on the labor movement. Notice, by the way, that this view is shared by liberal pluralist defenses of unionization, which appeal to interest group political theory but do not deny the economic argument in purely economic terms. Presumably, excessively labor-intensive techniques will be favored by this. In the simplest form of our model, with no fixed capital, and no joint production, the inputs into the labor power industry consist entirely of circulating capital consumed in one cycle of production. Assuming that the input coefficients are maintained at subsistence level by the presence of the unemployed, labor producers will have no options in choice of technique or allocation of a depreciation fund. Now, when we make the model more complex, 2 degrees of indeterminacy enter, as it were. First, we may introduce a factor for depreciation throughout the model. In the labor-producing industry, this factor, as we have suggested, serves to enable the workers to raise children and thereby replace their bodies, as they wear out, with offspring. Second, collective bargaining, labor shortages, political action leading to minimum wage laws, and so on, may drive P up to some positive value, thereby producing a value surplus, or profit, in the labor-producing industry. The indeterminacy thus introduced concerns the disposition of either the depreciation fund or the profit. Let us consider each separately. The depreciation fund in the labor-producing industry. Once we allow for fixed capital and depreciation, all manner of theoretical complexities are introduced. Leaving aside the formal analysis of fixed capital, in terms, presumably, of joint production, and so on, let us concentrate on the role of fixed capital and depreciation in the labor-producing industry. In order to simplify matters, let us for the moment ignore such elements of fixed capital as privately owned housing, furnishings and cooking implements, clothing, and so on, and concentrate instead on 2 elements alone, the worker's body itself, and the marketable skills he or she possesses. Workers have a number of options with regard to the allocation of the depreciation fund, and the economic system is thus correspondingly indeterminate to a degree. Later on, we shall wish to investigate the various endogenous and exogenous factors that work to constrain the choices of the workers and reduce the degree of indeterminacy. Workers can 1. Undertake to replace the body as it wears out by conceiving and rearing children. 2. Increase the productivity of their offspring by restricting their number and raising their skill levels, through apprenticeships, education, and so on, which may involve holding them off the labor market for a period. 3. Restrict or entirely reject reproduction and use some or all of the depreciation fund to raise their own skill levels, through retraining, education, and so on. 4. Accumulate the depreciation fund and invest it in some other line of production which does earn the going rate of profit. In this way, a portion of the wage may genuinely be converted into capital, save that pressure from the reserve army of the unemployed may drive down the wage until it suffices only for reproduction and not for depreciation. 5. Spend the depreciation fund on luxuries, that is, raise their standard of living. 6. Or some combination of the above. How shall we treat these various possibilities? First of all, at the level of surface appearances, we will observe worker behavior that can be interpreted, and may be interpreted by the workers themselves, as the straightforward rational selection of one of these options. So one may find a theory of human capital developing in economics that interprets consumption patterns, wage rates, and so forth along these lines. And one may observe behavior that seems to confirm these theoretical explanations. What is the reality that is mystified in this situation? I suggest there are 3 elements of mystification, of quite different sorts. One, labor power is still construed as a produced commodity, even though its producers are uniquely constrained by their inability to shift more than marginal amounts of their capital to other lines of investment. 2. The role of the family in the private sphere is totally ignored, with the result that workers are systematically exploited above and beyond the exploitation resulting from the zero or low. The existence of the family makes it possible to pay women and children below subsistence wages, because their wages are supplementary to family income, rather than the principal source of subsistence. In this way, the wages of principal wage earners are held down, so that a greater amount of labor is extracted from the family unit for a given total wage. The interdependence of the available wages for men, women, and children is obscured from view by the apparent atomic independence of each wage earner in the marketplace, and by the economic rationalization that workers, in competitive circumstances, earn a wage equal to the marginal product of their labor. 3. Most important, perhaps, the political pattern of domination in the workplace is obscured by the mythology of the wage bargain as commodity exchange. The accident that the labor power producers must accompany their product to the place of productive consumption is in fact the essential and central fact of capitalist production, a fact unique to the labor power producing industry. The capitalist's political domination of the worker in the production process is the key to the extraction of a surplus from the workers. It is also, paradoxically, the key to the downfall of capitalism, for if the labor power could be separated from its producer, then there would be no tendency for the workers to unite in opposition to capital. This is the familiar contradiction in capitalist development sketched by Marx and Engels in the well-known passage in the Manifesto. The disposition of a profit in the labor-producing industry. When collective bargaining, labor shortages, skill shortages, or political action drive up to a positive magnitude, then a profit is earned by the labor producers. Obviously, this profit may be disposed of in the variety of ways described under heading A. Consider 3 further points. 1. If some or all of the profit is consumed unproductively, then quite likely consumption patterns will change. It is unlikely, for example, that workers will spend part of their income for the same old subsistence wage goods basket, and then spend the rest for luxuries. Instead, they will alter their entire consumption pattern, white bread for black, butter for lard, decent housing for slum housing, and so on. This can be treated as the adoption of a different and deliberately suboptimal technique of production, a theoretical move that will very nicely capture the anomalous status of labor power production, for in no other industry will entrepreneurs have any rational reason for deliberately adopting a suboptimal technique of production. 2. If workers choose to accumulate their profit through abstinence and thrift, they may then decide to invest in a small, self-owned and operated business, such as a gas station, fast food outlet, or candy store. What they will gain is escape from the political domination of industrial or corporate work. What they will pay for this escape, as J.K. Galbraith clearly shows, is self-exploitation in the form of extremely long hours, low hourly pay, and a small or negligible return on capital invested. This American dream actually serves to extract enormous quantities of underpaid labor from the American labor force, thereby swelling the profits of the planning sector of major corporations. 3. As wages rise above subsistence, the possibility develops for redistributive taxation, and with it, the exacerbation of the split between the upper and lower working classes, whose relationship to the work world is quite different. It is actually in the interest of capital to have an inner core of relatively skilled workers with seniority, security, and above subsistence wages, and a floating mass of marginal workers whose repeated inclusion in, and then exclusion from, the work world is useful to capital. R.P. Wolff's reinterpretation of Marx's labor theory of value, comment. John E. Romer. Robert Paul Wolff, in a recent article 63 claims to explain why labor is the necessary value numeraire for the Marxian theory of exploitation. I am in sympathy with his analytical approach to the problem, and with many of his conclusions. His major claim, however, does not follow from his economic mathematical model, and in addition I think the claim is incorrect. The claim concerns why Marxism chooses labor as the value numeraire for its theory of exploitation. I attempt to explain why Wolff fails in the first section of this note. In the second section, I give a brief explanation of what I think is the correct reason for choosing labor as the value numeraire for the Marxian theory of exploitation, in certain special circumstances. In the third section, I indicate briefly why even the labor numeraire fails to provide a good theory of exploitation if the special circumstances do not obtain. Fortunately, there is a way of reconstructing the Marxian concept of exploitation independently of the labor theory of value, which is described most briefly in the third section, and elaborated elsewhere. Wolff's error. I am in complete agreement with Wolff that Marx's reason for choosing labor as the value numeraire is wrong. Marx thought labor power was that one, special commodity possessed of the magical property of being able to deliver more value than it itself contained. Wolff shows that any commodity possesses this marvelous characteristic in a surplus-producing economy. If we define embodied corn values, then the embodied corn value of 1 unit of corn is less than 1, in a productive economy. 64 Thus the secret of accumulation cannot lie in the exploitation of labor any more than in the exploitation of corn or of steel. What does differentiate labor power, abstractly viewed, from other commodities? Wolff argues it is that producers in the labor power industry earn a rate of return on their capital which is less than the going rate of profit in the economy. He concludes it is this which directs us to choose labor power as the privileged commodity to view as exploited. He says, to put the same point somewhat differently, the distinguishing logical feature of labor in a formal model of a capitalist economy is not that it must be chosen as numeraire, for that is simply false, nor that commodities, at their natural prices, exchange in proportion to the quantities of labor directly or indirectly required for their production, for that too is false. The distinguishing logical feature of labor in a capitalist economy is that the industry producing it does not in general earn the uniform rate of return on the value of capital invested. Wolff's claim is that we take labor as the value numeraire, and choose to call labor exploited, as opposed to saying corn is exploited, because the labor power industry earns less than the average or competitive rate of profit. We might formulate a generalist claim, which I think it not unfair to attribute to Wolff: if any industry producing a factor input earns less than the average or competitive rate of profit, then that factor should be viewed as exploited. I will argue against both Wolff's claim and what I take to be his general claim. Whether the rate of return in the labor power sector is less than the profit rate is an empirical question. Wolff's empirical claim is not always correct. I will argue, however, that the answer to that question is irrelevant for our concern with the proper choice of numeraire for a theory of exploitation. That is, even if the rate of return were the same in the labor power industry as in the other industries, Marxists would still say labor is exploited. I reproduce Wolff's tableau, 13, but with slightly different notation. 13, L1 plus B2 P2 plus Bn Pn, I plus, equals I. L2 plus a 22 P2 plus a 2 NPn, I plus, equals P2. Ln plus and 2 P2 plus N, I plus, equals Pn. The first commodity is labor power. The normal commodities are numbered 2 through n. The input of labor into production of 1 unit of commodity J is Lj. Thus L1 is the input of labor in reproducing labor power, that is, the worker. The wage, price of labor power, is I, the prices of the other goods J are Pj. Ag is the input of commodity I used in producing 1 unit of good J. The inputs of the non-labor commodities in production of the worker are given by the vector, B2, Bn, equals B. Let A equals Ag be the, N, I, times, N, I, matrix of commodity input coefficients, P equals, P2, Pn, and L equals, L2, Ln. Tableau, 13, is summarized. 14, Li plus Bp, I plus, equals I. 15, L plus AP, I plus, equals P. which are exactly Wolff's equations, 14 and 15. As Wolff demonstrates, if we fix then a solution, is determined. If equals 0 then takes on some maximal value max, if p takes on its maximal value max, then equals 0. Varies inversely and continuously with. It follows, by continuity, and the intermediate value theorem of elementary calculus, that there is a value p asterisk in the interval 0, max for which asterisk equals star. That is, a value asterisk 0 exists for which the solution, asterisk, asterisk, obeys. 14, Li plus bp asterisk, I plus asterisk, equals I. 15, L plus ap asterisk, I plus, equals p. For this value of equals asterisk, the rate of return is the same in all industries, including the labor power industry. Now at this value of asterisk, the workers are still, in a formal sense at least, exploited. This is true because, 14-15, define a productive technology, and hence positive profits mean the formal exploitation of every factor. That is, the amount of labor embodied in the goods the worker can purchase with his earnings is less than the amount of labor he supplies. The quickest algebraic proof of this is most easily done by making the harmless assumption, for simplicity only, that Li equals 0. Then we can substitute 14 into 15 to yield 16 lbp asterisk I plus ap I plus equals p, or 16 lb I plus ap I plus equals p. The economic interpretation of 16 is that, if we view the worker as having a real wage of 1 plus asterisk b, then the resulting augmented input coefficient matrix lb I plus asterisk plus a is productive, since it possesses an eigenvalue I plus asterisk which is less than unity, and hence, by the so-called fundamental Marxian theorem 65, labor, and every other commodity, is exploited. Although, formally speaking, labor is exploited when equals asterisk, Wolff would be required to argue, from his paper, that there is no reason in this case to privilege labor power as the exploited commodity, that is, to propose a surplus labor theory of exploitation, since the asymmetry between labor power and other commodities has now vanished. I submit, however, that whether equals 0 or equals asterisk or has some other value is not at all the issue. To make this point as sharply as possible, consider an example. In fact, I plus is just the savings rate of workers. Let us assume the worker only consumes what he must to reproduce himself, that is, plus b, and he saves the rest of his wage. Then, or, solving for a back-of-the-envelope calculation for Japan follows. The savings rate in Japan is about 0.25, and the savings out of wage income is not too different from this. Thus, take SW Japan equals 0.25, which yields Japan equals 33%. The Japanese workers are making an implicit profit rate of 33% on their capital, surely much higher than the general rate of profit in the normal capitalist industries in Japan. Are we to conclude the Japanese workers are not exploited? According to the generalist claim I have attributed to Wolff, Japanese capital is exploited, as the industries producing it make a less than average rate of profit, and the workers are the exploiters. If the rate of profit is so much higher in the labor power producing industry than in other industries, why do not all capitalists move into producing labor power in Japan? Because slavery is illegal. The problem with the labor power industry is the limited scale of production which is possible. The rate of profit may be high, but the scale is necessarily limited by the legal limitation on ownership of fixed capital, human bodies, in that industry. Thus, a high rate of profit does not translate into large absolute profits for the entrepreneurs in that sector. I will review the argument. Wolff maintains that the reason we view workers as exploited is that the asset owned by workers, labor power, is the unique asset which systematically earns less than the average rate of profit. First, this fact is not at all obviously so. So long as workers save, there is a positive rate of profit in the labor power industry, and it is that number given by equation, A. It can surely be argued that in some capitalist societies, at some times, the rate of profit workers make on their investment is greater than the competitive rate of profit, at least, in the context of these simple circulating capital models. Secondly, I have shown that so long as the economy is capable of producing a surplus, then there is always a solution to the system, 13, where equals, and in that case, the measured rate of exploitation for labor is positive, as it is for all other commodities. Thus far, I have not disproven Wolff's claim. That is, an adherent to Wolff's inference could simply maintain that Japanese workers are not exploited. I have only tried to show, both generally and by the Japan example, that Marxists' intuitive judgment that workers are exploited does not rest on comparing the rate of profit in the labor power industry to the general rate of profit. If the reader believes that the Marxian theory of exploitation, by which I mean here the choice of labor power as value numeraire and the decision to call workers exploited, should be valid for Japan, then the generalist claim must be false. 66. There is a fine point that should be mentioned before proceeding. Wolff argues the distinguishing feature of labor power is that A. Labor power is produced in an industry with non-transferable, illiquid fixed capital, human bodies. As a consequence of this, he concludes that B. Owners of fixed capital in the labor power industry earn, in classical Marxian conditions, less than the competitive rate of profit on their investment. Now fact, A, surely is distinguishing of labor power, but it is not, A, but rather its consequence, B, which in Wolff's argument directs us to choose labor as exploited. Reread the last sentence in the quotation from Wolff I have reproduced above, where he says the distinguishing logical feature of the capitalist system is the conclusion B, not the cause A. Thus, I have not tried to argue against A, but only that when B fails we still view workers as exploited, and hence the distinguishing aspect of labor, which calls for its status as exploited, must lie elsewhere than in B. Thus far I have argued that, empirically, workers may very well make the competitive rate of profit or higher on their self-investment, but we would still consider them exploited. I now give an entirely theoretical argument which shows that even in an economy where workers do not save but only subsist, they can make the competitive rate of profit on their self-investment, yet still be exploited. Recall the economics behind equation 15. Capitalists are paying for their material inputs, which cost AP, and their labor inputs, which cost WL, at the beginning of the production period. I now call the wage W, instead of unity, for clarity. Thus we write B. Solving equation, B, for yields equation, 15. 15, P equals, I plus, AP plus WL. Let us suppose, alternatively, as is often done in this kind of analysis 67 that workers are paid wages out of revenues at the end of the period. Only material inputs are paid for at the period's beginning. Then we have another equation for C, which solves to 15P equals, 1 plus, AP plus WL. Now pursue with a vengeance competitive logic. Since workers must eat their inputs B at the beginning of the production period to produce their labor power, but they are not paid wages until the end, they must borrow a consumption loan to finance their self-investment, PB. The rate of interest on the consumption loan in the competitive world is, of course, as that is the opportunity cost of capital. Thus the wage must be sufficient to allow the worker to repay the consumption loan plus interest, when W is received at the period's end. Thus, 14I plus, BP equals W. I assume Li equals 0 for simplicity. With any wage smaller than this, workers cannot reproduce themselves. Now, 14 and 15 depict an economy where workers do not save at all, but they nevertheless make the same rate of profit on their investment as capitalists. If we substitute from 14 into 15, we get 17, P equals 1 plus A plus LBP, which states P is an eigenvector of the matrix A plus LB, with eigenvalue I/I plus. Thus when is positive, labor is exploited in the usual way. And clearly, no Marxist would disagree with this verdict. Whether workers are exploited should not depend on the timing of wage payments, although even in a subsistence, no savings, case, if workers are paid at the end of the period, they must make the competitive profit rate on their self-investment to survive. Empirically, this exercise is not irrelevant. Peasants frequently are exploited by money lenders, who provide them consumption loans, which the peasants repay at the period's end, after their crop is sold. Clearly the peasants must sell their crop for an amount equal to their original investment plus the moneylender's interest to survive in this kind of system. Both the peasant and the moneylender make the competitive profit rate, in this stylized story, and so the exploitation of the peasant by the moneylender must be elsewhere. In fact, it is typically true that moneylenders charge a usurious rate of interest for consumption loans to peasants, that is, a rate of interest higher than the competitive rate, which they are able to do because they hold a monopoly position in the credit market. Thus peasants are exploited, even though they must make an abnormally high rate of profit on their self-investment. The general point, with respect to the timing of wage payments, is this: if workers are paid wages at the beginning of the production period, and invest them immediately in their consumption B, they need make no profits on their self-investment. Capitalists, on the other hand, invest at the beginning of the period, but do not receive revenues until the end of the period, and so they must make profits. For instance, if the capitalist borrows an investment loan, he must be able to pay it back with interest which accumulates over the period of production. In the foregoing example, we have made capitalists and workers as investors identical by stipulating that workers, too, get paid for their product only at the end of the period. Then, we observe that the worker investors must earn the competitive rate of profit, more precisely, the interest rate, to reproduce themselves. Thus, even if one agrees with Wolff that workers under capitalism frequently earn zero profits on their subsistence self-investment, that can be explained by the timing of wage payments, rather than by their non-competitive position vis-a-vis capitalists. 2. Why labor is the correct value numeraire in a simple Marxian world. If we choose any commodity as the numeraire for computing value, then it will be formally exploited in a productive economy. The K value of a unit of commodity K is less than unity. Because of this, Marx was incorrect in thinking that he had found the secret of accumulation in the formal exploitation of labor. Accumulation can be explained, just as well, by the formal exploitation of steel or corn or coal. If the labor theory of exploitation is of some interest, it is not as a positive theory of accumulation, but as a normative theory. The reason to choose labor as the value numeraire is that the labor theory of exploitation implies some ethical conclusions which the steel theory of exploitation does not. Many Marxists believe that the Marxian theory of exploitation is entirely a positive theory. This belief cannot be sustained in the light of the theorem that every commodity is exploited in a productive economy. I briefly outline what is accomplished by choosing labor as the numeraire for the theory of exploitation. 68. One might infer that since we are interested in studying the history of people and not of corn or steel, a labor theory of exploitation is mandated. That is, we wish to know which people are exploited, not whether corn is exploited. This inference is false, since one can classify people as exploited or exploiters with reference to a corn theory of exploitation, as follows. A person is said to be exploited, in the labor theory of exploitation, if the commodities he can purchase with his income embody less labor than the labor he contributed to production. That is, exploitation is said to follow because he cannot command as much dead labor embodied in goods, through the market, as he himself expends live in production. Consider, now, a corn theory of exploitation or a K theory of exploitation. A person is said to be exploited with respect to commodity K, or K exploited, if the amount of embodied K value he can command through goods he purchases with his revenues, which may come from wages, rents, and profits, is less than the amount of commodity K he contributed in production. An exploiter is one whose revenues enable him, unambiguously, to command more K value in the goods he purchases than the amount of K he contributed to production. What we find, however, is that there is no correlation between K exploitation status and wealth or utility. In general, the K exploited may be rich or poor, and the K exploiters may be rich or poor. One consequence of choosing labor as the value numeraire is that there is a monotonic relationship between wealth and exploitation status. The wealthy are exploiters and the poor are exploited. In fact, it can be proved that a sufficient property for a commodity to generate this correlation between wealth and exploitation is that c. it be expended in equal amounts in production by all members of the population. That is, if everyone contributes the same amount of labor in production, then it provides a standardist numeraire against which to compare value commanded with value expended. Now in the Marxian abstraction of capitalism there is a unique commodity which has the property of being distributed in an egalitarian manner in the population's endowments, and that is labor power, for workers own no other commodity, and hence no other commodity is equally distributed to all, and if labor is assumed to be abstract and homogeneous, then everyone owns the same amount of it. If, further, we abstract from differential preferences for leisure and assume everyone works the same working day, then, C. holds. Thus, it is the inalienability of labor power, at least its legal status as inalienable under capitalism, and its homogeneity, more on this below, that render it the one and only appropriate value numeraire for producing a theory of exploitation that classifies the asset poor as exploited and the asset rich as exploiters. This is not supposed to be obvious, but it is a theorem. Let me state another argument. The total labor value embodied in the net product is equal to total direct labor expended in production. This is known as the aggregate employment identity. The net product, which consists of consumption and investment goods, is purchased in toto by the members of society. Thus, each person contributes a certain amount of labor to production, and each person ends up with a certain amount of labor embodied in the goods he gets, in his share of the net product. In general, some people end up with more labor in goods than they contributed in production, they are the exploiters, and some end up with less labor in goods than they contributed in production, they are the exploited. Hence, the famous transfer of value. Suppose, now, we choose coal as the value numeraire. We can define embodied coal values of all goods. Again, the total coal value of the net total product can be proved to be equal to the total amount of coal expended in production. Some people, therefore, end up with more coal value embodied in their piece of the net product than the coal they contributed to production, and some vice versa. This defines the partition of society into coal exploiters and coal exploited. There is, however, absolutely no ethical or welfare significance to this classification, because the amount of coal which different people contribute to production varies tremendously, and has no particular ethical significance. Whether I contribute productive assets in the form of coal or gold or corn makes no difference to my welfare. What renders the labor numeraire ethically relevant is that agents care how much they expend in production. My utility is affected by my choice of how much labor power I engage. As such, it can be shown labor power is the unique commodity numeraire which defines an agent's exploitation status as an invariant with respect to portfolios of assets he might indifferently choose to engage in production. I have argued that the labor theory of exploitation is the only commodity theory of exploitation which gives the result that the poor are exploited and the rich are exploiters, and according to which exploitation status is an invariant reflection of the agent's welfare. I can also say it is the only commodity theory which gives the result that those who must sell their labor power to optimize are exploited and those who must purchase labor power to optimize are exploited, but that is a longer story. 69 Although surely necessary for a reasonable theory of Marxian exploitation, this correlation is not sufficient for such a theory, for why do we not simply say, straight away, that those with income less than the average are exploited and those with income greater than the average are exploiters? And why should we consider the poor to be exploited, and not simply unfortunate? Moreover, what happens to the Marxian labor theory of exploitation when we drop the assumption that labor is equally supplied throughout the population? Consistent with my claim in this section, I will maintain that when labor power is heterogeneous in the population, then no commodity provides an adequate numeraire for a theory of exploitation which preserves the Marxian intuitions. In that case, we must proceed to an entirely different way of characterizing exploitation, which implies, as a special case when labor power is equally endowed, the classical Marxian labor theory of exploitation. 3. A property relations theory of exploitation. I believe workers are exploited in the Marxian view not because they contribute surplus labor in production, but, more fundamentally, because they do not have access to their per capita share of the non-human, alienable means of production. We can define a property relations theory of exploitation in this way: call a group of economic agents exploited if they would be better off under a redistribution of assets in which everyone in the society were endowed with exactly the same amount of alienable assets, and if their complement in society would be worse off, in terms of income, under this distribution. People keep their own inalienable assets skills in the hypothetical redistribution. We compare the existing distribution of income with the distribution of income which would ensue were property in the alienable, non-human, means of production to be redistributed in an egalitarian way. Call a coalition capitalistically exploited if it would be better off than it is at present with the egalitarian redistribution of property, and capitalistically exploiting if it would be worse off. I will say two theories of exploitation are equivalent if they classify precisely the same, individuals and coalitions as exploited, and precisely the same, individuals and coalitions as exploiting. Now we can prove, theorem. Let there be an inegalitarian distribution of the means of production, but an egalitarian distribution of labor power and skills. Then, in the usual simple economic models, including the input-output model of Wolff's paper and this comment, and regardless of the workers' saving rate, there is a unique commodity theory of exploitation which is equivalent to capitalist exploitation, and that is the labor theory of exploitation. Thus, I argue there is a more fundamental, property relations conception of exploitation which has a clear ethical imperative: people are exploited if their income-generating opportunities are hindered by their lack of ownership of a per capita share of society's alienable means of production. Why Marxists call such asset poor exploited and Robert Nozick does not is beyond the scope of this comment, but it should be clear that the property relations formulation takes us a lot closer to the fundamental ethical problem than the surplus value treatment. There is a unique commodity theory of exploitation which coincides in simple economic models with the property relations theory, the labor theory of exploitation. The labor theory of exploitation coincides with the property relations theory, however, only if labor power is homogeneous. If we assume skills are different among people, then there is no commodity theory of exploitation which is equivalent to the property relations theory. In that case, I argue only the property relations approach correctly characterizes the Marxian intuitive conception of exploitation. Thus, in the special case that labor is homogeneous, the labor theory of exploitation is the uniquely correct commodity theory, but not for the reasons Wolff gives. The property relations approach classifies Japanese workers as exploited even when they are making a rate of profit larger than in the capitalist sector. Furthermore, the labor theory of exploitation is itself inadequate once we admit skills exist and are differentially endowed. Why, then, do Marxists choose labor as the value numeraire for the theory of exploitation? Because, in certain simple and special cases, the labor-denominated theory of exploitation is the only one which is equivalent to the property relations theory of exploitation, which I claim is the real theory of exploitation Marxists embrace. The property relations theory says, an agent is exploited if his income-generating opportunities are constrained by lack of access to his, per capita, share of the alienable means of production available to society. Hence, The recipe for ending Marxian exploitation is not to eliminate the performance of surplus labor but to eliminate differential ownership and hence remuneration from privileged access to the means of production. The rate of return which workers make on their capital in the labor power producing industry may be more or less than the competitive rate of return on capital, but that has no bearing on whether workers are better off or worse off than they would be in a regime where differential ownership of the means of production is eliminated. Japanese workers, in particular, would gain if they owned their share of Japan's capital stock, and Japanese capitalists would be worse off than at present. The property rights theory of exploitation enables us to reconstruct the Marxian theory of exploitation entirely independently of the labor theory of value. It thereby liberates the theory of Marxian exploitation from those criticisms which have proceeded by attacking its weakest link, the labor theory of value. Marxists need no longer argue that the world actually looks like the extremely simple one which is necessary for the labor theory of value to work, a world in which labor is homogeneous and equally endowed to all and there are no primary factors other than labor. Indeed, the property relations theory of exploitation can be defined for very general models of a private ownership economy, models far more general than permit definition of embodied labor value. Finally, there are even cases where the labor theory of exploitation can be defined unambiguously, where labor is homogeneous and equally endowed to all, but where other complications in the economic environment cause the property relations approach and the labor theory approach to exploitation to render different judgments concerning the exploitation status of certain agents, and in the cases in point, I think it is clearly the property relations approach which renders the intuitively correct judgment as to whom Marxists would consider exploited. 70. Reply to Romer. In his critique of my reinterpretation of Marx, John Romer focuses on my attempt to identify the formal characteristics of labor that differentiate it from other factors in capitalist production. 71. According to Romer, I claim that we take labor as the value numeraire, and choose to call labor exploited, as opposed to saying that corn is exploited, because the labor power industry earns less than the average or competitive rate of profit. But that isn't what I say, as one can see by looking at the passage from my paper that Romer quotes in his comment. What I say is that the formally distinguishing feature of labor is not that it is, or must be taken as, the value numeraire, but that in general the labor-producing industry earns a rate of return different from, not less than, the general competitive rate of return. My point is this: one of the central mystifications of capitalism, according to Marx, is that the workers are treated as though they were the producers of a commodity, which they exchange in the market with other producers, even though they are manifestly no such thing. The exchange of labor for a wage is rationalized and justified in the political economy of capitalist apologetics by the argument, to be found in Ricardo and elsewhere, that labor has a natural price just like every other commodity, that natural price being regulated, as in the case of every other commodity, by the cost of production. So the subsistence wage is a fair price for the product, which is labor, even though as one cycle of production succeeds another, the capitalists get richer and richer and the workers remain poor. From an analytical standpoint, the question is, how can we represent in our formal models of capitalism the anomalous, contradictory situation of the workers, so that we capture both the appearance, which is that they are producers of a commodity like any other, and the reality, which is that they are disadvantaged and exploited. Marx thought the solution was the distinction between labor and labor power, but as I argue in the first section of my paper, with which Romer, I believe, agrees, Marx was wrong. So we are left with the problem, which Marx alone had the wit to perceive and to formulate, but which he did not succeed in solving. There are two distinctive features of the condition of the workers which one might seek to capture in a formal model. The first, which Marx tries to identify by the distinction between labor and labor power, is the fact that the workers, alone among all producers, must follow their product into the factory and deliver it up to its purchasers, the capitalists, by the intermediation of a relation of domination and submission. There is no question that this is an extremely important and distinctive feature of the condition of the workers, but it turns out to be much harder to render formally than one might suppose. There have been a number of insightful accounts of the political relationship in the workplace and its role in the process of capital accumulation, such as Harry Braverman's widely read Labor and Monopoly Capital, but until quite recently no one has managed to build this relationship into an analytical model and bring it into formal conjunction with the analysis of price and profit determination. 72. The second distinctive feature of the condition of the workers is that although they are required to come into the market and strike a competitive bargain for the sale of their sole product, namely their labor, they are precluded by their lack of capital from entering fully into the equilibrating adjustments of the capitalist market. I put this point in a deliberately provocative and paradoxical manner, in order to capture what I think is Marx's insistence on the contradictory and crazy nature of capitalism, by saying that workers are blocked by a metaphysical accident from cashing in their capital, i.e., their bodies, and shifting their investment to some other industry. As a consequence of this anomaly, the workers in general do not earn the going rate of return on the value of their capital. Instead, as Marx claims, they earn bare subsistence because a reserve army of unemployed workers drives down the wage. On occasion, of course, there may be a labor shortage which drives up the rate of return on the production of labor to a point at which it equals or even exceeds the competitive rate of return on capital. But Marx, in keeping with the other classical economists, holds that historical forces will keep the wage at or near subsistence. Wherein lies the exploitation of the workers? Not in their being cheated. Marx is rightly insistent on that. Exploitation, if it exists at all, exists even when the workers are paid the wage they have contracted for and deliver up only the labor they have agreed to deliver. Technically, to exploit a factor of production is to extract from it more value than is contained within it. But as I showed in my article, any input into production can be made to yield up more value than it contains, simply by choosing it as the unit in terms of which we calculate values. So in that sense of the term, every input, or, strictly speaking, every input which is required directly or indirectly in all lines of production, can be said to be exploited. The exploitation of the working class in capitalism consists in the systematic ongoing alienation of a portion of the value of the product of labor, i.e., the transfer of legal title to it, and the correlative appropriation of that value by capitalists. This transfer, I argue in my article, is carried out by means of the periodic movement of the workers out of the sphere of production, the factory, and into the sphere of circulation, the market, where they purchase their food and clothing at prices that are driven up above their labor value by the positive rate of return on the capital invested throughout the economy. Thus, exploitation takes place neither in the sphere of circulation nor in the sphere of production but in the interaction between the two. The fact that exploitation is accomplished at the point of worker consumption can be made more transparent by adopting Marx's assumption that capitalists are perfect accumulators, spending negligibly little on their own consumption and reinvesting virtually their entire profit in expanded production. In that case, each generation of workers is laboring essentially to feed itself and to provide food and capital for the next generation of workers. Since the workers are the only agents in the system engaged in significant final consumption, it must be through their purchases that capitalists realize their profit. One of the points of my analysis was precisely to show how this takes place. 73. Let me say a few words now about Roemer's argument that workers who are paid at the end, rather than at the beginning, of the production cycle will have to take out consumption loans which they can pay off only by earning the going rate of return on their investment. Analysis of Roemer's suggestion would require a considerably more elaborate model than the one I have sketched, one incorporating a credit mechanism, but I think I can indicate my reply without overly complicating matters. In my model, because there is no credit available either for workers or for capitalists, the only costs of production are outlays for inputs, including labor. Once credit comes into existence, the cost of borrowing money will of course become one of the costs of engaging in production, for those who obtain venture capital in that way. A capitalist who borrows his capital at 10% and makes 10% on his investment will end up with a net return of zero. When a credit market exists, those who own capital at the beginning of the cycle of production appropriate the physical surplus in the form of a value surplus, whether or not they themselves initiate a productive enterprise. Assuming for the sake of simplicity that the rate of interest equals the rate of profit, those who own nothing at the outset end up with nothing save what is required to keep them going for another cycle. Strictly speaking, capitalists who borrow their entire stake will not even get a subsistence basket of goods unless they do some labor of management on the side. If the profit rate is calculated net of interest charges on borrowed capital, it then becomes transparently clear that ownership of money capital, per se, and not entrepreneurial skill or vision or a willingness to take risks is the explanation for the fact that the physical surplus accrues to capital in the form of a value surplus. Thus, Romer's example does not so much undermine my analysis as complete it, by making clear the precise relationship between the appropriation of the physical surplus and the possession of money capital. As an empirical matter, it is, I think, significant that the institution of loans to peasants, tied to the cycle of seasons, is common throughout history, whereas industrial workers are usually paid on a daily or weekly basis. Something of a cross between the two is found in the device of the company store, as in 19th-century American mining towns. There, however, I would suggest that the effect is to drive down the working-class living standard below what is accepted as subsistence, rather than to drive up the wage sufficiently to incorporate an interest charge on borrowed money. At all events, I believe that the central point of my analysis stands, which is that the exploitation of the workers in capitalism takes place neither within the sphere of circulation alone, nor within the sphere of production alone, but in the cyclical interaction between the two. On Robert Paul Wolff's transcendental interpretation of Marx's labor theory of value. David Schweikart. In a recent article, Robert Paul Wolff has argued that Marx's theory of capitalist exploitation is incorrect, in that its ground is the premise that labor is the source of all value. 74. This, of course, is a well-rehearsed objection to Marx, but Wolff gives it a novel twist. He notes that the defense of this premise in the opening pages of Capital is inadequate, but he is not troubled by this bad argument, for he sees Marx's real argument as something else, the implicit claim that unless labor is the source of all value, an adequate account of profit is impossible. In other words, Marx is seen to be making a transcendental argument, an inquiry into the conditions for the possibility of profit. Wolff proceeds to argue that Marx goes astray here, but not so far astray that a valid transcendental argument, faithful to Marx's essential insight, cannot be charted. Wolff's argument is original, subtle, and sophisticated, but I think it ultimately fails. It is an important failure, however, for seeing why it fails allows us fresh insight into a long-standing controversy, the significance of the labor theory of value in Marx's indictment of capitalism. 75. To understand Wolff, let us begin with Marx, whose initial statement of the labor theory of value is essentially this: when commodities are exchanged in a competitive economy, relative prices tend to reflect the relative amounts of labor that enter directly and indirectly into their production. Wolff is correct that this claim is not rigorously argued. 76. Still and all, it is not without plausibility. A reasonable answer to the question, what determines the price of a commodity, is surely the costs of producing that commodity. But these costs split into direct labor costs on the one hand and the costs of raw materials and equipment depreciation on the other. And these latter costs are determined by the costs of the labor that went into the raw materials and machinery on the one hand and the raw materials and equipment depreciation that went into them on the other. If we continue this regression and if we assume, as Marx does, a uniform societal wage rate, it would seem to follow that relative prices are equal to relative direct and indirect labor costs, which in turn are equal to the relative quantities of labor directly and indirectly expended. Of course, these equalities do not always obtain. Marx knows that prices deviate from values, i.e., from quantities of embodied labor. Sometimes the deviation is unpredictable, as when demand alters abruptly or an innovation suddenly reduces supply costs. Sometimes it is systematic, as when the element of profit entering into the costs of raw materials differs from industry to industry due to differences in the relative outlays for wages and raw materials, i.e., differences in the organic composition of capital. Nor does the labor theory of value hold, Marx knows this too, for land and other things for sale not readily reproducible as commodities. Nonetheless, the assumption that prices are proportional to labor costs does not seem unrealistic for the dominant sectors of a competitive, free market economy. But if we grant the labor theory of value in this form, then, as Marx points out, we are faced with a paradox. The activity characteristic of a capitalist is bringing to the marketplace a quantity of money, buying and selling there, and returning with a larger quantity of money. But how is this possible? To buy in the marketplace one must sell. If what one gets in selling is really a certain quantity of labor, then one can buy no more than this, embodied, quantity. In a typical market exchange, value neither increases nor decreases. But then how can a capitalist increase his capital? Granted, we can account for random profits and losses, if we introduce sudden shifts in supply and demand or allow that some consumers and sellers are careless or gullible, and we can get a little profit if we allow that the capitalist labors in bringing his commodity to market. But how can we account for steady, systematic profit with the market in equilibrium, with enlightened consumers, with capitalists functioning qua capitalists, i.e., as suppliers of capital, not as innovators, transporters or salespersons? Surely this is possible under capitalism, and yet how is it possible? Marx's answer is justly famous: the capitalist is fortunate to find, in the marketplace, a very special commodity, one whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption, therefore, is itself a creation of value. 77. This commodity is labor power. This special commodity resolves the paradox. Consider a typical capitalist, the owner of an industry that requires an outlay of $C in raw materials and equipment depreciation and the employment of 10 hours of labor to produce 10 pounds of yarn. Since we are assuming the labor theory of value, we can translate immediately from dollars to hours of labor and back. For simplicity, let us assume the constant of proportionality to be 1. Thus $C represents C hours of embodied labor, and so yarn will embody C plus 10 hours and will therefore sell for $C plus 10. Now the capitalist is not going to work those 10 hours himself. To be a capitalist is to hire laborers, that is, to buy labor power. This labor power is a commodity like any other, so its price is determined in accordance with the labor theory of value, i.e., by how much labor is embodied in the laborer. That is, her wage represents a certain amount of food, clothing, and shelter, which she will consume in order to reproduce her capacity to labor, the price of which is precisely the labor of those who produce the food, clothing, and shelter. Marx assumes this wage to be subsistence, but the assumption is not necessary for this argument. It is perfectly clear that for the capitalist to make a profit, this wage must be less than $10, which means that it must embody less than 10 hours of labor. Here lies the secret of capitalist profit. If it embodies V hours, V10, then the capitalist's $S profit represents the worker's surplus S hours of labor, where V plus S equals 10. Hence we can say that the worker has worked V hours to repay society, or rather her class, for the labor expended on her, and the other S hours, without compensation, for the capitalist. She is therefore exploited, and this exploitation is precisely the source of normal capitalist profit. Enter now Wolff. If the point of Marx's analysis, he says, is to show that the labor embodied in the physical surplus produced in a capitalist economy in a given period is precisely the difference between the number of hours worked by the labor force during that period and the labor embodied in the products they consumed, this can be done without any recourse to the labor theory of value. We need not concern ourselves with relative prices at all, still less with the claim that labor is the source of all value. To show this, Wolff sets up a simplified input-output model, a society that produces n commodities, one of them labor power, by means of other commodities. If it takes ij units of commodity j to produce the output I of commodity I, and if we let I represent the amount of commodity A that enters directly and indirectly into the production of 1 unit of commodity I, then the following system of equations must hold. A plus BAB plus NaN equals OAA. AB plus BBB plus NBN equals OBB. N plus BNB plus NNN equals UN. If we let A equals A plus N plus N, i.e., total A expended, B equals BA plus BB plus BN, etc., then adding together the n value equations, transposing all but the AI terms to the right and subtracting A from both sides gives us A, 1, A, equals, OA, A plus, BB, B plus, on, N. So, if A is labor power, the left side of the equation represents the difference between the actual amount of labor expended and the labor that went into producing that labor, while the right side gives the labor embodied in the physical surplus. QED. That is, a basic Marxian claim, that the physical surplus of a capitalist society is the embodiment of unpaid labor, has been established without any reference to the labor theory of value. So Marx is wrong that the labor theory of value is essential to understanding capitalist exploitation. His transcendental argument fails. Wolff's analysis thus far is both impressive and, to a Marxist, disquieting. Has he vindicated Marx's essential claim, or has he vitiated its critical thrust? Since no appeal has been made to the labor theory of value or any other peculiarity of labor, why, we must ask, was labor power singled out as commodity A? Some other commodity, say corn, could have served as well, and yielded the result that the amount of corn embodied directly and indirectly in the physical surplus of society is precisely the difference between the actual corn expended that year and the corn that went into producing that corn. If Wolff's reconstruction of Marx shows labor exploited, then it also shows corn exploited, steel exploited, etc. What is so special about labor? A moral appeal surely won't do, not if we are to remain faithful to the spirit of Marx's argument. Wolff has anticipated this question, and he provides a clever answer. If labor power is a commodity under capitalism, he asks, what industries produce it? He answers, the workers themselves, regarded as petty entrepreneurs whose fixed capital is their bodies, which according to classical liberal philosophy and jurisprudence they own, their circulating capital is the fund they spend for food and clothing. Of course, says Wolff, workers aren't really capitalists, but that is precisely the point of Marx's analysis, to show that the mad logic of capitalism requires that workers be regarded, in law, political economy and economic theory, as what they are not. One might interject at this point and ask why it is wrong to regard workers as petty capitalists. Many regard themselves that way, as does a whole branch of economics, human capital theory. Wolff's reinterpretation of the labor theory of value is summed up in his response to this question. A basic tendency of capitalism, he observes, is the tendency of free competition to equalize profit rates among industries, but this tendency does not obtain in the labor power industries. A worker cannot liquidate her investment in her body and send that capital in pursuit of higher profits. In fact, in certain circumstances she cannot profit at all, not if there exists a reserve of similar capitalists who can use their capital only as labor power, who therefore compete in that industry alone and so drive the profit rate to zero. In such a case wages are just sufficient to reproduce the necessary labor power, none of the surplus accrues to the workers. This of course is Marx's subsistence wage case. According to Wolff, we can now correctly understand the nature of capitalist profit and capitalist exploitation. Marx is right that the secret is labor power, though not because that commodity is the source of all value, but because the producers of that commodity are systematically disadvantaged in the marketplace. Were they fully advantaged, i.e., if only labor power industries made a positive profit, then goods would indeed sell at their labor values. This is rigorously demonstrated by Wolff. But if there exist profits in other industries, then the prices workers must pay for their consumption goods are higher than their labor values, and this difference is the source of capitalist profits. It is time to take stock. There is much that is correct in Wolff's analysis, but there is also something wrong. He is right that Marx does not argue seriously for the labor theory of value at the beginning of Capital. He is right that Marx sees the commodity character of labor power as the condition for the possibility of capitalist profit. He is also right that labor is not logically privileged as the source of surplus value. He is right about all this, and yet he is wrong about Marx. For Wolff misunderstands Marx's argument. At bottom the problem is this: Marx is not making a transcendental argument. Marx is a student of Hegel, not Kant. His argument is not transcendental but logico-historical, i.e., dialectical. When Marx inquires into the conditions for the possibility of profit, he is not asking about logical necessity in the Kantian, or contemporary, sense, but about the logic of the historical milieu from which capitalism arose. Recall that in Capital Marx begins with an analysis of the formal structure of barter: commodity, proceeds to the introduction of money, commodity, and then to the paradox of capital, money commodity, more money than before. How was it possible, Marx is asking, for capitalism to develop from the situation of relative equality that preceded it, from an economy of free peasants and artisans who owned their own tools and produced what they chose, from an economy that Marx calls simple commodity production? But if this is the question, then we have the rationale for Marx's use of the labor theory of value. For the tendency under simple commodity production is not that there be an equal rate of profit in each industry, but that there be an equal return to labor, and this tendency causes prices to be proportional to embodied labor. That the labor theory of value tends to hold under simple commodity production can be rigorously demonstrated, but a simple example might be more revealing. Consider an economy where 2 people use 2 bushels of corn, as seed, and 2 pairs of shoes a year to produce 6 bushels of corn, and 1 person uses 1 pair of shoes to produce 4 pair. The shoemaker gathers his raw materials from the wild. Neither farmers nor shoemakers can work barefoot. If a person needs a bushel of corn a year to live, then trade must go on between the 2 sectors, but at what exchange rate? What law of value will govern? Notice that there are fairly broad limits. The shoemaker needs at minimum a bushel of corn, and has 3 extra pairs of shoes to trade. The farmers need at least 2 pairs of shoes, and have a surplus 2 bushels of corn. The shoemaker could trade his entire surplus for what he needs, in which case PC/PS equals 3, PC is the price of corn, PS of shoes. Or the farmers could trade all of their surplus for what they need, in which case PC/PS equals 1. But what would they really do? That is, what exchange rate would result in equilibrium, all parties content? Well, if all parties had capitalist mentalities, they would not be content unless prices were such that each made an equal return on his investment. That is, PC and PS must satisfy. 4 PC plus 2 PS, 1 plus, equals 6 PC. PC plus PS, 1 plus, equals 4 PS. The solution to this system is a profit rate equals 23% and PC/PS equals 2.25. But consider, at this exchange rate the value of each farmer's surplus, 6 PC, 2 PC plus 2 PS/2, is 3.5 PS, while the shoemaker's surplus is only 3 PS. So the shoemaker, if he has not a capitalist mentality but that of a simple commodity producer, will not be happy. Next year he'll make fewer shoes and grow some corn. To make simple commodity producers happy, the value of the surplus must be proportional to the labor expended. That is, prices must satisfy. 6 PC, 2 PC plus 2 PS, equals 2. 4 PS, PS equals 1. But notice, the equations for computing the quantities of labor directly and indirectly embodied in corn and shoes. 2 plus 2c plus 2s equals 6c. 1 plus s equals 4s. Comprise the exact same system, the solution of which yields pc/ps equals c/s equals 2. So we see, Marx's claim that labor is the source of all value is neither arbitrary nor metaphysical, nor is it merely the taking over of the reigning theory of the day. It is not a premise from which is deduced the proposition that relative prices reflect relative quantities of embodied labor, but exactly the opposite, the conclusion drawn from a quasi-empirical premise about exchange under conditions of simple commodity production. 78 Moreover, the real premise, that prices are proportional to labor, which, as we have seen, is true for simple commodity production, remains rigorously valid, i.e., deducible from a Stillist model, during that part of the transition to capitalism when simple commodity production is still dominant, and is approximately true even after capitalism's triumph. These considerations, to which could be added the heuristic power of the labor theory of value, the ease in translating from money to labor hours and vice versa when the labor theory of value is assumed, would seem to amply justify its employment. Notice too that what is at stake in Marx's argument is not the possibility of profit per se, but of capitalist profit. 79 Obviously the production of a physical surplus has nothing to do with labor being the source of all value. Surplus is possible under simple commodity production and innumerable other economic orders. What is not possible under simple commodity production, however, is what Marx sees as the essence of capital, a self-expanding surplus. For observe, the shoemaker or farmers in our example can consume their surplus, but they cannot turn that surplus into greater surplus. For that to be possible, and this is precisely Marx's point, the shoemaker or farmers must hire more help that does not share equally in the returns, help that is paid less than the value they create. But for this to be possible, at least on an extended scale, certain historical conditions must be fulfilled. Individuals must exist who are regarded legally as the untrammeled owners of their capacity for labor, and also instead of being in the position to sell commodities in which their labor is incorporated, they must be obliged to offer for sale as a commodity that very labor power, which exists only in their living selves. 80 This is the ultimate secret of capitalist profit, not as Wolff would have it, that workers are disadvantaged in the market, not being able to seek a return on their capital equal to the return on other capital, but rather, that workers, having nothing else to sell, must sell themselves. To end exploitation would not be, as Wolff's analysis suggests, to grant workers the same return as capitalists obtain, but to abolish the commodity character of labor power, to abolish the institution of wage labor. A reply to Professor Schwickart. There has, in the past 2 decades, been an enormous worldwide upsurge of serious interest in, and rigorous investigation of, the central theses of the political economy of Karl Marx. Such doctrines as the labor theory of value, which for almost a century were ridiculed as outmoded ideology, as superstition, as metaphysics, are now taken seriously and debated with the aid of the most sophisticated tools of modern formal analysis. What began primarily as an activity of mathematical economists has now become a philosophical endeavor as well, with the result that the rediscovery of Marx is taking on a broader and deeper dimension. Professor Schwickart has contributed significantly to this literature in his splendid new book, Capitalism or Worker Control, and I want it made very clear today that my friendly dispute with him over certain details of my recent paper in no way represents the sort of factionalism on the left that has too often in the past weakened the forces of social progress. Before turning to the technical part of Schwickart's paper, let me make some remarks about several of the arguments he advances. First of all, I really do think he is mistaken to suggest that the labor theory of value, in its Ricardian form, gives us even a useful approximation to natural or equilibrium prices in a capitalist economy. There are 2 points to be made here. First, as a matter of pure theory, there is no reason whatsoever to suppose that equilibrium prices will bear any resemblance at all to labor values. It is a familiar fact of the modern industrial world that the various major sectors of the economy exhibit very divergent capital-labor ratios. The service sector, for example, is heavily labor-intensive, and will probably remain so for some time to come, despite the introduction of electronic information processing technology, as a consequence of the human services character of its product. Both the agricultural and industrial sectors, on the other hand, are increasingly capital-intensive. Indeed, there appears to be developing a bimodal distribution of capital-labor ratios. One result of this is that natural prices will deviate very widely from labor values for the foreseeable future. Second, even if empirical calculations were to reveal, as a matter of brute fact, an approximate fit between cost of production prices and labor values, that fact, in the absence of any theoretical insight into the reasons for it, would contribute nothing to our understanding of capitalism. After all, it is the prices that are the more easily accessible indices. The only possible point to invoking labor values is to explain the prices, or perhaps to explain such associated price phenomena as the money profit rate, the rate of capital accumulation, and so forth. So long as the theoretical connection posited by Ricardo is broken, labor values will have no theoretical significance at all. Marx understood this, I think, and as a consequence devoted a good deal of effort to re-establishing the link by means of the famous conservation principle enunciated in Chapter 10 of Volume 3 of Capital, the principle, that is, that the aggregate profit appropriated by all the capitalists in the system exactly equals the aggregate surplus value extracted from the labor inputs throughout the system. My second remark concerns Schwickart's summary statement, at the end of his paper, of what is central to Marx's critique of capitalism. I agree completely with Schwickart's summary. What is more, I think Marx was correct. The central historical precondition for the development of capitalism is the separation of a large portion of the population from ownership or other effective control over the means of production, so that for the first time it becomes both objectively necessary and legally possible for men and women to sell their human capacity for laboring, as though it were a commodity, for a price. This historical process brings into being a working class, which sells its labor, and a capitalist class which purchases labor power for the purpose of expanding the value of its holdings. Now, although I think Marx's insight into the central characteristic of capitalism absolutely correct, I also think that his theoretical analysis of that characteristic was flawed. In particular, I think his attempt to give a theoretically rigorous analysis of the generation of profit in a capitalist economy was mistaken, for the reasons set forth in my original paper and well summarized here by Schwickart. The aim of the positive part of my original paper was to find a representation of Marx's insights that more accurately captures the central features of capitalism and stands up to rigorous formal analysis. Turning now to Schwickart's little corn/shoes model, I should like to propose an alternative analysis, following the lines set forth by John Romer in a recent book and a number of articles on Marx's theory of exploitation. 81. Let us take a closer look at the model. What we have here is simple commodity production with market exchange but no labor market or credit market. That is to say, no one buys or sells labor power, and no one borrows or lends money. The subsistence bundle is specified as 1 bushel of corn per year, and since there is no labor market, there can be no capital accumulation or growth. The bushel of corn is thus not in any sense a wage, and cannot be considered as a capital outlay. Under the circumstances, it makes sense to suppose that each person will seek to minimize the amount of time he or she labors, subject to 3 constraints: first, that he or she produces enough to buy a bushel of corn; second, that the value of his or her initial endowment of capital is not run down; and third, that the total labor expended is no more than 1 unit per year. Now, the key to analyzing Schwickart's model, or any other like it, is that different agents have different initial endowments of capital stocks, although each has only 1 unit of labor power. Hence, if the techniques of production have varying degrees of capital intensity, those with larger initial endowments may be able to choose to operate labor-saving techniques, thereby gaining their subsistence with a smaller expenditure of labor, at the expense of those with smaller initial endowments, who are thereby forced to operate relatively labor-intensive techniques. Schwickart's example is actually an especially interesting model, because under the conditions he specifies, the labor-minimizing thing for the two farmers to do is to produce both corn and shoes. This leaves the shoemaker totally out in the cold, for his initial endowment is not large enough, in value terms, to permit him to produce the bushel of corn he requires. Nor has he any way of offering the farmers a trade that will save them labor. The result is that he will be forced either to sell his labor or to borrow, thereby initiating an entirely new stage in history. To see how all this works, consider the model as Schwickart sketches it. The initial endowments are. Obviously, each farmer's initial endowment is larger than that of the shoemaker. The technical conditions of production are specified by Schwickart as: in order for a farmer to produce his own subsistence, he must run the little system at levels that will yield a net product of 1 bushel of corn. If we let y equals, y1, y2, be the vector of appropriate activity levels, then y2, 1 equals y1, i.e., gross output minus net output equals aggregate input. y2 equals y1 plus 1/4 y2. As is easily verified, the solution to this system is y1 equals and y2 equals. In other words, each farmer can subsist by operating a little corn/shoe system of the following character. As can be seen, the system produces a net output of 1 bushel of corn at a total expenditure of a unit of labor. This is the labor-minimizing thing for the farmer to do. It might be thought that the farmers could do better by letting the shoemaker produce shoes while the farmers produce enough extra corn to feed the shoemaker, but a little calculation will reveal that under those circumstances, each farmer ends up working 3/4 of a unit of labor, while the shoemaker works only 1/2 a unit, clearly an unsatisfactory alternative from the farmer's point of view. The shoemaker, meanwhile, has a problem. He has an endowment of 1 unit of labor and 1 unit of shoes, which, by itself, will not enable him to produce the corn he needs to survive. As we have just noted, it is not in the farmer's interest to concentrate on corn production and trade with the shoemaker for the needed shoes. So there are, at this point, really only two possibilities, assuming rational self-interest, as opposed to Christian charity, on the part of all concerned. Either the shoemaker can borrow corn from the farmers, who can, in anticipation of this possibility, produce extra corn in order to have it available for banking purposes, and run his own little corn/shoe system for 1 cycle until he can support himself, or else the shoemaker can sell his labor to the farmers, thereby enabling them to substitute his labor for theirs, and thus further to reduce the amount of laboring they must do. It is of course impossible to calculate the outcome, for whether the shoemaker borrows money or sells labor, there is a bargaining space of possible interest rates or wages within which the shoemaker and the farmers can settle. We can determine the maximum interest the shoemaker might pay by supposing that after the initial loan of 1/2 units of corn, the farmers produce their own corn, and receive each cycle in perpetuity from the shoemaker the shoes they need as interest on the loan. This would involve the farmers running the corn sector at the level 1 labor, 1 corn, 1 shoes, yielding 3 corn. At this level, their net output is 2 bushels, which they eat, and each farmer does 1/2 a unit of labor. The shoemaker will have to run his system at a level adequate to yield a net product of 1 bushel of corn, and in addition 1 pair of shoes, which he pays to the farmers as interest. In order to accomplish this, he will have to adopt a vector of activity levels y equals 2. In short, his activity will look like this. Obviously, the result of the borrowing is that the shoemaker is now, and for all time, required to work to the limit in order to feed himself and pay the interest on the loan. Alternatively, the shoemaker can sell his labor to the farmers, in return for a subsistence wage. In that case, a consideration of the physical requirements of reproduction reveals that if the former shoemaker, now transformed by an historical process into a wage laborer, produces a full unit of labor in return for the subsistence wage, the farmers will be able to reduce their laboring time to 1/2 each. The conclusions suggested by this alternative analysis of Schwickart's model are, first, that Marx is indeed correct in arguing that the source of the capitalists' hegemony is their control of the means of production, second, that when the endowment of the peasant class falls below the level required for subsistence, both extortionate credit arrangements and wage labor will come into existence, thereby creating either an exploited peasant class or an exploited working class, and finally, that it is possible to carry this analysis forward without appeal to a labor theory of natural price. Finally, let me say a few words about the larger enterprise of which Schwickart's recent book and my original article are only a part. The central analytical and critical concepts of Marx's political economy, class, exploitation, surplus value, and the rest, have for a century been rejected by the mainstream of Western economic theory, which has preferred instead to concentrate on considerations of scarcity, efficiency, and equilibrium. The result has been a political economy incapable of coming to grips with the underlying irrationality and injustice of capitalism. The lack of solid theoretical foundation has reduced Marx's economic theories, and those of his followers, to the level of propaganda, anecdote, and rhetorical exhortation. Now, at long last, the classical political economy that originated with Quesnay, Smith, and Ricardo, and was brought to its height by Marx, is re-entering modern economic theory, modernized and immeasurably strengthened by the use of sophisticated formal techniques of analysis. The fact that Schwickart and I are here today discussing theoretical problems in Marx's economic theories, rather than repeating yet once again the familiar cant phrases about alienation and dialectics, is heartening evidence that the American philosophical community is beginning to participate in the worldwide rediscovery of Marx. The rehabilitation of Karl Marx. Marx was born in 1818, 165 years ago. He died 65 years later in 1883, just 1 century ago. During his lifetime, he and Engels wrote enough books, articles, drafts, notes, letters, and sketches to fill 40 large volumes in the East German edition of their works, and, what with the additional materials since uncovered, a projected 50 volumes in the complete English edition now underway. The heart and soul of Marx's life work was a massive critical analysis of the political economy of bourgeois capitalism. If we restrict ourselves to the 3 volumes of Capital, the 3 volumes of the theories of surplus value, the Grundriss, and the contribution to the critique of political economy, we have, at a conservative estimate, 5,000 pages of theoretical material. There is not, in the whole history of Western thought, a similar body of writings by a single author, not the 3 critiques of Kant, not the works of Hegel, not even the Summa of St. Thomas. The simplest sort of common sense demands that we estimate Marx's place in the intellectual history of our civilization on the basis of this mass of economic theory. Marx also wrote, as a young man, a handful of exuberant, obscure, derivative, romantic reflections on the human condition, some in the form of study notes, some as journal articles, some as portions of an unpublished book, and yet others as part of a hilarious attack mounted by himself and Engels against some of their youthful former allies. The same sort of common sense dictates that we not construe these youthful speculations as the final utterances of the true Marx. If Karl Marx is to be taken seriously as one of the great thinkers of our age, it will have to be for his political economy and not for the theory of alienation or species being. But a funny thing happened on the way to immortality. Marx published the first volume of Capital in 1867, a decade before the direction, terms, and methodology of economic theory were transformed by the triple revolution of Jevons, Menger, and Walras. The classical debates initiated by the physiocrats, carried forward by Smith, brought to their highest theoretical development by Ricardo, and then vulgarised by Bailey, Mill, and the other post-Ricardians, gave way to the marginalist debates of the post-Walrasians. The central issues of the classical school, the distribution of the social surplus and the conditions and causes of economic growth, were replaced by the marginalist concern with the static, ideologically safe question of the efficient allocation of scarce resources with alternative uses. After a brief period during which Marx was taken seriously as an economist by the Austrians, the concepts, methods, and theoretical problems of capital simply faded from view, save in the writings of the religious Marxists, for whom capital took the place of holy scriptures. Eventually, it became possible for the shallow and vulgar technicians of the neoclassical synthesis to dismiss Marx entirely as an economist, trivializing him, in Paul Samuelson's famous jibe, as a minor post-Ricardian and an autodidact. 82. For 3/4 of the century between his death and the present day, Marx's economic theories played no role in the literature of the mainstream of modern economic theory. The major development after the introduction of marginalism, namely the creation of macroeconomics by Keynes, grafted a sophisticated technique for the divination of the shadows on the wall of the cave onto the elegant but irrelevant micro-foundations of the original marginalism. The result was the bastard fusion now regularly taught in colleges and universities as the science of economics. Meanwhile, Marx became a world historical figure of heroic proportions, the demigod of the Eurasian landmass, the darling of the New Left, the Promethean prophet of self-actualization, and, so far as anyone was seriously prepared to maintain, still the same old minor post-Ricardian and autodidact. In the past quarter century, however, as a result of the work of a number of brilliant economists, Marx has been rescued from the waxworks of Victorian curiosities, and he has emerged at last as one of the most original, powerful, and contemporarily relevant economists since Adam Smith. It is now possible for the first time actually to justify Marx's stature as a thinker co-equal with Darwin, Freud, and Einstein, and to say in quite concrete, particular ways how we can learn from him about the world in which we live. From a purely formal standpoint, the key to the rehabilitation of Marx is the development, by Vasily Leontiev 83, John von Neumann 84, Piero Sraffa 85, and a host of lesser theorists of linear reproduction models of a capitalist economy. These models, which make central the notion of an economy as a cyclical process of reproduction with a surplus, displace the marginalist notion of an economy as a network of bilateral trades in which actors maximize subjective satisfaction subject to scarcity constraints. The marginalist conception places concepts of efficiency and mutual satisfaction at the center of its analysis, thereby representing a capitalist economy as a fundamentally harmonious equilibrium. The classical/Marxian linear reproduction conception makes class conflict over the distribution of the social surplus the central problem of static analysis, and the conditions of balanced growth the central problem of dynamic analysis. The classical/Marxian approach is thus better suited to an understanding both of advanced capitalist economies and of the phenomena of growth and development in the Third World. The classicals and Marx had expressed their theories either in discursive form or else in quite elementary semi-formal models. For a variety of reasons, Marx in particular failed to carry through the theoretical implications of his analytical premises, with the result that he arrived at incorrect or confused conclusions. Nevertheless, his formal intuitions were for the most part brilliant, and modern theorists have had relatively little difficulty recasting his arguments in acceptably rigorous forms. Michio Morishima, one of the most important mathematical reinterpreters of Marx, in fact, offers the startling judgment that Marx should in my opinion be ranked as high as Walras in the history of mathematical economics. 86. The mathematics is not difficult by the larger standards of the scientific and mathematical world. The principal tool is linear algebra, with the theory of partial differential equations playing a subordinate role. The formal materials that must be mastered by a philosopher wishing to work seriously on the theories of Marx do not compare in rigor with those demanded by possible world semantics or the philosophy of modern physics. In what remains of these brief remarks, I should like to indicate what I take to be the principal achievements of the modern mathematical reinterpretation of Marx, and, perhaps more significantly, what major theoretical tasks wait to be tackled. There are around the country a number of gifted philosophers working in this area, and it may be that the occasion of the centennial of Marx's death will serve to draw bright, radical young thinkers into this field. The major theoretical obstacle from the very beginning to the reception of Marx as an economic theorist, I leave to one side the obvious ideological resistances, was the apparent internal inconsistency of his theory of price formation, what in the classical period was called the theory of value. Marx undertook to resolve the contradictions in Ricardo's theory of natural price by the introduction of the distinction between labor and labor power, the deployment of the concept of surplus value, and the enunciation of a pair of conservation principles designed to demonstrate that the formation of equilibrium prices in a capitalist economy masked, but did not alter, the exploitative origins of profit. Marx's exposition of his rather complicated theory was seriously flawed, and it came under apparently devastating attack soon after the posthumous publication, by Engels, of the third volume of Capital. It has taken almost a century entirely to clarify the formal status of Marx's theory, and, as might be expected, we cannot now say in any simple way either that Marx has been entirely vindicated or that he has been decisively refuted. Put as briefly as is compatible with these remarks, Marx's theory turns out not to be universally correct, but to be valid for a major subclass of cases which have been the subject of intensive examination in modern mathematical economics, those cases, namely, of economies embarked on maximal growth paths as defined by John von Neumann. The principal gain of this rehabilitation of Marx is of course that it makes available to contemporary theorists a technically rigorous, flexible, and sophisticated tool for analyzing the exploitation on which modern capitalism rests. The work of John Romer 87, Sam Bowles and Herb Gentis 88, Andres Brody 89, Michio Morris Hima 90, Luigi Pacinati 91 and countless others has created a theoretical space in which issues of exploitation, domination, growth, crisis, and socialist planning can be explored in fruitful, non-dogmatic ways. Equally significant is the exciting insight contributed by contemporary readings of Marx into a number of major theoretical problems that have proved particularly intractable to neoclassical analysis. Let me speak first of the theory of the family. Classical and neoclassical theory alike have had very little to say about the family in their analyses of price determination, capital formation, and the development of the labor market. To be sure, Malthus, Ricardo, and others adopted primitive theories of the family as the producer of labor, arguing in a relatively elementary fashion that demographic responses to the demand for labor would produce secular adjustments in the growth of population. Neoclassical theory posited the household as the supplier of labor and the consumer of final goods, assuming implausibly but for reasons of mathematical elegance and patriarchal simplicity that the behavior of the family could be represented by a one-dimensional continuous twice-differentiable utility function. Marx's account of the efforts by 19th-century capitalists to drive down the price of labor by substituting women and children for adult males implicitly touched on the economic function of the family in bourgeois society, but he did no more than hint at the theoretical results that might be extracted from a frontal assault on the problem of the relation between the private and the economic spheres as a key to the accumulation of capital. In recent years, a number of socialist feminist theorists have begun to tackle the theoretically extremely difficult task of developing a model of the family which can, at one and the same time, provide an analysis of the unequal exchanges within the family and also explicate the role of that family structure in the maintenance of a profitable capitalist economy. Unlike the area of mathematical reinterpretations of Marx, which has now reached a rather refined height of technical development, this field of the political economy of the family is still relatively undeveloped. The central theoretical problem, which is already implicit in Chapter 1 of Capital, is the fact that the concepts of value, surplus value, and exploitation, all of which are central to Marx's analysis, presuppose the notion of abstract labor, which in turn presupposes commodity production, a market, competition, and equilibration of the price system by the capitalist's search for the greatest return on invested capital. The exchanges within the family, both of labor and of what N. Ferguson 92 calls the products of sex/effective production, take place outside the market. Although we might wish intuitively to label some of these exchanges exploitative, they do not obviously conform to the technical definition of exploitation as the extraction of surplus value. It follows that there is no easy way to integrate a theory of intrafamily exchanges with the labor exchanges on which capitalism rests. The work of Nancy Faulber 93 indicates some of the directions this work is now taking. A second major field of investigation suggested by the modern reinterpretation of Marx, but by no means at all adequately developed, is the theory of the state. Marx, like his classical predecessors and marginalist successors, had relatively little to say about the economic function of the state, rising no further than the observation that the state in bourgeois society functioned on occasion as the policeman of the capitalist class. The transformation of laissez-faire capitalism into welfare state capitalism, with the concomitant central role of the state in the control of the labor force, the management and allocation of accumulated capital, and the attempted adjustment of effective demand, clearly requires a considerable elaboration of Marx's theories. There has of course been some suggestive work, including such innovative writing by philosophers as David Schweikart's Capitalism or Worker Control. 94 But the field is still largely undeveloped. Finally, the rediscovery of Marx as a major economist has posed in an entirely new way the task to which much 20th century social theory has been devoted, namely the integration of the social and economic theories of Marx with the psychological theories of Freud. The work of the critical social theorists, both of the original generation and in recent years, has proceeded almost entirely without serious attention to Marx as a theoretical economist. To read Marcuse, Horkheimer, Adorno, or now Habermas and Welmer, one would scarcely suppose that Marx had written 5,000 pages of economics. A major intellectual task is thereby set for all of us who orient ourselves to the modern world essentially along the lines suggested by Marx. Some way must be found to bring Marx's theories of price formation, exploitation, growth, and crisis into serious theoretical conjunction with his insights into the human experience of modern industrial capitalist culture. It is not enough to write Kulturkritik or Alienationstik and then to append to it some footnote references to the recent mathematical literature. Marx's economic theories raise major questions about the epistemological status of economics as a discipline, about the role of ideological analysis in the critique of modern social science, and even about the relationship between literary criticism and mathematical economics. Since I was originally scheduled to chair this session, I may perhaps be forgiven for adopting a hortatory and programmatic tone. For those of us seriously interested in the work of Marx, the present time is full of excitement and great intellectual promise. The modern rehabilitation of Marx as a major economist permits us to place at the center of our research the profound insights into the structure, contradictions, and fundamental craziness of capitalism which inform his mature work. I have no doubt that the next decade, not to say the next century, will see a flowering of Marxian theory which will transform our understanding of capitalist economy and society. Whether this transformation will form a part of a deeper political transformation in our society is, I am afraid, a question to which the answer is much less clear. The resurrection of Karl Marx, political economist. During the past 2 decades or so, an effort of recovery has been carried out which has made available to us the true intellectual essence of what may very well be, in the field of social theory, the single most influential book of the past 2 centuries, Das Kapital. Capital presents a puzzle to the student of intellectual influences. No one, surely, will wish to question the extent of Marx's impact upon the modern mind, nor will anyone deny that Capital is Marx's masterpiece. Yet the history of its reception differs remarkably from that of the Critique of Pure Reason, the Descent of Man, the Interpretation of Dreams, or any of the other books that have formed our understanding of society and human nature. Indeed, for much of the 117 years since the publication of Volume 1, Marx has seemed to dominate our thought despite the teachings of Capital, not because of them. Particularly during the past half-century, it is his secondary writings that have attracted the most attention, the German ideology, the unpublished, uncompleted study notes denominated by their editors the economic philosophic manuscripts, the early journal essays, and the long, rambling, shapeless ground plan for Capital, the Grundriss. Capital is subtitled A Critique of Political Economy, by which Marx clearly means, in the first instance, a critique of the theories of his predecessors, not a critical analysis of the political economy of capitalist society. Marx arrives at his own understanding of capital, labor, price, profit, wages, and rent by way of a consideration of the theories of Quesnay, Smith, Ricardo, and the lesser thinkers of their time. The four parts of Capital which eventually appeared, comprising volumes 1, 2, and 3, and the 3 volumes of the theories of surplus value, come to 3,700 pages, of which at least 3,500 can be considered straight political economy, either descriptive or critical or theoretical. Anyone who wishes to come to terms with Marx as a thinker must begin by grappling with his economic theories. And yet, for most of the century following the publication of Volume 1 of Capital, Marx's economic theories were either ignored or scorned by the entire established world of professional economists. Even those thinkers who took Marx seriously, such as Schumpeter, focused their attention on his institutional accounts of capitalist entrepreneurs and firms, rather than on the theory of value and exploitation which, in Marx's own eyes, was the heart of his contribution. One might be tempted to attribute this consignment of Marx's economic theories to oblivion to the fact that his analysis of the exploitative origins of profit conflicted too strongly with the self-congratulatory apologetics of the theorists of capitalist justice and efficiency. Indeed, the tendency to think in such terms is part of Marx's contribution to our understanding of modern social and economic life. But there is something lazy and self-pitying in such an explanation. It is, I suggest, more useful to focus our attention on 3 narrowly technical or scientific reasons for the failure of Marx's theories to find a significant place in the discourse of late 19th century and early 20th century political economy. The first reason is that Marx published his great work a scant few years before the transformation of economics by the triple marginalist revolution of Jevons in England, Walras in Switzerland, and Menger in Austria. With the introduction of the theory of subjective utility, the account of the formation of price came to be grounded on considerations of consumer demand rather than on the cost of reproduction of commodities. The labor theory of value, which explained the long-run equilibrium price of reproducible commodities in terms of the quantities of labor directly or indirectly required for their production, was replaced by a theory of bilateral exchange governed by considerations of the subjective satisfaction to be gained from additional increments of the commodities traded for. In its purest form, the theory of marginal utility is a theory solely of exchange, not of production. Ricardo had conceived capitalist society as an endless struggle over the disposition of the social product, with most of the output going to replace used-up inputs and to support the working class, and the remainder being fought over by workers, capitalists, and landlords. The new marginalist theories portrayed capitalist society as an essentially harmonious network of mutually advantageous bilateral exchanges. The great strength of the new model, besides its mathematical elegance, was its ability to explain precisely the interplay between short-term shifts in supply or demand and long-term equilibrium prices. Thus the obscurity of Marx's economic theories was to some extent simply a part of the general oblivion to which all the major texts of pre-marginalist theory were consigned. If no one was reading Capital in economics classrooms, neither were they reading Ricardo's Principles, Mill's Principles, or Smith's Wealth of Nations. But even among those economists still willing to take the classical tradition seriously, Marx's theories appeared to suffer from a serious contradiction between the teachings of Volume 1 of Capital and the posthumous Volume 3. Boehm-Bawerk, among others, called attention to this apparent internal incoherence, which, if genuine, would thoroughly have vitiated Marx's most fundamental theses. The precise terms of the controversy are important, and we shall return to them shortly, but for the moment it is sufficient to note that Boehm-Bawerk was wrong. Marx did not contradict himself between volumes 1 and 3. We now know that the manuscript materials from which volume 3 were compiled actually came into existence at the very same time as volume 1. Marx had the entire corpus of texts before him, and was well aware of the surface conflicts between the simpler doctrines of the first volume and the more complex doctrines of the third. Indeed, we can say much more. Marx's ability to resolve those apparent conflicts was, in his own mind, one of the most powerful proofs of the truth of his claim that capitalism rests upon the exploitation of the working class. Unfortunately, although Marx was quite self-consciously aware of the relationship between the doctrines of Volume 1 and those of Volume 3, he did make a fundamental theoretical error in his explanation of the resolution of the supposed conflict. As a consequence, his theories really were flawed at their core. No serious student of political economy, free from the mind-numbing servility of party loyalty or quasi-religious discipleship, could construe the doctrines of capital as a defensible contribution to the modern understanding of the formal structure of a capitalist economy. Despite the best efforts of several generations of radical scholars, Marxian economics remained a peculiarly arcane bit of scholastic metaphysics. In the past quarter century, the Marx of Capital has been reclaimed from the dust heap of Victorian curiosities to which he had been relegated by mainstream economists of the Paul Samuelson variety. 95 Building on the input-output analysis of Vasily Leontiev, a number of economists produced analytical reconstructions of the theories of Ricardo and Marx. Independently of Leontiev, but along similar lines, Piero Sraffa developed an analytical model which accomplished the same formal reconstruction. As a result, it became possible for the first time to make the principal theses of the classical tradition precise and to subject them to a rigorous formal critique. As reconstructed and developed by a number of gifted mathematical economists, the Ricardian/Marxian perspective has proved to be a powerful and flexible analytical tool for studying the problems of distribution and growth, both central to contemporary political economy. A body of theoretical literature is rapidly accumulating which, taken as a whole, constitutes a genuine alternative to the study of human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. 96. Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and the Theory of Natural Price. The central insight of the classical approach is that society survives by a process of cyclical reproduction, in which the food, clothing, raw materials, and tools produced in one period of production serve as the inputs into the next productive cycle. This year's iron ore is the raw material for next year's shovel, which in turn is the tool used in the following year's farming. Since those who labor must eat to live and labor again, we may, by an extension of this insight, construe even the food, clothing, and shelter consumed by the working class as part of the input into production. Some highly prized goods are scarce, such as the few remaining paintings of a long-dead artist, and the value they acquire in society is doubtless to be explained at least in part by that scarcity. But corn, cloth, iron, and coal can hardly be thought of in this way. Within quite broad limits, we can grow as much corn, dig as much coal, refine as much iron as we choose, so long as we are willing to devote to the effort the necessary tools, labor, and raw materials. For the great mass of goods that make their way into the market of a modern capitalist economy, Ricardo persuasively argued, their value in economic exchanges, what we are willing to pay for them, must in some way be a function of what they cost us to produce. Whatever the truth may be regarding primitive societies, it is clearly the case that in modern capitalist economies more physical goods are produced each year than are required merely to replace the inputs used up and feed and clothe the workers for another cycle. In short, modern economies produce a physical surplus. The existence of this surplus immediately poses three fundamental questions, the answers to which constitute the theoretical foundation of any political economy. The questions are: who gets the surplus? How do the surplus getters get the surplus? What do the surplus getters do with the surplus once they get it? The answer to the first question, the central tenet of the classical school, is that the several great social classes, landlords, entrepreneurs, workers, struggle over the distribution of the annual surplus, with one class's share coming out of the pockets of the other classes. A physical surplus/reproduction approach to political economy forces us to recognize the conflicts of interest that shape modern economic life. The third question, with which we shall not be concerned in this essay, namely, what do the surplus getters do with the surplus once they get it, is really a question about the causes and limits to economic growth, for as Smith made clear, An expanded economy requires that some of the physical surplus be invested in new agriculture, new manufacture, new mining. It was the efforts of Smith, Ricardo, and others to answer the second question by means of the powerful analytical concept of the competitive market that produced the most important theoretical contributions of the classical school. The physical surplus is distributed, they taught, through market exchanges, ending up in the pockets of the workers as wages, of the landlords as rents, and of the capitalists as profits. Any explanation of how and why each class gets what it does must therefore begin with some theory of the way in which the wage, rent, and profit levels are determined by the forces of the market. Students are sometimes puzzled by the fact that economics spends so much time on abstract theories of price, but the fascination of the discipline with price theory, or, as it is also called, value theory, is understandable when we realize that a theory of price is really, indirectly, a theory of how the social surplus is distributed. In an effort to get beneath the ever-changing surface of economic phenomena, Smith drew a distinction between the daily fluctuating rates at which commodities exchanged, which he called their market prices, and the relatively stable, objectively significant rates at which commodities would exchange in the absence of accidental, transitory local pushes and pulls in the market, what he called the natural prices of commodities. It is these natural prices, sometimes called long-run or equilibrium prices by modern economists, which have, ever since, been the focus of most economic theorizing. Smith had a theory to explain the natural prices of commodities, but it worked, as he himself knew, only in an impossibly simple, primitive economy. The theory was that, under normal conditions, the natural prices of commodities would be determined by how much labor and effort it took to produce them. Here is the famous passage, from the opening of the 6th chapter of Wealth of Nations, in which Smith adumbrates his theory of natural price. In that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land, the proportion between the quantities of labor necessary for acquiring different objects seems to be the only circumstance which can afford any rule for exchanging them for one another. If among a nation of hunters, for example, it visually costs twice the labor to kill a beaver which it does to kill a deer, one beaver should naturally exchange for or be worth 2 deer. It is natural that what is usually the produce of 2 days or 2 hours labor, should be worth double of what is usually the produce of 1 day's or 1 hour's labor. 97. The simple calculation of natural price in terms of labor time breaks down, as Smith noted, as soon as we attempt to take account of the accumulation of stock, or what today would be called capital. If the deer hunter requires no more than an inexpensive rifle, while the beaver hunter needs a boat and costly traps, then a ratio of 1 beaver to 2 deer will hardly compensate the beaver hunter adequately for his investment and time. Somewhat more generally, agricultural production tends to be labor-intensive while industrial production is capital-intensive. Clearly, a system of prices based solely on the direct input of labor would impose an unacceptable burden on capitalists engaged in industrial production, who would find themselves not compensated for their investment in raw materials, machinery, tools, or indeed anything that did not come under the heading of labor costs. It was David Ricardo who broke his way through to the first plausible, full-scale theory of natural price in a modern industrial economy by explaining the rates at which commodities exchange in terms of the total labor required for their production, both the labor expended by workers in the present cycle of production and the labor expended in previous cycles on what is now the capital inputs. Ricardo described this as the labor bestowed on the raw materials, tools, and machinery, stored up or embodied in them and transmitted to the finished product in the process of manufacture. The idea is intuitively clear and appealing, although, as we shall see, not at all simple. The thread that is woven into cloth, together with the loom on which it is woven, are themselves the products of labor expended at an earlier time. If a loom will last long enough to weave 10,000 yards of cloth, then 1/10,000th of the labor required to produce the loom is, indirectly, required for the production of each yard of cloth woven with it. Hence, when we calculate the labor needed for a yard of cloth, we must remember to add in that bit of labor indirectly required. Of course, the production of the loom itself took wood and tools as well as labor, so we must not forget to include in our sum the labor it took to gather and prepare the wood, and the labor required to make the tools with which the loom was produced. And so on, back and back. All the labor required, directly as well as indirectly, no matter how indirectly, must be taken into account when we ask for the labor costs of a yard of cloth. With this clarification in hand, Ricardo advanced a theory of the determination of natural price by labor costs. He said, The exchangeable value of the commodities produced is in proportion to the labor bestowed on their production, not on their immediate production only, but on all those implements or machines required to give effect to the particular labor to which they are applied. 98. This is a labor theory of natural price, or, in the terms used in the early 19th century, a labor theory of value. With a theory of natural price in hand, Ricardo hoped to be able to provide a precise answer to the fundamental question, how is the annual surplus divided up between the landlords and the capitalists? Following Malthus, Ricardo argued that the workers would receive only enough to permit them to subsist, hence the working class as a whole would get no share of the surplus. His idea was this: the prices of commodities are determined solely by the quantities of labor directly and indirectly required for their production. Since these requirements are a function of the available techniques of production, and nothing else, they will be unaffected by any changes in the division of the surplus. The surplus is distributed by means of the profit rate and the rent on land. These two economic magnitudes must therefore vary inversely. As rents go up, profits go down, and vice versa. As for wages, they will rise only in response to a rise in the price of food and other basics of subsistence. Anything which drives up the price of food, such as import duties, the so-called corn laws, will simply have the effect of driving down profits and slowing the rate of economic growth. The idea that the distributional variables, the wage, the profit rate, and rent, are independent of the technological variables, prices, is really very lovely, but unfortunately it is in general wrong, as Ricardo himself intuited. Reflecting on the matter discursively, since he lacked the mathematical tools for a precise analysis, Ricardo reasoned that the prices of commodities would fail to correspond to the amounts of labor required for their production when the time required to manufacture the goods and bring them to market varied from one industry to the next. The problem can be illustrated by a simple example. Imagine that we have two very different processes of agricultural production, grapes and artichokes, in each of which 100 hours of labor are expended during 1 year to produce 100 bushels of crop. Labor costs $10 an hour, and, for the sake of simplicity, we will assume rent is free, tools are free, and seeds or cuttings are free. In short, each process calls for $1,000 of labor expended over 1 year. If the society-wide profit rate is 10%, then each crop should sell at the end of the year for $1,100, or $11 per bushel. Suppose, however, that to grow grapes one must devote 90 hours of labor on the first day of the year carefully planting the cuttings, after which it requires only 10 hours of labor on the last day to harvest the grapes as they fall into waiting baskets. Artichokes, by contrast, can be planted merely by scattering the seed, a process that requires 10 hours of labor on the first day. Harvesting artichokes, however, is a very delicate process calling for 90 hours of labor on the last day. Neither crop requires any weeding, watering, or tending in the intervening 363 days, we may assume. It is not hard to see that the artichoke grower will, in a competitive capitalist economy, make more than 10% on his money if he is able to sell artichokes for $11 per bushel. Starting with $1,000, he will spend $100 on the first day of the year on labor. He will invest the other $900 at whatever the going rate of interest may be, 7%, let us suppose, and leave it there until the last day, when he will cash in his investment in order to be able to pay the workers who will harvest his artichokes. After he has paid the workers and has sold his artichokes at $11 per bushel, he will have, in addition to his $100 profit on the artichokes, an extra $63 from the 7% investment. His neighbor, the grape grower, has only $7 interest, for he was forced to lay out $900 for labor on day one, and hence had only $100 to invest. The long-term result, as any beginning economics student knows, will be a movement of capital from grapes to artichokes, a short-term shift in supply resulting in an adjustment of prices and, eventually, a stable equilibrium in which the price of a bushel of grapes rises above the price of a bushel of artichokes, despite the fact that each commodity requires exactly the same amount of labor per bushel. 99. As Ricardo says in the Principles, in a section devoted to the effects of fixed as opposed to circulating capital on price. The wheat bought by a farmer to sow is comparatively a fixed capital to the wheat purchased by a baker to make into loaves. One leaves it in the ground, and can obtain no return for a year, the other can get it ground into flour, sell it as bread to his customers, and have his capital free to renew the same, or commence any other employment in a week. 100. The problem of the deviation of equilibrium or natural prices from labor values defeated Ricardo's attempt to provide a theory of the distribution of the surplus in a capitalist economy. Although he clearly understood the nature of the difficulty, he lacked the analytical tools to arrive at a more satisfactory theory. During the half-century following the publication of the Principles in 1817, the subject of political economy actually retreated from the high-water mark of clarity achieved by Ricardo. The central theoretical problem of the determination of natural price remained unsolved, and, in addition, post-Ricardian economists lost sight of, or averted their eyes from, the objective conflict of interest among workers, landlords, and capitalists which Ricardo had announced in the opening paragraph of his great work. It was not an English political economist, such as John Stuart Mill, who carried forward the Ricardian project, but the Prussian émigré Karl Marx. For capital, whatever else it may be, is the last and greatest work of classical political economy. Karl Marx's completion and transformation of classical political economy. Karl Marx's response to the tradition of political economy which he inherited was complex and dialectical. With a quite brilliant and original insight, he saw a way simultaneously to bring the classical project to completion by formulating a satisfactory theory of natural price, and also decisively to transcend that tradition by demonstrating with analytical rigor that the processes of capitalist reproduction and accumulation rested on the exploitation of the working class. In this way, he hoped to show, against the classicals, that capitalism was fundamentally unstable, driven by an inner dynamic of unbalanced growth to inevitable crisis and collapse. The key to a correct understanding of capitalism, Marx thought, was a question so simple as to have escaped the attention of Ricardo and his followers: whence profit? How does it come about that capitalists engaged in competition with one another emerge from each cycle of production and circulation richer than when they begin? The puzzle can be posed, with deliberate and elegant irony, in terms of the very theory of natural price that Ricardo had first enunciated and then called into question. Let us suppose, contrary to what we know to be the truth, that the labor theory of natural price is correct, that all commodities exchange at natural prices which are precisely proportional to the quantities of labor required for their production. Capitalists purchase their raw materials and tools at natural prices, combine them in averagely efficient ways, thereby transmitting to the finished product just the average amount of labor embodied in the inputs and required for production, and then sell the output once more at prices proportional to the quantities of labor embodied in them in the production process. On average, a capitalist will most certainly exit the market with a purse as fat as when he entered a year earlier, but no fatter. How can he possibly extract from the sale of his goods more value than has been embodied in them in the factory or on the farm? This puzzle, it must be noted, in no way arises from the complex deviation of prices from labor values that had troubled Ricardo. Indeed, quite the opposite is the case. The full mysteriousness of the emergence of profit is actually made more manifest in that case, if in fact there is one, in which prices are proportional to labor values, for then it is especially obvious that no new value can have crept into the commodity on its way to market. Our friend, Moneybags, must buy his commodities at their value, must sell them at their value, and yet at the end of the process must withdraw more value from circulation than he threw into it at starting. These are the conditions of the problem. Hic rotus, hic salta. 101. Marx's solution, of course, is to introduce into political economy the distinction between labor and labor power. Labor is the substance of value, so the classicals had claimed, and so Marx affirmed. What confers exchange value upon a commodity is the quantum of labor that has been expended on its production and thereby congealed within it. But the worker does not sell labor to the capitalist. He sells, or rather rents, his capacity to labor, his labor power. In return for a day's wages, the worker agrees to put his laboring capacity to work in the capitalist's factory for 1 day. Now the trick. The worker's labor power is bought and sold in the marketplace like any other commodity. Hence the processes of competition draw the market price toward the natural price, as they do with all commodities. What is the natural price of labor power? Well, by the hypothesis of Marx's project, all the natural prices in the market are proportional to the quantities of labor directly and indirectly required for their production. Hence the natural price of labor power must also be so determined. It takes food, clothing, and shelter to reproduce a worker's capacity to labor, and it takes labor to produce those means of subsistence. The natural price of labor power, therefore, will simply be, or be proportional to, the total quantum of labor required to produce a day's means of subsistence, at whatever standard of living biological need, competition, population pressures, and historical and social custom shall determine. If custom dictates a 12-hour working day, and technology demands 12 hours to produce a worker's means of subsistence for 1 day, then as much embodied labor will be used up when the worker's labor power is expended as is created thereby and embodied anew in the product. Clearly, no profit can come from such a transaction. But let us just suppose that it takes only 6 hours of labor, somewhere or other in the economy, to reproduce a worker's daily means of subsistence. In that case, since all commodities including labor power are exchanging at their labor values, the capitalist will have to part with wages equal to 6 hours of labor in return for the worker's labor power for 1 day, i.e., the capitalist will have to pay a money wage large enough to purchase commodities in which 6 hours of labor have been embodied. But when that labor power is consumed, or put to work, in the factory, it will create 12 hours of new labor, which will be embodied in the commodities produced in the factory. When the capitalist sells the output at its labor value, he will automatically appropriate 6 hours of labor equivalent for which he has not paid. Hey presto! As Marx would have it, the miracle of creation has been reenacted, something has come from nothing, and the capitalist has earned his profit. The worker, meanwhile, can hardly protest, for he, like all commodity producers, has been paid a just price for his product, a price exactly proportional to its labor value. Profit is merely the extra labor value, or surplus value, extracted from the workers in the process of production, embodied thereby in the commodities being produced, and realized, or cashed in, by the capitalists when they return to the market to sell their goods and purchase inputs for the next cycle of production. This is not yet a solution to Ricardo's problem, of course, for the argument, which continues throughout the entirety of Volume 1 of Capital, has proceeded from the assumption that Ricardo's discredited theory of price is correct. But now Marx makes his loveliest move. The theory of surplus value and exploitation, which has thus far been argued only for the case in which prices are proportional to values, provides the clue to an understanding of the real inner analytical connection between natural prices and labor values in the general case which stumped Ricardo. Prices most certainly do deviate from labor values, Marx agreed. Indeed, he insisted on the deviation, for it constituted for him one of the most striking evidences of the manner in which capitalism mystifies its appearance so as to obscure its exploitative foundations. However, No matter how widely the natural prices of commodities diverge from the quantities of labor required for their production, at the aggregate or society-wide level the fundamental identity of profit and surplus value remains unbroken. The total quantity of surplus labor time extracted from the workers and embodied in the commodities they produce exactly equals the total profit appropriated by capitalists throughout the economy, although in any single industry there may be no correspondence at all between the two magnitudes. Indeed, the mystification is carried farther still, for in a fully functioning capitalist economy, some of the profit is diverted to interest, ground rent, and other subsidiary forms of unearned income. Nevertheless, Marx asserts, the sum of the profits in all spheres of production must equal the sum of the surplus values. 102 natural prices, or prices of production, as Marx calls them, are formed by the effort of capitalists to achieve the highest possible rate of return on their capital, an effort which, in a competitive market, leads to the establishment of whatever system of prices will equilibrate the profit rate throughout the economy. Thus Marx completes the classical project by formulating a theory of natural price which applies even to the cases in which prices deviate from labor values, and he also transcends it, by showing that the normal workings of capitalism presuppose not justice but exploitation. Under what conditions, if any, does Ricardo's theory hold? Marx has an answer to this puzzle as well. Prices will correspond to labor values, he says, when each industry in the economy exhibits the same balance between the quantity of labor embodied in the direct labor inputs required for production and the quantity of labor embodied in the tools, raw materials, and machinery used up. This balance, which Marx titled the organic composition of capital, is thus the key to a correct analysis of price formation. Was Marx right? Neither Ricardo nor Marx offers anything that would today be considered a proof for the theoretical claims he makes. Ricardo's discussion is entirely discursive and informal. Marx attempted to work through a number of elaborate arithmetical examples, some extending over scores of pages, but he was hampered by lack of suitable formal tools, repeatedly stumbling into contradictions. As a consequence, it is impossible to tell even from a careful reading of the thousands of pages of material dating from the late 1850s and 1860s whether Marx's central theses are correct. One supposed difficulty can be cleared up even without modern techniques of analysis. Early readers of Volume 3 of Capital thought they saw a contradiction between Marx's assumption in Volume 1 that commodities exchange at their labor values and his explicit recognition in Volume 3 that they do not. This, however, is simply a mistaken reading. As Marx clearly states in a number of places, Volume 1 is deliberately written from the simplified assumption of the proportionality of prices and labor values in order to focus attention on the prior puzzle concerning the origin of profit. Only after the solution of this puzzle has yielded the concept of surplus value can the better known but less important problem of the deviation of prices from labor values be cleared up. Even with this confusion set to one side, however, the question remains whether Marx's solution to the Ricardian problem can be established. Is the aggregate total of profit appropriated by the entire capitalist class really exactly equal to the total surplus value extracted from the workers in the sphere of production? Clearly, the way to answer this question, and many others concerning Ricardo's and Marx's political economy, is to find some way of determining quantitatively both the labor values of commodities produced in a capitalist economy and the natural or equilibrium prices at which they will exchange under conditions of competition. Once these magnitudes are ascertained, it should be possible to define, in terms of them, such associated concepts as surplus value, organic composition, profit rate, and wage rate. Then we can check to see under what conditions, if any, the claims made by Ricardo and Marx hold true. The great achievement of the modern economic theorists of linear reproduction models is precisely to give formal quantitative definitions of these and other key terms of the classical theories so that their theses can be either rigorously established or else decisively refuted. The full mathematical treatment requires linear algebra, and hence is inaccessible to those who are not familiar with that tool, but the essence of the modern reconstruction can be captured quite easily with the use of nothing more than the elementary technique, taught now in high school algebra, of solving 2 or 3 simultaneous equations in the same number of unknowns. To see how Leontiev, Sraffa, and their followers reconstruct the classical tradition, let us consider an economy so simple, but not therefore primitive, that in it only 2 sorts of things are produced, which we shall call corn and tools. If such an economy is impossible to call to mind, readers may think of this as a 2-sector model in which we distinguish merely the agricultural sector, corn, and the industrial sector, tools. The classical economists make a number of simplifying assumptions which run counter to the simplifying assumptions familiar to students of modern economic theory. Those who have studied economics from, let us say, Paul Samuelson's text, will be accustomed to thinking of agricultural production as involving a combination of land, labor, and tools in varying proportions. The farmer can choose to use more labor on a plot of land and fewer tools, Samuelson and his cohorts tell us, or more tools and less labor. Out of this assumption of variable proportions of inputs emerges the familiar notion of marginal product, with all its attendant mysteries, both graphic and mathematical. The classical economist makes the opposite simplification. Instead of pretending that there are infinitely many ways of growing corn, an assumption that permits us to employ the calculus of variations in our analysis, he ignores the fact that 2, 3, or 4 techniques are currently being used side by side, and instead posits a single technique of production for each different kind of good produced in the economy. Each theoretical approach involves some deviation from reality, but the classical alternative is considerably closer to what actually goes on, and can, in fact, be made to fit reality very closely by minor analytical adjustments. Assuming there is only one technique for producing corn and one for producing tools in the simple economy we are imagining, we can now make things even simpler by ignoring every aspect of the production process except the amounts of each input that are required to yield the annual output. In the agricultural sector, for example, we can suppose that labor, seed corn, and tools are used to grow corn, with some number of tools wearing out and having to be replaced each year. Purely as an exercise, let us suppose that 300 metric tons of corn are produced each year, and that their production requires 100 units of labor, 2 metric tons of seed corn, and 16 tools. We may summarize this input/output relationship thus. Corn sector, 100 labor 2 corn 16 tools equals 300 corn. Let us also assume that 90 tools are produced annually, requiring 90 units of labor, 9 metric tons of corn, which, in this simple model, has the convenient and miraculous capacity to serve indiscriminately as seed corn or as iron ore, and 12 tools, which is to say, iron sector, 90 labor 9 corn 12 tools equals 90 iron. Finally, since we must take account of what is consumed by the workers, let us suppose that in order to replenish his or her capacity to do 1 unit of work, a worker must consume 2/10 of a metric ton of corn and 1/10 of a tool. The precise nature of a tool which can be used for agricultural production, for industrial production, and also as an item of worker consumption can be left to the imagination of the reader. Treating worker consumption in a fashion parallel to that of agricultural and industrial input, a distinctive mark of the classical approach, we may summarize our suppositions as in Table 1. Inspection of this little system reveals that in each cycle of production, 251 units of corn and 43 units of tools are left as surplus after the inputs, including worker consumption, required for the next cycle are deducted. This surplus, according to the classical economists, will become the object of a three-cornered struggle among workers, landlords, and capitalists. Let us first consider how we might go about calculating the quantities of labor directly and indirectly required for the production of unit quantities of iron or corn, using only the data contained in Table 1. Since these magnitudes are at the moment unknown, we can treat them as variables, in the algebraic sense. Tradition dictates that we use the Greek letter lambda, for labor, with appropriate subscripts, to stand for the labor values of our commodities. We shall therefore let x stand for the quantity of labor directly and indirectly required to produce 1 unit of corn, which is to say, the labor value of corn. Similarly, T will stand for the labor value of tools. The row of our table labeled corn sector tells us that 100 units of labor must be combined with 2 units of corn and 16 units of tools to produce 300 units of corn. Now, each unit of corn embodies or has had bestowed upon it an amount of labor, directly and indirectly, which we are assuming to be equal to the magnitude C. Furthermore, each unit of tools embodies an amount of labor which we are setting equal to, hence, the data for the corn sector can be rendered algebraically by the equation 100 plus 2C plus 16T equals 300C, which says that the 100 units of labor directly employed, when added to the 2C of labor embodied in the corn inputs and the 16T of labor embodied in the tools input, equal the 300C of labor embodied in the final output of the corn sector. Precisely analogous reasoning enables us to write an equation representing the direct and indirect labor inputs and output in the tools sector. 90 plus 9C plus 12T equals 90T. Equations 1 and 2 form a system of two equations in two unknowns. Using the techniques of elementary algebra, we can determine the values of the variables C and T that solve or satisfy the equations. As may easily be checked, the solution to the system is C equals 0.4. T equals 1.2. Elementary though the mathematics may be, this is really a remarkable result. By specifying the input requirements of the production techniques used in our little corn/tools economy, we are able to calculate precisely the quantities of labor directly and indirectly required for the production of unit amounts of corn or tools. Despite his fascination with mathematics, and the endless inventiveness of his examples, Marx is nowhere able to give this sort of quantitatively precise definition of the notion of the labor value of a commodity. 103 Notice, incidentally, that in calculating the labor value of corn and tools, we made no use whatsoever of the information concerning the real wage. The labor value of commodities is thus independent of what the workers consume. These calculations, and others like them of a more complicated nature, permit us to evaluate a number of Ricardo's theoretical claims. However, we are not yet in a position to determine the truth of the labor theory of value, for we have not calculated the natural prices that would rule in our corn/tools economy. To carry out this calculation, we must add a number of powerful behavioral assumptions to the technical data summarized in our table. Briefly, we must assume that producers and consumers are rationally self-interested, that both have, or can acquire, virtually perfect information about product characteristics, prices, and investment opportunities, that no laws or customs impede the free movement of capital or the market-determined fluctuation of prices, and so forth. In short, we must assume that we are talking about a capitalist economy. Finally, we must assume, for the sake of simplicity, that there is a single quality of labor offered in the economy which commands a single system-wide wage rate. In such an economy, each capitalist buys his inputs at their natural price, places on his finished goods a profit markup equal to the natural profit rate throughout the economy, and sells his output at a price that just covers his costs and his profits. Thus, using the symbols PC and PT for the prices of corn and tools, W for the wage, and for the profit rate, producers in the corn industry exhibit the following relationship of input costs to output price. 100 W plus 2 PC plus 16 PT, 1 plus, equals 300 PC. Similarly, the tools industry exhibits the following relationship. 90 W plus 90 PC plus 12 PT, 1 plus, equals 90 PT. Equations 3 and 4 form a system of two equations in four unknowns, namely, the two prices, the wage rate, and the profit rate. As every school child knows, such a system cannot be solved for determinate values of the variables. It is, to use a term that has become familiar from other contexts in social theory, undetermined. A step can be taken toward making the system determinate by choosing one of the two commodities and treating it as the money in the system. Suppose we let corn be our money, and express the price of everything else, tools, labor, in terms of corn. This is, after all, what is done when silver, say, is selected as money, and all prices are expressed in pounds sterling. Corn will then arbitrarily be assigned a price of 1, and the price of tools will actually express the number of units of corn it takes to buy 1 unit of tools. When we set PC equals 1, the equations reduce to 5, 100W plus 2 plus 16 PT, 1 plus, equals 300. 6, 90W plus 9 plus 12 PT, 1 plus, equals 90 PT. This pair of equations still has one variable too many. We could, at this point, introduce a new equation derived from the data concerning the wage in our table, but according to Ricardo, we need not do this, for variations in the wage or profit rate do not affect prices. Only changes in the facility of production, what we have been calling the technology, will affect relative prices, he claims. Do these equations bear Ricardo out? Remarkably, the answer is yes. If one tries to solve these equations for the price of tools, PT, using the so-called quadratic formula and remembering that in economics only positive prices are meaningful, the wage variable, W9 drops out of the calculations, and we find that the price of tools PT equals 3, which is to say, 3 units of corn, the price ratio of tools to corn is 3/1. This result confirms two of Ricardo's hypotheses, at least for the little economy we have constructed. First of all, the ratio of prices, 3/1, equals the ratio of labor values, 1.2/0.4. And second, since the prices can be ascertained independently of any information concerning the wage, it follows that variations in the wage have no effect on prices. Finally, and most important, when we substitute the price of iron into either of our equations and simplify, we discover that the relationship between the profit rate and the wage rate is given by 7, 1 plus equals 6/2W plus 1. As the wage, W, increases, 2W plus 1, increases, and therefore 6/2W plus 1, decreases. Hence, decreases. And conversely. Thus the wage and the profit rate are inverse to one another, which means that when the capitalist class gains, the working class loses. But in general, Ricardo believed, prices are not proportional to labor values. Quite true. Our model was deliberately constructed to exhibit Ricardo's original ideas. If we alter the input figures in the model, for example, by requiring a bit less labor per unit of corn, we find that we cannot solve the equations, for the wage variable, W, does not drop out of our calculations. In fact, before we can solve the equations, we must specify some wage, either by stipulating that the workers get a certain amount of money per unit of labor or else by actually itemizing the market basket of goods they consume per unit of labor. When this is done, the equations can be solved, and it then turns out, just as Ricardo thought, that the natural or equilibrium prices of commodities deviate significantly from their labor values. Can we test Marx's theses as well? Certainly. Recall that the workers in our original model receive a real wage, or market basket of goods, consisting of 2/10 of a unit of corn and 1/10 of a unit of tools per unit of labor. Since the labor value of corn is 0.4 and that of iron is 1.2, it follows that the labor value of the real wage is 0.2, that is, 0.4, 0.2, plus, 1.2, L. This is the cost, in labor, of producing a unit of labor itself. Since each unit of labor expended in production embodies a full unit of labor in the final product, 1 to 0.2, equals 0.8 units of surplus labor are extracted by the capitalists from each unit of labor input. With 190 units of labor expended in the system as a whole, 152 units of surplus labor value are extracted from, or pumped out of, in Marx's colorful phrase, the workers in each cycle of production. In the corn sector, 80 units of surplus value are extracted, and in the tools sector 72 units. In this little model, it turns out that surplus value equals profits in each sector. 104 in general, as Marx well knew, this was not true, precisely because prices might deviate from labor values. But, Marx replied, the interconnection between surplus value and profits remained unbroken at the level of society as a whole, for the aggregate surplus value extracted from the entire workforce exactly equaled the total profit appropriated by the capitalist class. This is Marx's single most important theoretical claim, and with the techniques outlined here, we are finally in a position to evaluate it and determine whether it is true or false. Was Marx correct? The answer is rather complex, but with the help of the modern analytical techniques outlined in this essay, we can in fact be very precise. In general, Marx was wrong. If we construct a little multi-sector linear reproduction model, specify a real wage bundle, and carry out the calculations of prices, labor values, surplus value, and profits dictated by the technical data of the system, we will usually discover that total surplus value in the system does not equal total profit. However, Marx's thesis is right for an intriguing set of economies whose structure exhibits just the proportions required for balanced economic growth. The matter is a bit too complex to lay out here, but what we can say is that if capitalists devote all of their profits to economic growth, and workers earn only a subsistence wage, then the forces of competition will bring the economy into such a relative balance of the several sectors that total surplus value will equal total profits. Marx did not know this, of course, but it is extraordinary that his central thesis, enunciated with no formal precision whatsoever, should turn out to bear so intimate a relation to the condition of balanced growth which plays a major role in modern economic theory. 105. We are thus in a position, at long last, to settle definitively what has come to be known as the transformation problem. There are actually two distinct problems lodged under this rubric. The first is the problem of specifying precisely, mathematically, how labor values are transformed into prices by the operations of a competitive market and the capitalists' pursuit of the highest rate of return on their capital. Marx attempted to work this process out by example, but as we have already noted, he fell into hopeless error by failing to take account of the fact that input prices, as well as output prices, would show the effects of the distortion of prices away from labor values. 106. The problem is actually not difficult to solve, using modern algebra. With some manipulations of the labor value and price equations of a linear reproduction system, one can state explicitly the formal relationship between the set of equilibrium prices ruling in the economy and the labor values, and real wage, dictated by the technology. 107. The second problem referred to as the transformation problem is the task of proving that Marx was right in thinking that profits, rent, and interest are merely surplus labor value transformed and redistributed, but nevertheless quantitatively equal in the aggregate. This task, as we have just seen, is impossible. In general, total surplus value does not equal total profit. Results and prospects. With the classical tradition analytically reconstructed, and the precise status of Marx's central theses established, it has in recent years been possible for Marxist economists to evaluate subsidiary claims in capital and to extend the insights of the tradition by raising questions not adequately addressed by Ricardo or Marx. It has also been possible for theorists to confront the relationship between Marx and the classical tradition, an issue about which there is continuing controversy. The major consequence of the modern reconstruction of Marx, however, overshadowing even these achievements, has been the emergence of a serious, analytically rigorous alternative to the dominant marginalist approach of the Walrasian/Marshall-Lean school. Marxist economists now have a powerful reply to the previously unanswerable establishment question: if not our way, then what? Much of the technically most sophisticated work in the modern Ricardian/Marxist school has aimed at lifting the extremely narrow simplifying constraints of the sorts of linear reproduction models sketched above, so that the theses of Ricardo and Marx can be tested against assumptions closer to reality. The corn/tools economy which we have just analyzed, for example, has no fixed capital, no tools, machinery, and factories that continue to function productively for more than one annual cycle. Piero Sraffa and John von Neumann independently hit upon a device for introducing fixed capital into linear models. Essentially, they proposed to treat fixed capital as a species of joint production. Thus a factory using a new loom, thread, and labor to produce cloth could be analyzed as though it were actually a factory using a new loom, thread, and labor to produce cloth and a one-year-old loom, just as a slaughterhouse can be viewed as producing both meat and hides, or a refinery as producing both gasoline and petrochemical products. 108. Marx, in keeping with the classical tradition, assumed that capitalism was moving toward the progressive descaling of artisans and the reduction of the heterogeneous workforce to a single level of semi-skilled labor. This assumption is reflected in our corn/tools model by the appearance of a single variable, W, for the wage rate. Marx brushed the problem aside with the remark that skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified, or rather, as multiplied simple labor, a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. 109 Modern theorists, however, have developed analytically more satisfactory explications of the relationship between skilled and unskilled labor, leading to the important conclusion that in a complex economy with several skill levels of labor compensated at different wage levels, there may actually be relative exploitation of one segment of the workforce by another, in addition to capitalist exploitation of labor. 110. Modern techniques of analysis have also permitted Marxist theorists to advance the debate concerning Marx's most controversial thesis, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Ricardo and the classical economists, observing, as they thought, a steady decline in the profit rate, had explained it as a consequence of the ever greater diversion of the stream of profits into the coffers of landlords. According to Ricardo, as population increases pressed on food supplies, less and less fertile land was being drawn into cultivation. Rents rose on the more fertile lands, and landlords, enjoying an unproductive monopoly of the scarce lands, were appropriating larger and larger shares of the social surplus. Eventually, he thought, those rents would choke the economy, bringing economic growth to a virtual halt and instituting that nightmare of the early capitalist imagination, the steady state. Marx agreed with the classical thesis that the profit rate tended to fall under capitalism, but his explanation was quite different. Since profits were simply surplus labor time extracted from the workers, the rate of profit depended on the proportion of living labor to dead labor in the production process. No profits, he argued, could be extracted from the constant capital in which previously expended labor had been embodied. Only from living labor, the efforts of workers in the current period of production, could profits be extracted. Technological progress, however, Marx believed, by and large involved the substitution of machinery for labor, and hence capitalism moved inexorably toward a greater share of non-labor to labor inputs. The inevitable result would clearly be a decline in the rate of profit. In the short run, of course, there might be countervailing tendencies, such as improvements in the efficiency of production of wage goods, which would cheapen labor and increase the amount of surplus value that could be extracted from the workers. But these counter-tendencies, he was sure, would be swamped by the long-term decline in the ratio of labor to non-labor factors in production. The debate was moved to a new level of clarity and precision by N. Ocasio, who in 1961 published a proof that, under certain conditions of linear reproduction, the profit rate would necessarily rise, not fall, with the introduction of technological improvements. What Ocasio demonstrated was that in a single product, no rent economy, if a capitalist introduced a new technique that, at current prices, enabled him to earn more than the going rate of return, then after that technique was adopted by all the other producers in the same industry, and market forces had adjusted prices and the profit rate at new equilibrium levels, the profit rate would go up. This result directly contradicted Marx's claim, and seemed to put to an end the century-long argument. 111. Needless to say, no proof, however rigorous, really settles a theoretical question, and in the aftermath of Okishio's result, a lively debate has sprung up over the precise significance of the mathematics. Nevertheless, Okishio has permanently altered the terms of the dispute by his theorem, to the benefit of Marx's defenders and critics alike. 112. As some of the old disputes surrounding Marxian political economy have been resolved by the new modes of analysis, modern theorists have moved on to questions which either received no adequate treatment at all by Marx or else were only explored in suggestive but imprecise ways. One of the major issues not successfully confronted by classical and Marxian theory, nor by neoclassical marginalist theory either, needless to say, is the relationship between the exploitation of labor by capital in the factory and the relations of exploitation and domination in the family. Engels, of course, had written with sensitive detail about the conditions of family life under early capitalism, and many of his empirical findings and personal observations made their way into Capital, especially in such portions as the monumental chapter on the working day. Nevertheless, Marxian theory, like classical and modern economics, treated the family, for purposes of economic analysis, as a monadic unit of consumption and labor power production. Contemporary socialist feminist theorists, in recent years, have sought to explore the interior structure of the capitalist family, with results which, while somewhat fragmentary, are extremely promising. 113. There are enormous obstacles to providing an analysis, in terms of labor values and exploitation, of intrafamily relationships. Nevertheless, the new techniques of analysis make it possible to elevate the debate above anecdote and speculation to a rigorous formulation of the issues. Another central issue on which Marx's own writings are extensive, powerful, but analytically unclear is the relationship between exploitation and the capitalists' domination of the workers in the workplace. Much of Capital is devoted to moving accounts of the struggle by workers against the capitalists' efforts to intensify the work process, lengthen the workday, and in general extract more labor from the workers than was contracted for, in the marketplace, when the wage bargain was struck. Marx frequently gives the impression that the capitalist's profits depend on his success in this struggle, but as Marx must surely have recognized, this impression is completely false. In a capitalist economy, capitalists will make a profit even under conditions of utopian Benny Goodnighty, in which workers are required to deliver up in the factory not an instant more of time, not a calorie more of energy, than they agreed to in the marketplace. Profit rests upon the capitalist's control of the means of production, not on a relative power advantage in the struggle for domination in the factory. But if this is true, then we are left without any analytically clear understanding of the role of domination in capitalism. A number of recent papers by Marxist economists have initiated an exploration of this issue, with results that deepen and strengthen Marx's intuitive critique of capitalism. 114. A number of major issues remain. Chief among these, in my judgment, are two: the theory of capitalist crises, and the analysis of the nature and role of money and money capital in a capitalist economy. Marx was, of course, the crisis theorist par excellence, arguing that the inner structure of capitalism would impel it, in an uncontrolled striving for growth, into greater and greater economic crises. Nevertheless, despite his efforts, in Volume 2 of Capital, to work out the analytics of a theory of crisis, Marx never succeeded in exhibiting the inner connection between exploitation and crisis that his theory so clearly requires. The analytic connection between the modern theory of balanced growth and the conditions of the validity of the principle of the conversation of surplus value work against any deeper understanding of crises along Marxian lines, of course. Since Marx's central thesis is valid precisely when crises do not occur, namely, when an economy is advancing along a path of maximum balanced growth, we can have little hope that his analysis of the source of profit in exploitation will yield valuable insights into the conditions of the breakdown of capitalist production and circulation. As for the subject of money, this is one of the most vexing and baffling problems for any economic theory, classical, Marxian, or neoclassical. Marx had a great deal to say about money, of course, most notably in Volume 1, Chapter 3 of Capital, but also elsewhere in Capital, and throughout the Grundrisse. By an odd twist of historical convergence, he is one of the major early theorists of the so-called quantity theory of money, which lately has been the mainstay of right-wing economists. Marx had the deep philosophical insight to recognize the inherent craziness, or Verrücktheit, as he liked to say, of money. His discussion of the fetishism of commodities, in Chapter 1 of Capital, and his bitingly funny satirical accounts of the mysterious self-expansion of money capital, point toward a deepening of the theory of price and capital accumulation along philosophical, sociological, and even literary lines hardly dreamed of in the discipline of political economy. Nevertheless, Marx fails entirely to establish any connection between these richer speculations and the formal theory of natural price adumbrated in his writings. Whether modern Marxian theorists can make any advance on his account of money, capital, fetishism, and mystification remains to be seen. I titled these remarks "The Resurrection of Karl Marx, Political Economist," in order to express my conviction that Marx had, after nearly a century, re-emerged as a significant, contemporarily relevant theorist of capitalism. The flood of literature in recent years, mostly in books and journals of the economics profession, gives powerful evidence of that re-emergence. For virtually all of this century, the study of the structure and functioning of capitalism has been in the hands of technically gifted, formally rigorous apologists of the established order. Opponents of capitalism, lacking an alternative analytical framework within which to articulate their critique, have been reduced to that most feeble of all weapons, the moral protest. Even radical economists have learned their theory from Samuelson's Foundations and taught their students from his textbook. Now, thanks to the work of von Neumann, Sraffa, Morris Hima, and the others, Marx emerges once more as a major theorist of the political economy of capitalism, a powerful and fertile alternative to Walras, Marshall, Keynes, Samuelson, et al. Some recommendations for further reading. The modern analytical literature on Ricardian and Marxian political economy is sizable and growing so rapidly that any bibliography is quickly out of date. Nevertheless, it may be useful to make some bibliographical comments about the more prominent works, as a guide to those who would like to begin to explore the subject for themselves. Readers who do not have linear algebra, but who wish to understand the essential structure of the theoretical development from Adam Smith to Karl Marx, may consult my Understanding Marx, a critique and reconstruction of capital. Otherwise, it is assumed in the remarks to follow that the reader knows as much linear algebra as is necessary to understand the theory of eigenvalues and eigenvectors of non-negative square matrices. Historically, the central work is Production of Commodities by Means of Commodities, by Piero Sraffa, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1960, in which the linear reproduction model is given its first full-scale articulation. The book is short, less than 100 pages, including appendices and index, spare, and extremely abstract. Remarkably, Sraffa achieves a high level of theoretical power and rigor using nothing more than elementary algebra. Since Sraffa nowhere deigns to tell the reader the economic or historical significance of what he is doing, one must be fairly sophisticated about 20th century debates in economic theory to make much out of this work. The first book-length treatment in a Western language of Marx by a modern mathematical economist is Michio Morishima's important work, Marx's Economics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1973, completed earlier than, but appearing later than, the original Hungarian version of András Brody's work. Morris Hima undertakes to establish the inner analytical relationship between Marx's economic theories and the modern neoclassical theories of general equilibrium and balanced growth. I personally find Morishima's mathematics less easy to follow than that of some of the other authors discussed here, but his work is widely regarded as seminal, and ought to be consulted by anyone seriously interested in the subject. The best general introduction to, and survey of, the subject, together with important original contributions, is Luigi Pacinetti's Lectures on the Theory of Production, New York, Columbia University Press, 1977. Vicinity begins with a brief, but extremely helpful, historical survey, from the physiocrats through Ricardo and Marx. He then reviews the input/output theories of Leontief, and presents Sraffa's work in matrix algebra form. Vicinity includes a quite clear account of the famous capital controversy between Cambridge, England, and Cambridge, Massachusetts, in which he himself played a crucial role. A number of other books cover much the same ground as does Vicinity, with variations and differences in emphasis that make them especially interesting. Andras Brody, in Proportions, Prices, and Planning, New York, American Elsevier Publishing Co., 1974, approaches the reconstruction of Marxian theory from the perspective of an active participant in a planned economy, Hungary, indicating in the last chapter of his book the uses to which linear reproduction models can be put in the actual processes of economic planning. He places special emphasis on the duality, or correspondence, between physical quantities and price or value magnitudes. He also has an extremely useful, and quite rare, discussion of the problem of dimensionality in the equations of linear reproduction models. Gilbert Abraham Froese and Edmund Barabé, Theory of Value, Prices, and Accumulation, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1979, present a mathematically quite elaborate development of this material, with what appears to be the fullest and most precise treatment of the conditions under which the principle of the conservation of surplus value is valid. They too, like Brody, emphasize the duality of quantities and prices. Any of these books offers the reader a rigorous introduction to, and survey of, the analytical reconstruction of the classical and Marxian tradition in political economy. A book of a quite different character altogether is Ian Steedman's angry mathematical diatribe, Marx After Sraffa, London, NLB, 1977. Steedman is clear, simple, elegant, and furiously angry at those traditional British Marxists who cling to the labor theory of value in its original Marxian formulation, refusing to acknowledge either the validity or the relevance of the insights provided by Sraffa. Steedman uses simple 2- and 3-sector models, and the bare bones of linear algebra, to explain Sraffa's work and advance its theoretical case against the old line comrades. He is especially good at showing the ways in which the simple linear models of Sraffa can be extended to handle such problems as fixed capital, heterogeneous labor, and choice of techniques. His book is worth reading if only for the rare experience of passionate mathematics. Among American contributors to the new Ricardian/Marxist literature, the most ambitious and important is John Roemer, who published 2 books more or less simultaneously, Analytical Foundations of Marxian Economic Theory, Cambridge, Cambridge, University Press, 1981, and A General Theory of Exploitation and Class, Cambridge, Harvard University Press, 1982. Roemer's work, which is probably the mathematically most sophisticated of the works discussed here, is highly original and suggestive. The first book contains, among other things, an extended discussion and elaboration of Occascio's theorem concerning technical change and the profit rate, together with many other valuable, albeit rather technical, discussions of the subjects common to many of the works surveyed above. Most interesting, in my judgment, is Roemer's treatment of the concept of exploitation in the second book. Roemer actually has 2 distinct analyses of exploitation, the first of which employs game-theoretic notions to explicate in a quite original manner the nature of feudal, capitalist, and socialist, exploitation. The second analysis, using linear programming techniques, follows the more familiar line of identifying exploitation with the appropriation of labor time. Roemer demonstrates that, under certain conditions, exploitation can take place even without a labor market, a result that appears directly to contradict one of Marx's central theses. Several anthologies of papers have played an important part in the development of the modern reconstruction of Ricardo and Marx. First in the field is A Critique of Economic Theory, ed. E.K. Hunt and Jesse G. Schwartz, Harman Swarth, Penguin Books, Limited, 1972, which includes a widely quoted article by Alfredo Medio. Also useful are The Subtle Anatomy of Capitalism, cited above, and The Value Controversy by Steedman, Paul Sweezy, et al. London, Verso Editions and NLB, 1981. The leading journals for this field are the Cambridge Journal of Economics, as the footnotes in this essay will testify, and the Review of Radical Political Economics, published in the United States by the Union of Radical Political Economists, URPE. Essays in lieu of Stage 3. Introduction. Alas, I never completed my projected trilogy. Moneybags, in the poignant phrase of David Hume, fell stillborn from the presses. Hume was talking about a treatise of human nature, the greatest work of philosophy ever written in the English language. He was so deeply wounded by its reception, or lack of dame, that in his later years he actually disowned it, describing it as a product of his youth. The world by then having taken a turn to the right, what with Thatcher in England and Reagan in America, I concluded that the sell-by date for Marx had passed, and turned my energies to such things as the anti-apartheid campaign. Nevertheless, I continued to brood about the vision that had launched my study of Marx's writings, concentrating on the idea that social reality is unavoidably mystified and ideologically encoded. This thought led me into a study of the history of the development of index numbers, those aggregate measures, such as the Consumer Price Index and the unemployment rate, by which we seek to apprehend the hopeless complexity of modern society. I spent some time studying the manuals published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, in which the in-house economists, a very sophisticated group, detail the ways in which they measure the monthly unemployment rate and other indices. Along the way, I made contact via email with a closet radical deep in the bowels of the BLS who was happy to guide my search for deeper understanding. I also discovered two fascinating monographs on the theory of financial accounting. I cannot now recall how I stumbled on them, which led me to some fascinating exchanges with the Canadian author. Through a vigorous interpretation of his theoretical critiques, I arrived at a story about the way in which something resembling socialism is growing, as Marx predicted, within the womb of capitalism. In this section, I offer two essays that exhibit the ways in which my thought has been shaped by the study of Marx. The first is a critique of a book by the brightest of the so-called analytic Marxists, John Elster, who wrote a series of works in which he sought to rid Marx of his unfortunate German idealist upbringing and render his thought in spare, simple, philosophically acceptable methodologically individualist form. The second is a rather scathing critique of the thought of Hannah Arendt. I was invited to participate in a symposium at the New School of Social Research in honor of Arendt, who had died some years earlier. The reflections on index numbers, by the way, turn up in two places in these volumes: in Volume 3, as part of the collection of my writings on political theory, in an essay entitled The Indexing Problem, and in Volume 4, in a tutorial entitled The Study of Society. Methodological Individualism and Marx, some remarks on John Elster, Game Theory, and other things. In recent years, philosophers trained in the techniques and constrained by the style of what is known in the Anglo-American world as analytic philosophy have in growing numbers undertaken to include within their methodological ambit the theories and insights of Karl Marx. 12 years ago, Gerald Cohen startled the philosophical world with a tightly reasoned analytic reconstruction and defense of one of Marx's most influential and controversial teachings, historical materialism. 7 years later, Cohen's friend and colleague, John Elster, produced what may fairly be considered the definitive analytic philosopher's encounter with the thought of Marx. 116 I find Elster's book to be fundamentally a failure, despite its many virtues. It seems to me almost entirely to miss what is important in Marx's thought, frequently reducing it in the process to triviality, or, what is worse, to parody. 117 Now, stated thus baldly, my reaction might fairly be dismissed as a cheap shot, for Elster freely acknowledges the existence in Marx of depths and complexities which slip through his analytical filter. The problem, he thinks, is to find a way to translate Marx's rich, provocative, many-sided, but sometimes hopelessly metaphysically tainted theories, asides, apérisis insights, proposals, and rhetorical flourishes into something that will withstand the critical scrutiny of a sympathetic modern analytic philosopher. Since I believe Elster has failed, it is incumbent upon me not only to gesture grandly in the direction in which Marx's superior wisdom seems to lie, but actually to state with some precision what Elster has missed, and how we might succeed in reclaiming it for our day. Beyond that, we must ask whether the models and forms of analysis which Elster takes from the modern theory of rational choice are fundamentally unsuited to the task of making sense of Marx. Midway through the book, Elster writes the following words about his struggles with Marx's theory of ideology. They could as well have served as a general summary of the deeper philosophical purpose of the entire book. In my struggle with Marx's writings on ideologies, I have been constantly exasperated by their elusive, rhetorical character. In order to pin them down, I have insisted on the methodological individualism set out in the introduction, with results that may appear incongruous to some readers. Yet I fail to see any satisfactory alternative. A frictionless search for the function of ideologies or the structural homologies between thought and reality has brought this part of Marxism into deserved disrepute. To rescue it, and I strongly believe there is something here to be rescued, a dose of relentless positivism seems to be called for. 239. In the opening pages of the book, Elster summarizes the doctrine of methodological individualism which he endorses. By this, he says, I mean the doctrine that all social phenomena, their structure and their change, are in principle explicable in ways that only involve individuals, their properties, their goals, their beliefs, and their actions. Methodological individualism thus conceived is a form of reductionism. 5. Defenders of methodological individualism customarily ground their position on the ontological claim that only individuals are real, all else, corporations, institutions, states, societies, being in some way aggregates of individuals. Although Elster does invoke these considerations a page farther on 118, they are not offered by him as the primary reason for his adoption of the individualist method. Rather, he says, the rationale stems from the fact that in scientific explanation, there is a need to reduce the time span between explanans and explanandum, between cause and effect, as much as possible, in order to avoid spurious explanations. 5. I share Elster's commitment to methodological individualism, but for the ontological reasons, which are, I think, more compelling and more constraining than those arising from considerations of the requirements of scientific explanation. I am prepared to assert not merely that an explanation in terms of individuals is better, simpler, or in other ways more desirable than an explanation in terms of such collective entities as states, classes, and institutions, but also that the inability to unpack such collectivist accounts into their individualist components of itself demonstrates that they can be no more than provisional sketches designed to guide us in promising directions. Nevertheless, we need to ask a question that Elster seems never to think to ask, and having asked it, to stay for an answer. Why do serious, intelligent, clear-thinking social theorists like Marx, and like Emile Durkheim or Karl Mannheim, appeal to a language and style of explanation that seems, at least upon first examination, to violate the canons of individualist methodology to which one might otherwise imagine them to be committed? Let us grant, at least provisionally, that these men really had something authentic and important in view, that they were not misled by a faulty discourse or inadequate grasp of the tools of analysis, but rather were in the grip of an insight that they were unwilling to relinquish merely out of methodological piety. Rather than speaking dismissively and with a regrettable condescension of Marx's lack of intellectual discipline, 508, or of the omnipresent bias of wishful thinking in Marx's work, 438, it would be much more useful to take it as a working hypothesis that Marx really had his finger on something worth analyzing, so that we might, by following along with him critically but generously, come upon understandings that otherwise might be denied us. I begin with what I take to be the pivotal passage in Elster's book. A bit more than midway through the text, in a section entitled The Conditions for Collective Action, the following appears. The motivation to engage in collective action involves, centrally, the structure of the gains and losses associated with it for the individual. The gains and losses associated with collective action must, for the present purposes, be measured in terms of expected utility. Hence they depend both on the individual's estimate of the likelihood of success and failure and on the degree of risk aversion. 119 For the time being I assume that the utility derives from the material gains and losses for the individual himself. On these assumptions, then, the utility calculus of collective action is captured in three variables. The first is the gain from cooperation, defined as the difference between what accrues to the individual if all engage in the collective action and what accrues to him if none does. The second is the free rider gain, that is the difference between what he gets if all but him engage in collective action and what he gets if everyone does so. Finally, there is the loss from unilateralism, the difference between what he gets if no one engages in collective action and what he gets, such as punishment or costs of engaging in useless individual action, if he is the only one or among the few to do so. Other things being equal, the probability of collective action increases with the first of these variables and decreases with the second and third. Frequently, however, they do not vary independently of one another. In general, collective action will either be individually unstable, large free rider gains, individually inaccessible, large losses from unilateralism, or both. Since nevertheless such action does occur, we must try to understand how these obstacles are overcome. 351-2, 120. This passage perfectly captures the style and tone of Elster's analysis, superficially careful, precise, rigorous, apparently aware of the complexities of human motivation. In portions I have elided to save space, he recognizes the role of altruism, for example, a quantitative formalism lurking just below the surface. Clearly, Elster's language implies, if we insisted, he could put the whole thing into symbols, thereby removing the slightest vestige of subjective opinion from his analysis. And yet, the entire passage is utterly mad, a crackpot account that sounds as though it comes from Swift's account of the voyage of Lemuel Gulliver to Laputa, or from Anatole France's Penguin Island, or, worse still, from Robert Nozick's Anarchy, State, and Utopia. Think for a moment about what Elster is saying. Collective action, according to him, is individually unstable, individually inaccessible. As he says several pages later, in the midst of a discussion of the rationality of collective action, for collective action to take place so many conditions must be fulfilled that it is a wonder it can occur at all. 361. But the most casual survey of history and society shows us that collective action is the norm in human affairs. In every human group one can think of, collective action dominates the waking hours, and even the sleep, of every one over the age of 1.5 or 2. A little reflection will remind us that all of the productive activities of human beings are collective in character, even those of the fabled Robinson Crusoe. 121 All kinship interactions, sexual liaisons, all our activities of eating and warring, almost all religious activities and activities of artistic creation, reproduction, and appreciation, are collective in character. Voting, strikes, military campaigns, riots, cocktail parties, family vacations, all of these, on Elster's view, are so improbable that we can barely understand how they might, on rare occasions, actually happen. Clearly, there is something badly wrong with the theory of society that concludes that the norm is so abnormal that it is almost never likely to occur. Where does Elster go wrong? Elster's first problem is that he never actually defines the phrase collective action, despite the fact that the book is pretentiously quasi-formal, full of definitions, game theory jargon, allusions to payoff matrices and the like. Clearly, until we know with some precision what he means by the term, we cannot even begin to evaluate his claim that collective action is unlikely, albeit actual, nor can we determine in what sense, if any, Marx's explanations of collective explanation, or anyone else's, have violated the principles of methodological individualism. The core of the argument, such as it is, can be found in Chapter 6, Classes. Elster begins by defining class. After reviewing in a useful and interesting fashion some of the disputes that have grown up around the term, he offers the following definition: a class is a group of people who by virtue of what they possess are compelled to engage in the same activities if they want to make the best use of their endowments. 122. To say that classes are real, he explains a bit later, is to say that under certain conditions they tend to crystallize into collective actors, and this latter phrase, crystallizing into collective actors, is explained as meaning that they achieve class consciousness. 344. Thus far, not much light has been shed. In particular, we want to know what Elster understands by class consciousness. His rather bizarre answer is this: I define, positive, class consciousness as the ability to overcome the free rider problem in realizing class interests. 347. This is, to put it mildly, not what Marx and other social theorists have seemed to have in mind when they used the term class consciousness, but let us deal with Elster in his own terms, for the moment, and see whether we can figure out what he is saying. There are two difficulties with the definition he offers of class consciousness. The first is that he does not tell us what the free rider problem is, and the second is that he does not explain what one would have thought would be for him the extremely problematic notion of class interests. Consider first the so-called free rider problem. There are actually two free rider problems, not one. The first is a problem for those who want to get a group of people to act together in pursuit of some social, political, cultural, economic, religious, or other goal. The second is a theoretical problem of explanation for rational choice theorists. Elster, like most rational choice theorists, confuses the two. The practical free rider problem is that sometimes, when we are trying to get a group of people to pursue a goal, it is hard to get everyone to pitch in and do his or her part, because some individuals may figure that it can't make any noticeable difference if they slack off. Especially when the action involves considerable effort, or cost, or danger, or when the connection between the action and the end isn't very clear, this sort of thinking may pose a serious threat to the success of the effort. My admittedly limited experience suggests that relatively rarely can the problem be traced to deliberately selfish calculations in which individuals literally figure out that their dominant strategy is non-participation. Notice that this is a practical problem which only rises to the level of concern when large numbers of people are slackers. A strike, an election, a riot, even a family picnic, can survive some level of free riding, and experience tends to teach us when that level is likely to be exceeded, and when it is not. To cite one actual example from my own recent experience, when an organization I run conducted a telephone campaign to get out a vote and raise money, we were told by the marketing firm doing the calling that a 50% rate of pledge fulfillment was a reasonable expectation. Now, in fact, we experienced only a 40% fulfillment rate, which created some financial problems for us. But a 50% rate, which rational choice theorists do not even deign to discuss, would in real-world terms have been quite satisfactory. The theoretical free rider problem is this: if we make some very powerful, very restrictive assumptions about the utility functions of a group of individuals and about the canons of choice to which they conform their decisions, assumptions which amount, roughly, to the premises that individuals make choices solely on the basis of expected benefits to themselves, very narrowly construed, that they impute identical preference structures to all other individuals, that there is insufficient information or communication or enforcement procedures to affect individual choices, and that individuals choose so as to maximize expected benefits, then we can deduce that there are certain sorts of actions, requiring the active participation of large numbers of people, which will not occur. Strikes will be called, but no one will show up on the picket line. An election will be held, but no one will vote. The command will be given to charge the enemy emplacement at the top of the hill, but no one will move. A leader will cry, "To the barricades," but no one will budge. Now, the fact is that strikes, elections, infantry charges, and street rebellions do occur. So the theory of rational choice has a problem. Clearly, some of the premises of rational choice theory are wrong. Note, this is not a problem for the strike leaders, party bosses, second lieutenants, or revolutionaries. The group efforts they are trying to promote are, ex hypothesi, occurring. The problem is for the theorists, who must confront the fact that their theories entail conclusions which are disconfirmed by the facts. A little later, I shall address directly the question of just which premises of rational choice theory ought to be called into question. But first, we must try to decode the second phrase in Elster's definition, class interests. What are class interests, according to Elster, and what does it mean to realize class interests? An interest is a goal or end or aim or purpose that a purposive agent sets for itself, or, alternatively, that may, on some theory, be imputed to the agent despite the agent's unawareness of it. Elster understands how important this addendum is, and has some intelligent things to say about it. Since my disagreements with him do not turn on this aspect of the subject, I shall ignore it here. Any methodological individualist, such as myself, will presumably need to define, or explain, class interests in terms of the interests of individual persons. It is thus extremely puzzling that Elster does not directly address himself to this task, apparently considering it self-evident what a class interest might be. Our best evidence of what Elster has in mind, and the real indication, I think, of the real use he wishes to make of rational choice theory, appears in the section of Chapter 6 entitled The Rationality of Collective Action. Here, at some length, is the passage. On first principles, one should seek for micro-foundations for collective action. To explain the collective action simply in terms of the benefits for the group is to beg all sorts of questions, and in particular the question why collective action fails to take place even when it would greatly benefit the agents. The individual level explanations should be constructed according to the following heuristic principle. First, assume that behavior is both rational and self-interested. If this does not work, assume at least rationality. Only if this is unsuccessful too should one assume that individual participation in collective action is irrational. The basic problem confronting any group of people trying to organize themselves is that of the prisoner's dilemma. In its simplest form, it is a strategic game between any given individual and everyone else. To each of these actors, two strategies are available: to engage in the collective action or to abstain. For any pair of strategies chosen by the actors, there is a well-defined payoff, in expected material welfare, to each of them. In the matrix below, the first number in each cell represents my payoff and the second the payoff to each of the individuals included in everyone else. Here BA represents the gain from cooperation. Similarly, CB represents the free rider gain and AE the loss from unilateralism. Clearly, whatever everyone else does, it is in my interest to abstain. If all others engage in collective action, I can get the free rider benefit by abstaining, and if everyone else abstains, I can avoid the loss from unilateralism by abstaining too. Since the reasoning applies to each agent, in the place of I, all will decide to abstain and no collective action will be forthcoming. In one sense, the logic is compelling. If, I, the game is played only once, 2, the actors are motivated solely by the payoff in the matrix, and 3, they behave rationally, collective action must fail. By contraposition, we might look into the possibilities for collective action if the interaction is repeated several times, if the payoffs that motivate the actors differ from the material reward structure, and if the behavior is less than fully rational. It turns out that under all these conditions, collective action does become possible. The three cases correspond to what is referred to earlier as rationality cum selfishness, rationality simpliciter, and irrationality. 359-60. In light of these remarks, it would appear that by realizing class interests, Elster means moving from the suboptimal equilibrium of the prisoner's dilemma game to the Pareto preferred outcome of mutual trust and cooperation. Implicitly, but only implicitly, collective action is then action which achieves, or aims at, who is doing the aiming, the Pareto preferred outcome. This simply won't do. Indeed, it won't do for so many different reasons that it is a bit hard to know where to begin the critique. For purposes of organization, if no other, let me start with the most interior criticisms, those which accept Elster's framework of analysis, and then proceed to call that framework itself into question. Let us begin, where Elster does, with the much discussed, much misunderstood prisoner's dilemma. From a game theoretic point of view, the little payoff matrix which he introduces into the text is a complete mess. Here are some of the problems. 1. The matrix purports to represent payoffs in expected material welfare resulting from the 4 possible pairs of strategy choices. Elster forgets to tell us how the players rank these outcomes, so the matrix, as it stands, doesn't define a prisoner's dilemma game. Furthermore, since interpersonal comparisons of utility are, I presume, not being posited, the use of the same letters, A and B, for payoffs to both players is extremely misleading. To make the matrix represent a prisoner's dilemma, we must assume that the players have the following preference structure. I pass over the not insignificant fact that Elster fails to distinguish between the rank ordering of quantities of material welfare and the rank ordering of preferences for the player identified as I, CBAE, and for the player identified as everyone else, FBAD. 2. A prisoner's dilemma is a two-person game with no communication. It is assumed that this is a situation of choice under uncertainty, which means that the outcomes are well defined, the strategy options are well defined, and the players' preferences are well defined, but the players have no way of estimating the probability that other players will select particular strategies. In the present case, this means that neither player can make a reasoned estimate of the probability that the other players will choose to coordinate on a policy of mutual engagement in collective action. But although this may very well model a laboratory situation in which subjects recruited from a university campus are run through little artificial games, it completely fails to model the actual situation of a platoon, a union local, a family, or an electorate. Note, this is not to say that such real-life groups act irrationally. Quite to the contrary, it would be wildly irrational for a group of voters, workers, or soldiers to ignore what they know about one another, what they remember of their past interactions, and what they have communicated to one another. The prisoner's dilemma, mesmerizing though it may be, simply is not a model of group action. 3. A prisoner's dilemma is a game defined by a 2x2 matrix, which means that it is a game in which each player has only 2 strategies. It is actually very difficult for those unfamiliar with game theory to grasp just how reductively, absurdly, uninterestingly simple a game must be in order to offer only 2 strategies to each player. By way of example, consider the following silly little game, which I invented to make my point. There are 2 players, A and B, who start with a pile of 4 matchsticks. A move consists of removing either 1 or 2 matchsticks from the pile, and players move alternately, who goes first being decided by a coin toss. The player who removes the last remaining matchsticks loses. The longest the game can last is 4 moves, 2 for A and 2 for B. The shortest is 2 moves, 1 apiece. Not a very interesting game, certainly not as interesting as the game of getting 80 million people to vote, or the game of getting 3,000 workers to strike, or even the game of getting 11 soldiers to charge a hill defended by a machine gun nest. And yet in this little game, A has 12 strategies, B has 12 strategies, and the payoff matrix is a 12x12 matrix with 144 boxes, leaving to one side nature's choice of heads or tails, which would require a third dimension to represent. The degree of simplification and abstraction needed to construe a situation as capable of being modeled by a 2x2 matrix is such that there is almost certain to be no interesting connection between the model and any social, political, or economic reality. 123. 4. Elster puts on a fine show of formalist rigor with his equating of the quantity, BA, to the gain from cooperation, and so forth. These quasi-quantitative formulae have any meaning at all only if we are talking about a 2-person game in which each player has only 2 strategies. If, as must certainly be the case in the real world, there are many players, each with many strategies, then the meaning of gain from cooperation or loss from unilateralism loses all precise meaning, and becomes a metaphor without a referent. To see that this is so, consider a very slightly more realistic game, called strike. The game has three players, A, who is the strike leader, and B and C, who are the followers. The game has four moves. A goes first, and either calls a strike, or doesn't. B, who goes second, must go along with A if A doesn't call a strike, but may choose either to join or not join a strike if A calls one. C goes third, and has the same options as B, but with the difference that C knows what B has done. Finally, A goes again, and can either affirm or cancel a strike in light of what B and C have done, assuming that A has called a strike on the first move. In this little game, A turns out to have 17 strategies, B has 2, and C has 4. A payoff matrix would therefore have to be a three-dimensional array, 17x2x4, with 136 boxes, in each of which would be entered a triad of numbers or letters representing A's, B's, and C's evaluations of the particular one of the 9 possible outcomes arrived at by the intersection of the three strategies corresponding to the row, column, and depth, or whatever, intersecting at that box. There is nothing in this game quite so simple as the gain from cooperation, the free rider gain, or the loss from unilateralism, even assuming one could define the appropriate cardinal measures of utility. 5. Elster completely confuses his own formalism by describing the second of each pair of payoff entries as representing the payoff to each of the individuals included in everyone else. But this simply won't do. If all the others are independent players, then this is an n-person game, not a two-person game. And if everyone else really is a group acting as a group, with two strategies, then all those people have, ex hypothesis, solved the problem of acting collectively, in which case what the odd person out does is of relatively little interest. To see how confused Elster's account actually is, consider this passage, appearing immediately after the definition of class consciousness as the ability to overcome the free rider problem. The problem, he says, is that the individual can reap a greater reward if he abstains from the action to get the benefits without the cost. This generates a conflict between the interest of the individual class member and that of the class as a whole. 347. 124. But what can the phrase "that of the class as a whole" possibly mean for Elster? If the logic of free riding leads everyone to defect, then the problem is not a conflict between the interest of the individual and the interest of the class as a whole. On Elster's own view, the problem is a suboptimal outcome for each individual. The conflict is between what the individual wants and what she gets. The notion of class interest does not enter. It is precisely here that Elster's failure to explain the notion of class interest leads him into confusion. It is clear that no aggregative function, such as average utility or total utility or a weighted average of utilities, is going to do the trick, even if we allow interpersonal comparisons of cardinal utility. In fact, this problem helps us to see why the prisoner's dilemma has such an appeal for him. In that little game, there are only two players and no pre-play communication, hence, there are no aggregation problems and no possibilities of side payments, etc. In the n-person case, however, very sticky theoretical puzzles arise which powerfully resist plausible analysis by the models of game theory. We could continue to give instances of Elster's misuse, or lack of understanding, of the terminology and formalism of game theory 125, but it is more useful to try to locate the source of the inadequacy of his methodology. The real problem, I suggest, is an incorrect notion of the self which is engaged in action, collective or otherwise, and a consequent inability to understand how individuals conceive of their situation, or formulate the goals of their action. Elster is quite right that we should, on principle, seek micro-foundations, even though, as he points out, one must avoid premature reductionism because collective action may simply be too complex for individual-level explanations to be feasible at the current stage. 359. He is also correct, in my judgment, in asserting that we ought to begin by assuming that behavior is rational, although not in the sense of being calculatively maximizing behavior. Rather, we should assume that behavior is rational in the sense of being purposive, goal-oriented, guided by considerations of instrumentality, that the individuals whose behavior we wish to understand could, at least in principle, give a coherent account of why they are acting as they are, by reference to what they seek to achieve and how they expect what they are doing to advance their goals. The problem starts with Elster's inclusion of the assumption that behavior is self-interested. To see what is wrong with this assumption, let us return to the prisoner's dilemma. Formally speaking, a prisoner's dilemma is a two-person game, with two strategies for each player, in which the players prefer the outcomes in the pattern indicated above. Any two-person game, with two strategies per player, with preferences for payoffs conforming to this pattern is a prisoner's dilemma. But there is a little story that gives this formal structure its name, and that little story contains more information than ends up being encoded in the payoff matrix. It is that extra information that is the source of the difficulty. The story, as everyone knows, concerns a pair of criminals who are nabbed in a robbery, held separately in jail cells, and presented by the district attorney with a set of threats and promises concerning the jail sentences they will receive if each of them does or does not turn state's evidence. The outcomes resulting from the criminals' various strategy choices are expressed in the number of years they may receive as sentences. The unspoken assumption which underlies the game is that each criminal ranks outcomes solely according to the length of his sentence, or hers, but the little story is always told about two men, preferring a shorter to a longer sentence. It is thus assumed that neither criminal is willing to serve as little as another minute in jail even in order to keep his buddy from going to the gas chamber. It is these assumptions that allow us to translate the story into a payoff matrix. 126. But rationality does not require that individuals rank outcomes in this way. Indeed, even self-interest, broadly enough construed, does not imply the utility functions assumed to be operative in the prisoner's dilemma. To see how things might be different, consider another game, which consists of two violinists playing the Bach double concerto. Let us suppose that each violinist can choose between playing as fast as possible, or playing a tempo. There are four possible outcomes. If both play as fast as they can, the result is a musical fiasco, but a personal standoff. Neither is humiliated by having been shown up as incapable of presto playing. If both play a tempo, the result is beautiful music. If one plays fast and the other plays a tempo, the result is personal triumph for the first and humiliation for the second, and, of course, musical disaster. Now imagine two pairs of players playing this game. The first consists of David and Igor Oistruk, who in fact produced a transcendently beautiful recording of the composition, and the second consists of Beverly Shumack and myself at Mrs. Zacharias's annual parlor recital for her violin pupils in the late spring of 1946. Beverly and I will simply report, treated the event as a prisoner's dilemma, in more senses than one, with the result that we raced as fast as we could to the end of the piece. Since she was on her way to a career as a concert performer, and I, to put it mildly, was not, she won the race. The result was not music. The Oistruks, on the other hand, had a different preference structure. They were engaged in a collective activity, the making of beautiful music. For them, the joint playing of the concerto a tempo was the most preferred outcome. A madcap presto performance, we may imagine, came next, and the two other outcomes were treated as indifferently worst. The result was a coordination game in which the purely game-theoretic aspects of the coordination were trivially easy, inasmuch as each could only lose by defecting from the strategy of playing a tempo. I leave to one side the non-game theoretic aspects of the effort to play the Bach double, which were also easy for them, but would be distressingly difficult for me. Note that there is no question here of altruism, or self-denial. Indeed, although Igor was David's son, they could just as well have been mortal enemies, so far as the problem of coordination was concerned. Each is engaged in goal-oriented, purposive, self-interested action, i.e., each is acting rationally. But since the goal that each pursues is the mutual and collective making of beautiful music, they coordinate rather than frustrate one another. The same point can be made with regard to the free rider problem. It must puzzle Elster how a large symphony orchestra can ever play the Brahms second. After all, we can imagine him reasoning, no one but a Toscanini, and certainly not Sigiazzara, will notice if a single second violinist puts soap on his bow and only pretends to play. But then, by parity of reasoning, the entire second violin section will soap up, and the orchestra will fall flat. No doubt some orchestral musicians, long in the tooth and cynical besides, might reason this way. But most orchestra players have, as their first preference, to get paid for a first-class performance in which they participate. Professional violinists do not begin to exhibit negative marginal utility for playing the violin until long past the limits of a Brahms symphony. I leave to one side the question of a Mahler symphony. It is entirely possible, indeed, it is, I suggest, usually actual, that men and women will have, in this sense of the term, collective goals in the pursuit of which they engage in collective action. Nothing in the having of such goals requires us to posit any entities save individual persons, nor is the pursuit of such goals in any sense irrational. Indeed, the pursuit of such goals is not even altruistic or non-self-interested. David Oistrakh does not play a tempo out of a selfless putting of his son's interests ahead of his own. He plays a tempo because he aims at a goal, the collective creation of beautiful music, which cannot be reached in any other way. But, Elster will reply, romantic sentimentality to one side, a worker does not engage in strikes because he has adopted it as his goal to raise everyone's wages in a just and equal manner through joint action. If he did, there would be no free rider gain. He engages in strikes in order to raise his wages. The raising of everyone else's wages may be a necessary means to his end, one which he will therefore support. But on the assumption that there are costs associated with committing oneself to a strike, he will ever be on the lookout for a way of obtaining the benefits, higher wages for himself, without incurring the costs. Now, the plain fact of the matter is that this objection is, as a universal generalization about the behavior of workers, or other groups of people, just plain false. Most human behavior, it seems to me, the mean-spirited, ugly, cruel, unjust behavior included, is motivated by what may be called the pursuit of social, or collective ends. The reason for this is that human personality is formed by the internalization of social norms and roles, and by the identification of self as a member of familial, religious, geographic, political, military, social, or cultural groups, so that most people, most of the time, understand themselves and their situations in terms of the groups in which they are most securely embedded. The conception of self on which rational choice theory bases its assumptions about individual motivation and choice are not only historically and culturally quite specific. Even in those cultures, and at those times, when individuals learn, culturally, to exhibit what Elster calls rational behavior, they exhibit it in very severely constrained ways and with regard to very narrowly limited ranges of options. The conscious regulation of conduct by calculations of self-interest is so rare in human history that the greatest sociologists of the classical period, Marx, Weber, Sombart, and the rest, devoted endless efforts to explaining its appearance at a particular historical moment in the evolution of Western European society. So unusual is such conduct even in capitalist societies that when we encounter an individual who allows rational calculation to regulate more than a narrowly circumscribed sphere of economic decisions, we are likely to consider him or her seriously pathologically deranged. Paul Goodman captured the crackpot quality of calculative instrumental rationality run amok in the character of the mercantile capitalist Eliphas in his wonderfully satirical burlesque of capitalism and modern educational theories, Empire City. What makes Eliphas so wacky and non-human is precisely that he resists the natural tendency to engage in collective action. Oddly enough, Elster knows that something is wrong with his attempts to explain collective action by appeals to iterated prisoners' dilemma games and such like ephemera. After actually canvassing the possibility that workers' utility functions are influenced by externalities, economists' jargon for whatever doesn't fit the Procrustean bed of economic reasoning, he writes. Workers no less than capitalists might engage in collective action because they find it selfishly rational. I find it hard to reconcile this idea with the extensive literature on working-class culture, but on the other hand the elusiveness and subtlety of these problems of individual motivation should make us wary of dismissing it out of hand. 363. It is hard to know what to say to an author who finds the most commonplace sorts of human motivation elusive and subtle, and yet thinks that something as esoteric as egoistic maximization of expected utility is so transparent that it can simply be taken, unexplained, as a datum of explanation. Let me offer an analysis of class consciousness and collective action as an alternative to Elster's. This analysis will necessarily be brief, but it is taken from a somewhat longer essay published more than 20 years ago, and those who are interested can consult the fuller version. 127. If we adopt Ralph Barton Perry's useful definition of a value as any object of any interest, then we can say that rational choice theory is designed to analyze the choices of individuals who pursue egoistic values, or, equivalently, who aim at objects, events, or states of affairs in which they take an egoistic interest. An egoistic interest is an interest which relates solely to the subjective state of the individual him or herself. The goods and services flowing from economic activity, for example, are assumed by economists to be enjoyable by the solitary consumer, and to be valued for that reason. Needless to say, the goods cannot be produced by the individual independently, but what the consumer values is the consumption of the goods and services, to which end the economic system is merely a highly efficient means. Egoism as a theory of the nature of value is not to be confused with the assumption that individuals act selfishly. One can hold that all value is egoistic and yet prescribe, or claim that men and women do in fact practice, altruism. The simple altruist believes that all value is egoistic. He or she simply seeks to maximize someone else's value. There is, however, another class of values, or of valued states and experiences, which we may call social values. These are states of affairs whose realization depends essentially, not merely instrumentally, upon a reciprocal relation between another's experience and my own. The example most familiar from the literature of political theory is the master-slave relationship described by Hegel. Those who wish to be masters, as opposed to those who merely desire the private satisfactions that were once provided by servants, and now more and more are provided by labor-saving mechanical devices, those, that is to say, who want the experience of mastery, require sentient, purposeful, servants who are subservient, and who conceive of themselves as subservient. It is impossible to describe mastery adequately without making reference to the servant's awareness of his subservience. Thus, if one sought to be a master, and by a peculiar accident succeeded only in bending to one's will a flagellant who, for his own religious ends, was using the relationship as a means to achieving a saving humiliation, one would entirely fail to achieve one's goal. Somewhat more to the point, those who pursue democracy for its own sake seek to bring into existence a state of affairs in which free and equal men and women engage in rational discourse for the purpose of choosing, and then realizing, jointly arrived at ends. For them, the process of free deliberation is itself valuable, over and above the ends which may thereby be attained. I suggest that collective consciousness is that state of affairs in which all or most of the members of a group take an interest in, or aim at, the same social value, and know that the others are doing so. Collective action is then the cooperative action of a group of people in pursuit of the actualization of some social value. Class consciousness, in particular, is the pursuit, by all or most of the members of an economic class, however defined, of the state of affairs in which the members of the group achieve economic well-being and political power, and are mutually aware of having done so through their cooperative and collective efforts. That mutual awareness is a part of what is aimed at, and hence the value that each seeks to actualize is inseparable from it. Thus understood, collective action is neither mysterious nor methodologically suspect. What needs explaining, what Marx undertook to explain in the context of mid-19th century European politics and economy, is how, why, and under what constraints a group of individuals come to take an interest in particular social values. The prisoner's dilemma and the free rider problem are inappropriate analytic tools for understanding class consciousness because both of them assume that in their preference structures, individuals pursue only egoistic values. That assumption, which underlies all classical and neoclassical economic theory, is in fact so restrictive and incompatible with the commonplace reality of human experience that it provides no firm basis at all for an explanation of what we commonly understand as collective action. Notes for a materialist analysis of the public and the private realms. I take as the text for my reflections today Hannah Arendt's well-known essay on the public and the private realm in the human condition. Arendt's thesis, you will recall, is that the ancient and necessary distinction between the public and the private, successfully and fruitfully sustained in classical Athenian life and thought, has been undermined and all but destroyed by the rise of the social, which substitutes behavior for activity and thereby makes a genuine politics impossible. Arendt sees Karl Marx as the central chronicler and celebrator of the tendencies she deplores. I think that Arendt's approach to this subject is fundamentally misguided, and though my remarks will not rise to the level of a coherent focused argument, for I do not see my subject clearly enough for that, I hope that you will find them of value, and that by their means I can contribute to the remembering and honoring of Hannah Arendt. Some literary critical observations, by way of a beginning. 128. The world of a novel or romance is brought into existence by the storyteller's words and has its existence only in and through those words. It would not be quite correct to say that the world is created by the storyteller's words, for that would suggest that once created, it could continue to exist after the words had died away. The truth is that a fictional world exists in and is constituted by the words of the fiction. Only what the novelist calls into existence by his or her words exists in that fictional world, and it exists only as it is thereby conjured up. Because a fictional world exists through the narration of the fiction of which it is the world, two things are true of it. First, a fictional world exists from a point of view, the point of view namely of the author of the fiction. When I say that fictional worlds exist from a point of view, I do not mean simply that they embody a certain attitude toward life, although that is true and significant, as we shall see. Rather, I mean quite literally that fictional worlds are inherently, or essentially, perspectival. Their ontological status is such that they are spatially and temporally anisotropic. There is a privileged or distinguished place in the world, that of the narrator of the fiction, or, in more complex fictions, that of the author, from which the events and objects of the fiction occur or exist. In this way, fictional worlds are ontologically distinguishable from the real world, for the real world is ontically prior to the various perspectives or standpoints from which narrative accounts of it can be composed. From this ontological asymmetry there follows an epistemological asymmetry. The perspective of the author is necessarily the correct perspective from which to apprehend the fictional world. When I read an historical account of the Terror, it makes perfectly good methodological sense to ask whether I can achieve a better knowledge of the events by adopting a narrative standpoint other than that of the account. It even makes sense to ask whether I can retell the very account itself from a different perspective, and thereby achieve a deeper insight than the author of the account himself or herself was able to achieve. But it would be a thoroughgoing confusion to ask whether I could achieve a deeper insight into the fictional world of A Tale of Two Cities by supplementing the narrative with Donald Greer's statistical analysis of the incidents of the Terror. The space and time of a fictional world obey rules decreed by the author. In Bleak House, for example, events take place in locales of a fictional London which fluctuate in their distance from one another throughout the novel. The changing spatial relationships are a metaphor for shifting moral relationships, and space thus carries a meaning which is objectively inherent in the fictional world. The second peculiarity of fictional worlds is that because fictions are constituted by, and exist through, language, the idiosyncratic connotations of the heightened language of the fiction, connotations that distinguish one author from another and serve, in part, to define the literary style of that author, become constituent features of the fictional world itself. Certain words, phrases, syntactical constructions, or tropes have a significance for the author which is thereby embedded in the fictional world. In War and Peace, Tolstoy makes his aristocratic characters speak French when they encounter one another in polite society. This stylistic maneuver carries a freight of meaning, the contrast between the West and East aristocrats and the peasants springing autochthonously from the soil of Mother Russia, the inner division of convention from native sentiment, and so forth. In the real world of Napoleonic Russia, the habitual use of French as a language of aristocratic conversation might or might not in any particular instance have these significances, but in the fictional world of War and Peace it must have this meaning, for Tolstoy has constituted his world thus. The real world can be construed as inherently perspectival or fraught with meaning only insofar as we conceive it in religious terms to be the object of a continuous divine creating. Thus understood, space becomes the field on which God's story unfolds, and time takes on the anisotropic structure of a narrative, with a beginning, a middle, and an end. A fictional world can be in and of itself metaphorical, some things objectively standing for others, so long as the author has constituted it in that way. But in the real world, the moon's reflection of light from the sun does not of itself refer to the relationship between lover and beloved, or pope and emperor, unless God tells the story of the world in that way. A divinely created world is indeed inherently perspectival. Heavenly bodies, men and women, kings and nations, exist from God's point of view. They exist in order to exemplify or fulfill God's purposes. They have an objective telos. Certain words, sin, faith, grace, salvation, have objectively heightened meanings, corresponding to the shape and meaning of certain decisive events in the fictional world of the divine narrator, the creation, the fall, the exodus, the covenant, the incarnation, and so forth. Once we decisively give up the fantasies of religion and acknowledge the unmysteriousness of the world, we must put behind us as well the notion of a narrative shape to history and nature. There will be no objective metaphors, no childhood, adolescence, and maturity of civilization. Nor will there be places and times rich with objective meaning, pivotal places on which the human story turns. There will simply be time and space and the seamless flow of events. In particular, we shall have to give up the fantasy of classical Greece, which substitutes, in the sophisticated adult mental lives of many richly cultivated European and American intellectuals, for the never-never land of once upon a time fairy tales. Hannah Arendt, like so many learned thinkers of the Western tradition, construes the past 2 millennia of the cultural and political history of the European peninsula of the Eurasian continent as having the structure of a fictional world. Her narrative perspective is that of a cultivated and alienated member of the continental upper middle classes, and the dominant tonality is nostalgia for the lost glories of classical Athens. That time and place occupy a privileged position in the perspectival fiction conjured by Arendt, and their invocation consequently carries a moral and aesthetic weight in her discourse utterly incompatible with the ontological status of the historical actuality. A cluster of small agricultural and trading communities in the eastern Mediterranean is accorded the same heightened resonance and pendulosity, to use Auerbach's lovely word, that other communicants in other frames of mind have imputed to Calvary, or to Mecca, or to the Paris of the 1790s, or to St. Petersburg in October, 1917, or to the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia in 1787. This is not to suggest that Arendt's account of classical Greece is factually inaccurate, any more than to suggest that Tolstoy has misrepresented the Napoleonic Wars. An historical novel written with meticulous attention to the latest historical scholarship is no less a fiction for all the learning of its author. In the real world, we can be nostalgic for ancient Athens, just as we can be nostalgic for medieval Paris, or for the court of Genghis Khan, or for Hoboken in the 1940s. But only in a fictional world can a place and time be in and of themselves objectively nostalgic. Because Arendt writes from within a fictional world in which ancient Greece shines as the golden age toward which we longingly yearn, rather than from within the real world, in which the affairs of 5th century BC Greece are merely one among many examples of human collective behavior. Because she persistently confuses the two in her writings, it is nearly impossible to come to grips realistically and objectively with her theses. The richness of her learning and the depth of her philosophical penetration merely complicate the task, for she intertwines the real world and the fictional in a manner difficult to dissect. It is characteristic of this way of approaching the analysis of Western civilization, which, needless to say, is in no way peculiar to Arendt, that the etymologies of words are made to carry an enormous freight of meaning, as though by a logical reversal, the world itself were constituted by the words with which we describe it, a reversal, of course, that is literally true of fictional worlds. Consider, for example, the following extraordinarily effective and evocative argument by etymology, as we might characterize it. Speaking of the household realm, which is the sphere of the private, Arendt says, not the interior of this realm, which remains hidden and of no public significance, but its exterior appearance is important for the city as well, and it appears in the realm of the city through the boundaries between one household and the other. The law originally was identified with this boundary line. Footnote: the Greek word for law, nomos, derives from neimein, which means to distribute, to possess, what has been distributed, and to dwell. The combination of law and hedge in the word nomos is quite manifest in a fragment of Heraclitus, mox ti chre ton demon hypertio eunomuhokos pertikos, the people should fight for the law as for a wall. The Roman word for law, lex, has an entirely different meaning. It indicates a formal relationship between people rather than the wall that separates them from others. But the boundary and its god, terminus, who separated the agrum publicum a privato, levius, was more highly revered than the corresponding theoi heroi in Greece, which in ancient times was still actually a space, a kind of no man's land. Footnote: Kalanges reports an ancient Greek law according to which two buildings were never permitted to touch between the private and the public, sheltering and protecting both realms while, at the same time, separating them from each other. The law of the polis, to be sure, transcended this ancient understanding, from which, however, it retained its original spatial significance. The law of the city-state was neither the content of political action, the idea that political action is primarily legislating, though Roman in origin, is essentially modern and found its greatest expression in Kant's political philosophy, nor was it a catalogue of prohibitions, resting, as all modern laws still do, upon the thou shalt nots of the Decalogue. It was quite literally a wall, without which there might have been an agglomeration of houses, a town, asti, but not a city, a political community. This wall-like city was sacred, but only the enclosure was political. Footnote: the word polis originally connoted something like ring wall, and it seems the Latin verbs also expressed the notion of a circle and was derived from the same root as orbis. We find the same connection in our word town, which originally, like the German Zone, meant a surrounding fence. CRB Union, The Origins of European Thought, 1954, p. 444, and one without it a public realm could no more exist than a piece of property without a fence to hedge it in. The one harbored and enclosed political life as the other sheltered and protected the biological life process of the family. The legislator therefore did not need to be a citizen and frequently was called in from the outside. His work was not political. Political life, however, could begin only after he had finished his legislation. This is Arendt at her best, weaving together historical materials, etymological tracings, evocative taglines from ancient authors, all in the service of a dominant vision of modern Western society as a disastrous falling away from the antique city, with its clear demarcations of the private and the public realms embedded in law, in philosophy, in architecture, in religious ritual, even in the landscaping, and all serving to make possible a politics of rational discourse among equal participants in the public space. The inhabitants of this antique city seem not, in Arendt's account, to be real people who enact roles and interact with one another in all the ambiguous, complex, mechanic ways that characterize human life everywhere. A permanent rosy glow tinges the lineaments of the portrayal of this happy place and time, where true political discourse flourished in public places, and the sacred rituals, language, geography, and art reinforced one another to constitute and sustain an aesthetic/intellectual whole of great beauty, power, and profundity. It is all powerfully affecting, and thoroughly unreal. It is a literary construction, existing from the perspective of a modern narrator, imbued with the nostalgic longing of its author, or indeed many authors, and quite unlike the actual day-to-day existence of real people. Contrast this with Arendt's characterization of modern society. The emergence of society, the rise of housekeeping, its activities, problems and organizational devices, from the shadowy interior of the household and into the light of the public sphere, has not only blurred the old border line between private and political, it has also changed almost beyond recognition the meaning of the two terms and their significance for the life of the individual and the citizen. Not only would we not agree with the Greeks that a life spent in the privacy of one's own, idion, outside the world of the common, is idiotic by definition, or with the Romans to whom privacy offered but a temporary refuge from the business of the residential publica, we call private today a sphere of intimacy whose beginnings we may be able to trace back to late Roman, though hardly to any period of Greek antiquity, but whose peculiar manifoldness and variety were certainly unknown to any period prior to the modern age. It is decisive that society, on all its levels, excludes the possibility of action, which formerly was excluded from the household. Instead, society expects from each of its members a certain kind of behavior, imposing innumerable and various rules, all of which tend to normalize its members, to make them behave, to exclude spontaneous action or outstanding achievement. And finally, behavior has replaced action as the foremost mode of human relationship. What are we in fact to make of this extraordinary claim that behavior has replaced action as the foremost mode of human relationship? Arendt does not say, at least in the essay we are discussing, but by action she presumably means autonomous, rationally guided deliberation and choice, what Kant would characterize as the agency of a noumenal being. Behavior, by contrast, consists of phenomenally determined events in space and time, subsumable under descriptive laws and explainable by inclusion in a temporal sequence of empirical causes. Does it make the slightest sense to claim that in the good old days, men acted, whereas now they only behave? Certainly not according to Kant, who argued that every bit of human behavior must at one and the same time be understood as the appearance of rational agency. If Arendt merely means to lament that there were intellectual giants in the earth in those days, then we may enjoy her dirge, but can scarcely treat it as a scientific diagnosis of the modern age. Are we to imagine that the political maneuverings of Charlemagne, Henry VIII of England, Robespierre, Lenin, or the members of the United States Congress are behavior, but that when Athenians encountered one another in the marketplace, their gossip, their political deals, their musings about public affairs took on the elevated metaphysical status of action? This is romance, an intellectual version of Hemingway's adolescent fantasy that when the hero and heroine of For Whom the Bell Tolls make love, the earth moves. Any useful distinction between action and behavior must be grounded in an objective analysis of human nature and development, not in an essentially literary tradition that identifies certain places and times as having special weight or valence, and that orients us toward those places and times in a nostalgic, or elegiac, or celebratory mood. This injunction, let me say, holds with equal force against those romantic political thinkers whose orientation is forward, to a future event called the Revolution, which is invested with a heightened significance that can be rationalized only in a fiction or in a divinely created world. The invocation of the Revolution rests on the same fatal misconceptions as the invocation of classical Greece. The genetic undetermination of human personality. The normal growth and development of even the higher mammals proceeds according to genetically determined pathways which fully determine the nature of the mature individual instance of the species. The young may need adults of the species in order to complete their growth to maturity, to teach them how to hunt, perhaps, but within a given species, the process of normal maturation is everywhere the same. Consequently, although one can observe variations among adult wolves, or apes, or dogs, these variations do not constitute culture. Hence, we cannot meaningfully speak of the cultural component in the development, or life cycle, of any of the animal species. A wolf, left to grow to maturity in the wild, grows up to be a healthy, normally functioning adult wolf. A bear, left alone to grow to maturity, grows up to be a healthy, functioning, adult bear. Human beings, however, are different. Our genetic inheritance radically underdetermines our healthy, normal growth. A human child, deprived of the interactions, relationships, experiences, constraints, introjections, and meanings that we call culture, grows up to be a subnormal, unhealthy, dysfunctional animal. In his writings, Erik Erikson gives us an account of the complex patterns and processes by which a mature, functional ego develops in the growing child. Leaving to one side the details of Erikson's theory of the emergence of a coherent personality through the staged development of libidinally activated bodily zones, what is clear in his theory, and in virtually all other modern accounts of personality development as well, is the central and essential role played in the development of a healthy ego by the human culture and society in which the infant grows up. The language, bodily styles, emotional interactions, roles, expectations, prohibitions, and enticements by which the plastic libidinal energy of the infant is shaped into a focused personality play an essential role in the development of the ego. They must not be thought of as supererogatory additions, available perhaps only to advantaged babies from culturally rich upper-middle-class families. Nor must they be thought of as corrupting and perverting intrusions into the normal, autarkic growth processes of the natural human being. Jean-Jacques Rousseau has done us all a great disservice by making so entrancingly plausible the absurd notion that the healthy child, preserved by an appropriate pastoral environment from the corruptions of civilization, will grow naturally and spontaneously into a vivacious, moral, active, appealing Frenchman. Rousseau's modern disciples, such as the poet, philosopher, and social critic Paul Goodman, have substituted formal education for city life as the corrupter of natural innocence, but their mistake is as great as Rousseau's. Culture is an essential element in the formation of a healthy, coherent ego. In speaking of culture, needless to say, I am referring to the totality of patterns of meaning-laden interaction, ritual, body style, religion, technology, kinship relations, and productive activities which form the subject matter of cultural anthropology. I am not speaking of the high culture, so-called, of our or any other society. Indeed, I am referring to what Arendt disparagingly calls the social, but which she construes as having arisen in Western history at a specific relatively recent time, rather than as forming an indispensable component of all distinctively human life. Erikson's analytic models and also his detailed accounts of the child-rearing patterns of a number of Western and non-Western societies show how our genetic inheritance places limits or constraints on what sorts of experiences and interactions can serve as the developmental matrix for the emergence of a healthy ego. But these limits so radically underdetermine healthy growth that a wide variety of very different cultural patterns seem equally well to complete the determining structure of personality development. Despite Erikson's own efforts, in Gandhi's Truth and Elsewhere, to extract substantive moral conclusions from his clinical explorations of healthy and pathological child development, no sound conclusions can be drawn about the relative superiority of one culture over others merely from a consideration of the objective determinants and requirements of healthy human growth. We can conclude that the social is an essential precondition for the formation of adult personalities having the characteristic coherence, organization, and functioning that we recognize as human, but that no society and culture is, in this regard, superior to any other. The implications for our present topic are reasonably straightforward, I think. It is a fantasy to suppose that in the heady youth of Western civilization, autonomous individuals flourished who were capable of a form of agency metaphysically distinct from the debased behavior to which we have latterly sunk, that we are now victims and products of the social, of behavior that is habitual, banausic, vulgar. It is decisive, Arendt says, that society, on all its levels, excludes the possibility of action, which formerly was excluded from the household. Instead, society expects from each of its members a certain kind of behavior, imposing innumerable and various rules, all of which tend to normalize its members, to make them behave, to exclude spontaneous action or outstanding achievement. But society always and everywhere imposes innumerable and various rules which tend to normalize its members. Indeed, as we have just seen, in the absence of some such network of rules, patterns, habitual expectations, traditions, and social norms, we would have not spontaneous action or outstanding achievement, but pathology of the most elemental and inchoate sort, not even interestingly twisted human beings, like Iago, or Smerdyakov or Lady Macbeth, but institutional cases with malformed egos, lacking effect or focused rationality. Material reproduction and social reproduction. Men can be distinguished from animals by consciousness, by religion, or by anything else you like, Marx writes in one of the best-known passages of the early writings. They themselves begin to distinguish themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their means of subsistence, a step which is conditioned by their physical organization. By producing their means of subsistence, men are indirectly producing their actual material life. German ideology. I take this insight to be not only fundamental to Marx's entire theoretical enterprise but also true, and fundamental to any attempt to understand the human condition. The central concept of a science of society is not strictly production but reproduction, for the finite, temporal character of human existence dictates that the conditions of that existence be endlessly reproduced through time. The central analytical feature of reproduction, as opposed merely to production, is that the product or output of one cycle of production becomes the material or input for the next cycle. In this way, a circular flow of inputs and outputs is endlessly established and re-established, forming the context and basis of human existence. There are three species or modes of reproduction, inseparably intertwined with one another in actuality, but distinguishable for purposes of theoretical analysis. The first mode of reproduction is material reproduction, the subject of the political economy which formed the central activity of Marx's mature years. In the process of material reproduction, the coal, iron, linen, and corn which emerge from this cycle of production serve as the material inputs into the next cycle. Out of this conception of material reproduction emerges the concept of a physical surplus, the distribution and employment of which is thus the focus of theoretical investigation and practical decision. By contrast with neoclassical marginalist political economy, with its emphasis on the problem of efficient allocation of scarce resources, the classical political economy culminating in Marx's Capital takes as its two central issues the distribution of the social surplus and the conditions of economic growth. The concept of reproduction serves to concentrate attention on the class conflicts which dominate the processes of distribution and the internal systemic contradictions which impede or entirely frustrate the growth of the annual product. The second mode of reproduction is human reproduction, by which I mean both the replacement of the old generation of men and women with the new, and also the daily replenishing of human capacities and energies which are depleted by laboring and which must be recreated in order for the processes of material reproduction to go forward. Human reproduction has the same cyclical structure as material reproduction, for today's children are tomorrow's parents. The inclusion of human reproduction within the circle of material reproduction, by means of the analytical concept of the subsistence wage as the natural price of labor power determined by the cost of its reproduction, is one of the major theoretical achievements of classical political economy. Finally, because human nature is, as we saw, radically underdetermined by its genetic material base, and because human beings are therefore social and historical beings, we must complete the analysis of reproduction with the concept of social or historical reproduction. By social reproduction I mean the unending recreation of society itself as a largely unintended collective human product, and also as the historical transformation and transmission of culture. This social reproduction is carried out in and through language, kinship relationships, patterns of interpersonal interactions, customary and explicit practices of child rearing, religion, mores, laws, and also, as we shall shortly wish to emphasize, through the reproduction of the social relationships of material reproduction. Because of the underdetermination of human personality, the process of social reproduction is not an activity carried out by independently completed human beings who transmit an external and supererogatory culture from generation to generation. The social which is reproduced is constitutive of human being. It completes and specifies the matrix of determinable, but indeterminate potentiality grounded in the physical nature of the human species. History is thus not a story told by a narrator who has his or her being separately from the tale. In this sense, Louis Althusser is quite correct that there is no subject of history, meaning by that, I take it, that there is no narrator whose tale history is. Since this notion of the social constitution of human being is central to such conclusions as I shall try to draw concerning the distinction between the public and private realms, let me take a few moments to try to clarify it a bit. There is a familiar methodological presupposition underlying a good deal of the political theory, economic theory, and moral philosophy of the past several centuries, according to which the ontological structure of desire, deliberation, choice, and action is prior to and independent of the social context of these purposive activities. Both Kant and Bentham, for example, despite their dramatic opposition on so many fundamental issues of moral philosophy, suppose that the structures of goal identification, goal orientation, rational deliberation, choice, and implementation of choice in action, can be analyzed independently of the particular material context in which they occur. The utilitarians sometimes write as though the newborn infant, to put the matter facetiously, differs from the mature adult only in being thoroughgoingly ignorant and as yet not in control of its voluntary nervous system. Not merely the content of desire, but also and more importantly the structure of desire, is treated as given exogenously. The infant's problem is then construed as threefold: first, to obtain knowledge of causes and effects in order to be able to predict the consequences of its actions; second, to carry through a rational deliberation guided by canons of prudential calculation, in order to determine the most efficient way to satisfy its desires; and third, to obtain some measure of control over its environment, so as to be able to put the results of its deliberations into operation. This conception of human action is then embodied in the moral philosophy of utilitarianism, the political theory of classical liberalism, and the economic theory of free market political economy. The truth is totally different from this fantasy, which, I suggest, remains methodologically operative despite the fact that few if any theorists of the human condition would subscribe to it in the simplified sketch I have given of it. The process by which the infant develops into a coherent, affective adult is a process of inculturation whereby specific, determinate modes of desiring, willing, choosing, and acting take form as the characteristic ways in which the adult is a person. This framework of coherent purposiveness is at once the product of, the substance of, and the producer of human society. In the personality of each individual this structure of cyclical reproduction is reinstated. It may be, as Erikson suggests at various places in his writings, that from a transcultural perspective we can perceive certain deep similarities in the outcomes of culturally specific but diverse processes of personality formation. He says, for example, in an oft-quoted passage from Childhood and Society, that each individual, to become a mature adult, must to a sufficient degree develop all the ego qualities mentioned in the preceding characterization of the stages of the life cycle, so that a wise Indian, a true gentleman, and a mature peasant share and recognize in one another the final stage of integrity. But it would be a thorough confusion, not one made by Erikson, to conclude that we could abstract from these and other cases of ego integrity a framework or formal structure of healthy, or, in Erikson's own Platonic usage, virtuous, choice and action which could then serve as the basis for an independent theory of action. The cultural context is primary, and only through an understanding of it can we arrive at an insight into the social reproduction of distinctively human being. If I understand Marx correctly, his espousal of a materialist theory of society consists essentially in the claim that the patterns, processes, and institutionalizations of material reproduction constitute the major determinants of human and social reproduction. I take this to mean that the way in which a society cyclically reproduces its food supply, its housing, its transportation, its technology, and so forth shapes and specifies its kinship patterns, its religious rituals, its personal relationships, its legal institutions, and, of course, its politics as well. Needless to say, there is an interaction here, and the transmission of the forms of material reproduction from generation to generation must proceed through the reproduction of society. Nevertheless, I understand Marx to be asserting that we can only understand the historical processes of change and the cultural specificity of any given society by beginning, in our analysis, with the forms of material reproduction. It follows from this assumption, and also from the arguments of the first two parts of this paper, that any objectively grounded distinction between the public and the private realms must be drawn within the social, and rooted in the processes of material reproduction, not drawn in contrast with the social. For the social is the matrix within which specifically human being develops and is actualized, and the processes of material reproduction, if Marx is correct, are the primary determinants of the social. Arendt imputes to Marx, and to political economists in general, the view that politics is nothing but a function of society, and that action, speech, and thought are primarily superstructures upon social interest. But in fact politics is a function of the social, as indeed is everything that is distinctively human. The Kantian conception of a kingdom of ends, a community of rational agents engaged in rational discourse about the objectively right, is arrived at not by a legitimate process of philosophical analysis but by an illegitimate process of abstraction. It is, indeed, precisely the sort of illegitimate abstraction which Kant elsewhere shows us leads to the vacuities and contradictions of rational psychology and theology. Let us ask instead what could constitute a materialist basis for a legitimate distinction between the public and the private, holding in mind the remarks that have been made about the nature of material, human, and social reproduction and the genetic underdetermination of human personality, and trying, insofar as possible, to avoid the substitution of a narrative within a fictional world for a description of the real world. When I speak of the public realm, I intend two different meanings, depending on whether I am speaking of form or of content. From the standpoint of form, the public realm is that system of mutual recognitions, ritual performances, shared acknowledgements, and institutional arrangements within which, and by means of which, a society of men and women self-consciously recognize their collective existence and set themselves to make and carry out collective decisions. In Arendt's evocative image, it is a space in which men and women meet one another. From the standpoint of content, the public realm is the totality of those substantive matters of major social importance which are the objects of collective decision. The central matter of major social importance in any society is the reproduction of society itself, material, human, and social. If Marx is right, then the determinant mode of reproduction is material reproduction. Hence, the central matter of major social importance must be the cyclical reproduction of the means of subsistence and production, their distribution to the several classes defined by these processes of reproduction, and the allocation of the physical surplus generated in each cycle of production. In many societies, of course, these matters of major social importance have not yet become the object of anyone's decision. The allocation of the physical surplus either for immediate consumption or for productive investment, although possibly the single most important matter of major social importance, only becomes an object of someone's decision at a relatively advanced state of social and economic development. Even after many matters of importance concerning material reproduction have become objects of decision, they may as yet not be objects of collective decision, and hence may not have entered the public realm. This, I take it, is the central insight of Marx's critique of capitalism as a society in which the processes of production become increasingly socialized while the processes of distribution, allocation, and control over the social surplus remain private. The rate of economic growth, the composition of capital investment, the structure of relative prices, the pattern of wage payments, the social rate of unemployment, all those are matters of major social importance which either are not at all objects of collective decision in a capitalist society or else have only very imperfectly become objects of collective decision and therefore subjects for discourse in the public realm. It is a striking fact, for example, not sufficiently recognized in discussion of politics in societies like ours, that even so vitally important a matter as the terms of the contract negotiated by the auto manufacturers and the auto workers cannot become an issue in the discourse of public life, whereas the administration's policy with regard to such relatively unimportant matters as the disposition of several islands off the shore of mainland China can be the focus of a presidential campaign. So long as the determination of the processes of material reproduction is excluded from the public realm, a species of false consciousness will infect the public life of a society, rather like the self-delusion that afflicts those persons who deny and repress the libidinal basis of rational thought processes. In our society, the exclusion of the work world, in which the labor of material reproduction is performed, from the public sphere encourages the delusion that democratic political procedures constitute substantive political liberty. Citizens whose work world is dominated by the canons of labor discipline suppose themselves free because periodically, on election day, they can share in the determination of matters of secondary social importance. Arendt, I suggest, cooperates in and endorses this misconception of the nature and appropriate content of the public realm. She writes in a deliberately anachronistic vein that communicates a sense of dismay, indeed of contempt, asserting, for example, that since the rise of society, since the admission of household and housekeeping activities to the public realm, an irresistible tendency to grow, to devour the older realms of the political and the private as well as the more recently established sphere of intimacy, has been one of the outstanding characteristics of the new realm. She concludes this paragraph, apocalyptically, with the claim that the monolithic character of every type of society, its conformism which allows for only one interest and one opinion, is ultimately rooted in the oneness of mankind. It is because this oneness of mankind is not fantasy and not even merely a scientific hypothesis, as in the communistic fiction of classical economics, that mass society, where man as a social animal rules supreme and where apparently the survival of the species could be guaranteed on a worldwide scale, can at the same time threaten humanity with extinction. The truth, I suggest, is that in every era and every society, the processes of reproduction, material, human, and social, constitute the major determinants of human being in general and of the form and content of the public realm in particular. As these processes of reproduction develop, and in particular as the processes of material reproduction develop, the control, direction, and shaping of reproduction becomes an object of conscious collective decision. It becomes possible, in short, for the matters of the greatest social importance to enter the public realm. When this happens, the result is not at all the loss of a golden age, nor the dying away of reason, nor the disappearance of opportunities for spontaneous action and outstanding achievement. Quite to the contrary, the reception into the public realm of the processes of material reproduction as objects of collective decision makes possible for the first time the achievement of self-conscious rational deliberation about and control over the fundamental conditions of human being. Conclusion. What does it all come to, this endless brooding about Marx, about the labor theory of value, about mystification, about exploitation, about the possibility of something beyond the capitalist economy and society in which we seem doomed to live and die? My rather pessimistic answer was an essay, The Future of Socialism, much of which I wrote while sitting in a café in the Place de la Bastille in Paris. A revised version of the essay was actually published in the Law Journal of Seattle University, but I prefer to reproduce the original version here. The Future of Socialism. An unpromising title, this, in the seventh year of the third millennium of the Common Era, rather like recent developments in Ptolemaic astronomy or Betamax, a technology whose time has come. My grandfather's dream, the faith of my younger days, has turned to ashes. And yet, I remain persuaded that Karl Marx has something important to teach us about the world in which we live today. In what follows, I propose to take as my text a famous statement from Marx's contribution to the critique of political economy, a sort of preliminary sketch of Das Kapital, and see what it can tell us about the capitalism of our day. I shall try to show you that Marx was fundamentally right about the direction in which capitalism would develop, but that because of his failure to anticipate three important features of the mature capitalist world, his optimism concerning the outcome of that development was misplaced. Along the way, I shall take a fruitful detour through the arid desert of financial accounting theory. Here is the famous passage, from the preface of the contribution, published in 1859. No social order disappears before all of the productive forces for which there is room in it have been developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material components of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. Although Marx spoke generally about all social orders, by which he meant ancient slavery, medieval feudalism, modern capitalism, and the socialism he anticipated, it was principally the transition from feudalism to capitalism on which he focused his attention. The development of latifundia in late Roman times, he thought, was a preparation for feudalism within the womb of the slave economy of the empire. But when it came to the transition from feudalism to capitalism, his historiographical research, which was quite extensive for his day, persuaded him that all of the structural elements of a full-blown capitalist economy and society could be found in rudimentary form in the latter decades and centuries of the old feudal order: exchange based on money rather than barter, wage labor, production for sale rather than consumption, the transformation of money into investment capital, the appearance of commodity production, the dissolution of legal and customary constraints on production and exchange, and so on. In Marx's view, the great political upheavals of 17th and 18th century Europe and the Americas were caused by the growing and eventually unsustainable contradiction between the economic power being acquired by the new entrepreneurial classes and the formal legal and political power still exercised by the landed aristocracy and its allies in the clergy. But Marx also believed that he was witnessing, in his own time, a new contradiction between the legal and political power of bourgeois capitalism, which by the mid-19th century had taken a secure hold of both the marketplace and the state, and the emerging but still subordinate industrial working class. It was, as Marx made clear in his 1848 tract, the Communist Manifesto, a world historical irony that every effort by capitalists to expand the scope and efficiency of their productive forces had the unintended consequence of promoting the unification and self-conscious awareness of their mortal enemy, the working class. As later European Marxists would say, capital was unintentionally but inexorably transforming labor from a class in itself into a class for itself. The end result of this dynamic process, Marx believed, would be a clash as momentous as that which replaced feudalism with capitalism. This time, it would be capitalism's fate to be consigned to the dustbin of history and to be replaced by socialism. It followed immediately from the logic of Marx's analysis that revolutionary change would be brought about, if at all, in the most advanced capitalist countries through the actions of the most advanced sector of the working class, the skilled industrial workers in those industries that had achieved the most efficient, sophisticated forms of capitalist production. Marx was not sentimental about the unskilled toiling masses, to whom he referred rather contemptuously as lumpenproletariat. Marx never presented us with the same sort of detailed analysis of the transition from capitalism to socialism that he so brilliantly laid out in his historical account of the development of capitalism. It is up to us, therefore, to try to imagine what such a transition might look like, taking as our guiding clue his remark about the material conditions maturing in the womb of the old order. Since the capitalist firm is the central institution through which production and distribution is managed in capitalism, it is there, if anywhere, that he believed we should expect the new, higher relations of production to appear. What can this possibly mean? 1. In the womb of the old. In the early stage of capitalist development, the characteristic capitalist firm is a small, single-product manufacturing operation presided over rather closely by an entrepreneur who is both owner and principal manager. Present-day observers accustomed to the almost complete separation of legal ownership from effective control characteristic of the modern corporation may find this difficult to remember. 129. A firm of the original sort, in the language of modern economic theory, is a price taker at both ends. The entrepreneur purchases raw materials, labor, and other inputs in a competitive market at a price over which he, and it is, almost always, he, has no control. The size of his purchases is vanishingly small in comparison with the market as a whole, and consequently he must simply shop around for the best price, and pay what the market dictates. The entrepreneur stands in a like relation to the price of his output, for when he returns to the market to sell what has been produced in his factory, he finds that his sales are negligible in relation to the market as a whole. Thus, though he makes a profit sufficient to support a comfortable existence and also to permit further expansion of his enterprise, he is, and experiences himself to be, at the mercy of market forces beyond his control, and even, in the early stages of capitalist development, beyond his ken. Characteristically, the process by which inputs are transformed into output in our entrepreneur's factory is simple and relatively direct, although there may be temporary intermediate products as the result of a first process of transformation, serving as the inputs into a subsequent process. Flax is spun into thread and woven into linen, iron ore and coke are transformed into steel, flour is baked into bread. The accounting procedures required to keep track of the production process, in value terms, although revolutionary in relation to the procedures of the pre-capitalist era, are by modern standards elementary and transparent. Profits are simply the difference between the cost of inputs, wages and rent included, and the price at which the output is sold. The rate of profit can be computed directly as the ratio of annual profit to the value of the capital invested in buildings, machinery, raw materials, and so forth. There is, to be sure, the first suggestion of a theoretical complexity in the necessity of assigning some fraction of the cost of the buildings and machinery, the fixed capital, to the cost of inputs of an annual period, but Marx, in common with all other classical economists, simply assumes that a machine yields up, each year, a portion of its purchase price equal to the fraction of its expected lifetime represented by 1 year. A power loom that can be expected to last 5 years, costing $1,000 new, can be thought of equally well as having cost the capitalist $200 in each year. Very shortly, we shall see that this elementary calculation is in fact quite problematical. At this earliest stage of capitalist development, nothing remotely resembling economic planning can be said to take place on any level but that of the individual firm. Prices, wage levels, aggregate demand and supply, the economy-wide movement of capital, all are completely beyond control and are experienced by all as though they were forces of nature. Within the firm, of course, there is increasingly careful calculation, as individual entrepreneurs, pressed by their competitors, examine every element of their operation in the effort to reduce costs and thus increase profits. It is hardly surprising, under these circumstances, that owners resort to such petty subterfuges as tampering with the clocks in their factories so as to extract an extra few minutes of labor from their miserably paid workers. The state of affairs we have been describing may strike economic theorists as ideal, indeed, as Pareto optimal. But it can hardly be said to strike the entrepreneurs as in the least satisfactory. To them, it is a condition of perpetual uncertainty and anxiety. Even the most careful and rationally calculating of entrepreneurs is utterly at the mercy of market forces which he cannot control and can scarcely predict. Though he may be in the grip of one or another of the self-serving rationalizations that celebrate the productivity and progressive thrust of the system as a whole, he will, as a prudent businessman, be eternally on the alert for some way to diminish the degree of his servitude to the market. There are essentially two things our entrepreneur can do to achieve a more secure relationship to the market forces, and whether by foresight or accident, he and his fellows pretty soon attempt both of them. First, he can increase the scale of his operations, so as to cease to be a negligible factor either in the market in which he buys his inputs or in the market in which he sells his output. Second, he can partially overcome his dependence upon markets by engaging in a bit of what economists call vertical integration. He can start to produce some of the inputs that previously he was forced to buy in the market. The first tactic is easily enough illustrated from the history of American capitalism. When the Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea Company, or A&P, decided to expand beyond its original role as a supermarket grocery chain, and go into the business of making jam under its N-Page label, it turned to the grape-growing valleys of California for its principal input. The growers were relatively small producers who had, until then, sold their crop in a competitive market to large numbers of small producers. A&P launched its N-Page line on so large a scale that it needed to buy up the crop yields of entire valleys for its jam-making operation. As a consequence, it became virtually the sole buyer for the output of large numbers of small growers. It was able to guarantee purchase of a grower's entire crop even before the growing season had begun, in return for which it acquired the power to dictate the price at which it would buy the crop. In this way, it gained a significant measure of control over its input market, and this in turn allowed A&P to institute production and marketing plans based on an assured input at an assured price. A further extension of the entrepreneur's conquest of market forces is exemplified by a practice of Sears and Roebuck. Sears would not merely buy the entire output of its suppliers, thereby making them subservient to its dictates in a manner analogous to that of A&P. Sears buyers would meet with representatives of the supplying companies and dictated the specifications of the goods it wished to purchase, along with the quantity it wanted. The suppliers then produced to order, secure in their ability to sell their entire output. Sears also dictated the price it would pay, thereby completely undermining the play of market forces. Under these circumstances, Sears executives could truly plan their seasonal line, not in the sense of merely predicting accurately the character, price, and availability of the goods they wished to sell, but in the full sense of deciding what they wanted and then commanding that it be produced. At this point, it should be noted, a new form of calculation enters into corporate planning. Previously, a corporation like Sears would bargain as hard as it could to lower the price of its inputs. Now, however, when it decided what price to specify for the total output it proposed to buy from a supplier, it had to balance its desire to obtain its input at the lowest possible price against its interest in keeping a reliable supplier in business. Analogous maneuvers can be undertaken by the firm at the other end of its interaction with the market. As a firm grows larger, it less and less confronts a market for its output that is opaque and independent of its will. Increasingly, it becomes a price maker rather than a price taker in its output as well as its input market. Instead of short-term sales tactics, focused almost entirely on price competition, it begins to think strategically about total market share, adding product differentiation to price as a means of increasing, or merely securing, a stable market share on which it can predicate corporate planning. As the firm grows larger, it progressively diminishes its level of uncertainty, and reduces its dependence on the impersonal workings of the market. It is driven to achieve this independence by the same self-interest that motivates it in the more fully competitive market environment at an earlier stage of capitalism. To whatever extent they are able, entrepreneurs or managers seek to substitute planning in the full sense indicated above for mere calculation of profitability. One of the inevitable consequences of this move from calculation to planning is a corresponding loss of simple clarity of goal. When an entrepreneur is locked in cutthroat competition with other small producers, he has very little choice of feasible entrepreneurial goals. Short-term profitability is the condition of survival. Growth, for economies of scale, for technological innovation, and as a means of liberation from market forces, virtually is thrust upon him. At this stage, there is no room for what eventually comes to be celebrated as industrial statesmanship. A firm may flourish one season, and be driven to the wall the next. Once the firm has reached a certain level of size and control over its input and output prices, however, the managers of the firm, for at this stage, it is likely that the individual entrepreneur has been replaced by salaried managers, must choose among a variety of corporate goals: short-term profit maximization, Longer-term profit maximization, enhancement of the firm's stock market performance, which is, of course, not necessarily identical with profit maximization. Managerial stability. Attractiveness to potential take-over financiers, resistance to a financial takeover, and so forth. There is no calculus that dictates how managers are to decide among these goals. They are genuine alternatives, corresponding to different and incompatible managerial ambitions. In a fundamental sense, which I shall dwell on shortly, these choices are political rather than economic in character. What distinguishes them from what are ordinarily considered political alternatives is not their logical structure, but simply the identity of the constituencies to whom the decision-makers are accountable in the making of the choices. The second means available to entrepreneurs for overcoming the tyranny of the market, incorporation into their enterprise of stages in the production process that were previously carried out by independent supplier firms, constitutes an even more important theoretical departure from the logic of capitalism and a corresponding movement toward a precursor of socialist planning. This time, let us use a simple hypothetical example. Imagine a firm that has been producing cardboard cartons in a factory with 80,000 square feet of usable floor space. We may suppose that the firm buys the cardboard in large sheets from a cardboard producer, and then stamps, folds, and staples the cardboard into cartons. Cardboard cartons are the sole product of the firm, and abstracting from a number of issues to which we shall return, the accounting procedures used to keep track of costs and determine profit margins are quite elementary and straightforward. The firm's accountants have made a few standard assumptions about the depreciation rates of the machinery, and we may simplify things by assuming that there are no tax considerations, accelerated depreciation, etc., to complicate or warp the bookkeeping. Profit is then the difference between costs and revenues, and the profit rate is calculated on the value of invested capital, the profit margin on the difference between cost and sale price of each unit of cartons. The market for cardboard sheets, we may suppose, is fluctuating and uncertain, and the carton manufacturing company's manager believes that he can stabilize his costs and increase his profits by producing his own cardboard, rather than buying it on the market. Since there are 25,000 square feet of unused space on the factory floor, he allocates that space to cardboard production and puts a young, ambitious supervisor in charge of the new branch of the firm. The question arises, how shall the profitability of this cardboard manufacturing activity be computed? There are two reasons why this question needs answering from the firm manager's point of view. First, of course, he must decide whether it is better to produce the cardboard in-house or continue to buy it in the market. That question, we may suppose, is relatively easy to answer. Second, as the manager of a firm with two divisions, each headed by an ambitious divisional chief, he must evaluate the relative profitability of the two divisions in order to decide which division chief will be tapped for promotion when and if a new, higher-level job in the corporation comes open. In large, modern capitalist firms, this bureaucratic question of internal advancement is of much greater importance to everyone in management than the older question of profitability of the firm as a whole. Profitability becomes a key to managerial advancement, not merely to owner satisfaction. The new division manager, eager to make as good a record for herself as possible, argues as follows to the accountant, whose job it is to come up with profitability estimates at the monthly meeting of officers of the firm. The depreciation on the factory building is exactly the same whether we run the cardboard producing activity or not, as are the general overhead costs for utilities, telephone, and so forth. Save for some small increase in operating overhead, the cardboard production experiment imposes no new fixed costs on the firm at all. What is more, the bookkeeping, ordering, and shipping departments can absorb the relatively small flow of work generated by the new division without any increase in personnel or overtime costs. Hence, in figuring the input costs as against revenues for cardboard production, the only items that ought to be charged off against the new division are such direct costs as the new machinery required, the wages of the extra workers taken on to make the cardboard, and the cost of the raw materials. The manager of the old carton division, who knows a serious threat to his job when he sees one, flatly refuses to agree to this self-serving bit of accounting sleight of hand. What the cardboard production manager has proposed will, if accepted, result in a dramatically higher rate of return to her division's investment than can possibly be earned in his. How long will it be before the president of the firm gets it into his head to have them switch places with an appropriate readjustment of their salaries? He proposes that all of the fixed costs of the enterprise be allocated to the two divisions in proportion to the percentage of the floor space they occupy, a method of allocation that happens to favor him a bit more than the equally plausible proposal to allocate in proportion to the revenues generated by the two divisions. The president of the firm, confronted with this disagreement between his two division managers, turns to the accountant, whom he asks for an objective, impartial, scientific ruling. And he now gets a distinct shock, for his accountant, who is as honest as she is competent, informs him that as a matter of fact, or, more precisely, as a matter of accounting theory, there is no objective, impartial scientific answer to the question, how shall the fixed costs of a joint production enterprise be allocated among the several distinct productive activities of the enterprise? This is a rather startling proposition, on which the entire argument of these remarks rests. I need therefore to spend some time explaining it clearly and indicating the grounds on which it rests. My guide here is a pair of monographs written by a Canadian professor of accounting, Arthur L. Thomas, and published by the American Accounting Association. The first monograph, The Allocation Problem in Financial Accounting Theory, appeared in 1969, the second, The Allocation Problem, Part 2, was published 5 years later. Thomas seems to be something of an iconoclastic radical masquerading as a nerdy bean-counting number cruncher. In the driest language imaginable, he argues ploddingly, painstakingly, but devastatingly that a central activity of financial accountants, the allocation of costs to the outputs of a firm, has no objective rationale whatsoever, being based rather an arbitrary choice of one from among a number of alternative incompatible patterns of allocation. What this means, in plain language, is that an accountant, speaking professionally, cannot tell the management of a firm just what a unit of output costs and hence how much of the profit of the firm can be attributed to its sale. Thomas himself draws no larger lesson from this extraordinary conclusion, but in what follows, I will try to show that it has the most profound implications for our understanding of the manner in which something very like socialism evolves in the womb of the capitalist firm. Incidentally, in his correspondence with me, Thomas seemed to evince a good deal of pleasure at the radical conclusions I drew from his work, but it goes without saying that when I venture beyond the confines of financial accounting theory I am entirely on my own. The accountant is presented by the firm with the raw data concerning the costs of the firm's activities, invoices for materials, bills for rent, electricity and insurance, hourly wages and managerial salaries, inventories, and so forth. His job, if we imagine this to be Thomas himself as the accountant, is then to figure out how much of each of these factor costs to allocate or impute to each unit of saleable output, and thereby to calculate the contribution to profits being made by each division of the firm. He is to do this as objectively and accurately as the data permit, not allowing his assessments to be influenced either by the hopes and ambitions of the company management or by the particular aspirations of one division of the firm rather than another. His conclusions can then be presented to the investing public as a neutral evaluation of the performance of the firm, and to the management as a sound basis on which to make corporate decisions. There are 3 different features of the activities of large capitalist firms that defeat the accountant's effort to find neutral, objective methods for allocating costs to individual outputs, or to the subdivisions of the firm responsible for their production. These are the phenomena of fixed capital, inventories, and joint production. Let us look at each of them briefly in turn. Fixed capital is capital that lasts longer than one cycle of production, which is to say, longer than it takes to produce one unit of output. The examples are endless: a robotic riveting machine on an automobile assembly line that can be used in the assembly of 3,000 vehicles before it must be replaced, a power loom that wears out after being used to make 10,000 yards of cloth, an office copying machine that must be replaced on average every 20,000 copies, an office building good for 50 years. Some of these items will have a resale value when it is time to replace them, others will simply have to be scrapped. Each of these factors of production costs the firm something, and that cost must in some way be apportioned to the units of output to whose production it contributes. To put the same point in other words, the accountant must select a schedule of depreciation for the productive factor. 130. Without going into the details of Thomas's monographs, let me indicate some of the incompatible alternatives available to the accountant. He may assume that the fixed capital yields up equal parts of its purchase price to each unit if output produced with its aid. This was in fact the assumption Marx made in Capital. Alternatively, he may assume that the machine loses equal shares of its value in equal time periods, 1/10 during each year of a 10-year life, for example. This is not at all equivalent to the first alternative, because the machine may be used in the production of differing numbers of units in different years, either because of speed ups and slowdowns in the production process, or because the machine has a breaking-in period before it reaches maximum efficiency, followed by a period of optimum functioning, after which as it wears out it is less and less capable of spewing forth product at the same rate. Each of these assumptions will yield a different depreciation schedule, and hence a different quantum of cost imputed to units of the output. Alternatively, the accountant may adopt an entirely different approach, and by appealing to an existing market for second-hand capital goods, impute to each year's output the difference between what the machine would have sold for in that market at the beginning of the year, and what it would have sold for at the end of the year. Or, and this will yield a totally different set of numbers, he may compare what the company would have to pay for a second-hand machine at the beginning of the year with what it would have to pay at the end of the year for a second-hand machine 1 year older. But we have not even begun to ring the changes on this apparently elementary accounting problem, for the accountant may impute to a year's output what it would cost the company to rent a machine for 1 year, even though the company has already purchased the machine, which is thus, from its point of view, a sunk cost. Indeed, Thomas actually considers the suggestion, which has been treated respectfully in accounting circles, to my surprise, that the company write off the entire cost of the machine in the year it is purchased, and treat it in all the subsequent years of its use as a free good, like the air that is required for the burning of fuel. The accountant may even, in any given year, choose whichever of these methods of allocation yields the lowest number, on the theory that he is thereby telling the management what its most efficient choice would be at any moment. This litany of options available to the accountant does not begin to exhaust the logical possibilities. The problem faced by the firm, as Thomas makes clear, is that accounting theory offers no way of deciding which of them is objectively right, which accurately reveals to the management of the firm the true structure of its costs. Indeed, although the data with which the accountant works are, or can be made to be, factually accurate, there seems simply to be no answer to the question, just how much does each unit of output cost the firm to produce? Thus, returning for a moment to our cardboard and box factory, the accountant cannot resolve the dispute between the division managers in a neutral and unbiased manner befitting a chartered accountant. Some of the many options are likely to favor the head of the box division, others will make the head of the cardboard division look better. Similar problems arise when the accountant turns to the task of deciding how to carry on the books of the firm the cost of the stocks of material in its inventory. A firm acquires a stock of some input that it requires for its productive activities: coal for its furnaces, thread for its power loom, gravel for its cement mixers, diesel fuel for its trucks. Stocks characteristically are composed of units acquired at different times and at different prices. For the most part, stocks consist of homogeneous units. 1 gallon of diesel fuel is much like another, 1 bag of cement indistinguishable from another. 131. How shall our accountant proceed in allocating the cost of inputs drawn from stock and thrown into production, as Marx liked to put it? He may assume that the first unit withdrawn is the first unit that was added to the inventory, and he will then impute to the output whatever price was paid for it. This is the rule of allocation known in accounting circles as FIFO, first in, first out. He will still have to adjust this price for the opportunity cost incurred by tying up that amount of capital in inventory, which in turn will require some choice from among the many alternative ways of computing the relevant rate of interest. Alternatively, our accountant may opt for LIFO rather than FIFO, which is to say, last in, first out, or some average of the two ways of computing costs, and so forth. Since the price of stocks typically varies over the life of an inventory, it can make a very considerable difference to the profit or loss imputed to a unit of output which of these accounting conventions is selected. If I may echo the late unlamented Richard Nixon, it would be easy, but it would be wrong, to suppose that choosing one accounting rule and sticking to it will sanitize the accounting process and obviate these problems. It only takes a little mathematical imagination and some patience to construct examples in which, as a consequence of the pattern of variation of factor prices, the choice of FIFO over LIFO, or any of the other alternatives, can over time systematically advantage one division of a corporation over another. For example, if a factor input has been falling steadily in price for some years, FIFO will make the division using that factor look unusually profitable, for the accounting convention will make its costs appear to fall. LIFO will make it appear that its profitability is in decline. If two divisions are in competition within the corporation, one using inputs whose price is falling and the other using inputs whose price is rising, the choice between FIFO and LIFO can have an inverse effect on their relative profitability. Adverting once again to our cardboard example, when the manager of the box division draws cardboard from the inventory being accumulated by the cardboard division, he must for purposes of keeping track of his profitability choose one convention for imputing the internal cost of the cardboard to his box output. Just as he lobbied for an allocation of the cost of space to his division that most advantaged him vis-a-vis his fellow division manager, so now he will try to persuade the accountant to select an inventory convention that has the same beneficial impact on his bottom line. Which brings us to the third and most problematic of the sources of accounting ambiguity, joint production, for that is precisely what is at stake when it comes time to allocate the cost of the space in which the two divisions carry out their productive activities. Speaking generally, joint production is the use of a factor input to produce two distinct saleable outputs. In this case, the input is the company's building and the outputs are cardboard and boxes. An oil refinery usually generates an entire array of products from its processing of crude, as does a slaughterhouse from its transformation of beef on the hoof into an assortment of meat products, hides, and other outputs. It is not too much to say that in a modern corporation, joint production is the rule rather than the exception. The accountant, in preparing an annual report of a firm, is called upon to allocate the cost of the inputs that are used jointly in the production process. As Thomas demonstrates, there is no neutral pattern of allocations that can determine how much of the cost of such a factor is to be allocated or imputed to each unit of the several outputs in whose production process it is employed. The problems are manifold, as should by now be obvious. Thomas cites as one example an attempt to distinguish the cost of a building in which are carried out production processes having multiple outputs from the cost of the land on which it is built. The problem is that tearing down the building would so significantly alter the land values in the neighborhood in which the factory is located that the sale price of the cleared land would in no way reflect the cost to be allocated among the several outputs. Well, enough is enough. Even these remarks, which might be characterized as accounting light, are more than any sensible layman would want to read. Why does all this matter to someone like myself who is trying to assess Marx's analysis of the transition from capitalism to socialism? Perhaps the best way to begin is with the classic essay by Ludwig von Mises entitled Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth. First published in the original German version in 1920, and included in an English version in Friedrich von Hayek's widely read 1935 collection of essays, Collectivist Economic Planning. Von Mises' essay is generally thought to be a devastating dismantling of the socialist penchant for central planning. His thesis, in a nutshell, is that since the free market does the best possible job of pricing factor inputs, through the interplay of individual decisions to buy or sell, The very most that socialist planners could do, in the ideal case, would be to mimic the operations of the market. Since in the real world they have no hope of achieving that ideal, collectivist planning will always be inferior to free market competition as a way of deciding how most efficiently to employ scarce resources. Thus, contrary to the expectation of Marx and his followers, socialist planning can never improve on the unplanned outcome of the marketplace, but will fall disastrously short of that standard, producing wastage, bottlenecks, shortages of necessary productive inputs and calamitous failures to meet consumer demand. In the jargon of modern economists, unfettered capitalism will tend to put an economy on its production possibility frontier, while socialist planning will consign an economy to a position well below and to the left of that desirable location. The first thing to be said is that, in 1920, von Mises was dead right, and I think it is a fair guess that Marx, had he been alive, would have agreed. Von Mises was of course looking at the fledgling Bolshevik government that had just seized power in Russia, ostensibly in the name of Marx and communism. Russia was then still a late feudal economy with a tiny nascent capitalist sector pretty much confined to a few cities west of the Urals. The social relations of capitalist production had scarcely begun to grow in the womb of feudalism, and nothing remotely resembling socialist relations of production could be discerned anywhere in Russia's economy. The Bolsheviks were well aware of this fact, and engaged in a lively, ultimately bloody, discussion about whether it was theoretically possible to skip a stage and go directly from late feudalism to socialism. Marx knew that the answer was no, and so, I suspect, did they, but when one has unexpectedly taken control of a vast nation at considerable personal risk, it would have seemed unnecessarily doctrinaire to turn the state over to whatever capitalists one could find and wait patiently for the slow evolution of new social relationships to run its course. Not surprisingly, what emerged in Russia, and later in the even vaster peasant society of China, bore no resemblance at all to what Marx had in mind when he spoke of socialism growing in the womb of capitalism. So von Mises was certainly right with regard to the world he was looking at in 1920. The market clearly did a better job of allocating scarce capital resources than any group of planners could, even though Russia numbered among its intelligentsia some of the best economists in the world. 132. But von Mises was fundamentally wrong in his conception of the question under debate. Marx did not think that socialists could do a better job than capitalists of running a capitalist economy. Marx had only the greatest admiration for the explosive efficiency of capitalism. No one has ever penned more effusive panegyrics to capitalism than Marx. What Marx said was that inevitably, ineluctably, socialist relations of production would develop within capitalism, devised and advanced by capitalists, not by socialist moles burrowing into the heart of enemy territory in an effort to undermine their fortresses. If market forces were adequate to the task of making rational allocations of scarce resources, there would be no internal impetus for the evolution of new ways of organizing production. But as we have seen, in a large modern corporation, the play of the market does not of itself resolve questions of allocation, resource use, and profitability. Capitalists do not develop internal planning models of economic decision-making because they have been seduced away from the faith of their fathers by tenured radicals on effete Eastern campuses who have never met a payroll. They develop new modes of corporate decision-making because their accountants and financial experts cannot tell them, in a neutral, objective fashion, which of the available alternatives will be most profitable. Our cardboard CEO, struggling to decide which of his division managers has made the most significant contribution to the firm's profits, must somehow resolve the disagreement between the two over the proper allocation of the fixed costs of the building in which their production takes place, and over the proper amounts to be charged against the box division's accounts when it draws its raw materials from the stocks produced by the cardboard division. Once the firm's president becomes persuaded by his accountant's argument, he realizes that the disagreements between his division managers will have to be worked out politically, they will either have to be negotiated, or else he will have to decide them by an exercise of sovereign authority. In either case, what has happened, even in this very elementary case, is that a decision originally made for the firm by the market, and then made for the firm by an accountant, now has been transformed into a political decision to be made essentially by some form of political mechanism. In short, economic calculation has been replaced by political planning. No doubt, none of the actors in this miniature drama would consider it in the slightest appropriate for what is usually called the political system to get involved in deciding how fixed costs are to be allocated in the cardboard carton firm. But though there might be many other reasons for keeping the city, the states, or the federal government out of the process, the principal and most plausible reason has evaporated, namely that the decision, being economic in nature, is best made by the impartial working of market forces. The fact of the matter is that the decision isn't simply economic, it is not actually an objective scientific decision at all. It is a political decision, required in order to resolve a conflict between the incompatible ambitions of the two division managers, one of whom is seeking to hold his job against the threat of replacement, the other of whom is trying to advance her career by demonstrating her ability to run a division profitably. The situation we have analyzed in this hypothetical small firm is reproduced throughout the modern capitalist corporate world, with complications, elaborations, and variations that cannot even be hinted at in our example. A major multinational corporation, as has often been remarked, is better compared to a state than an entrepreneurial firm. Contained within it are huge bureaucratic systems and subsystems in whose hallways and meeting rooms men and women live their entire working lives. The processes by which corporate-wide calculations of profitability are made involve considerations of tax codes, local ordinances, international trade, exchange rates, inflation rates, and regional differential development patterns that are substantially indistinguishable from the corresponding considerations weighed by economic planners in Central East national economies. The running of such a corporation requires systems of data acquisition and retrieval entirely beyond the capabilities of the 18th and 19th century capitalist firms on whose behavior the original models of capitalism were based. To manage such information systems, and thereby to coordinate the decisions, the purchasing and shipping patterns, the product development timetables, and the promotional campaigns of the many divisions of the firm requires an extremely high level of literacy, both linguistic and computer, on the part of lower and middle level, as well as upper level, employees. Until it is possible to get reliable answers quickly to questions about employee levels, warehouse inventories, price shifts, exchange rates, and capital availability, those charged with the central planning of the corporation cannot even begin to carry out their tasks. Nothing resembling this level of information flow, and consequent decision implementation, existed in the early capitalist firms, not even in those that grew to great size in the 19th century. The importation into capitalist industrial organization of the model of military command and control was due at least as much to the sheer unavailability of any alternative way of managing and coordinating the behavior of large numbers of people as to the ideological affinity of the early industrial magnates for militaristic modes of organization. In short, when Marx talks about socialism, he has in mind an economy whose stage of development of technology and organization is so far advanced that national planning is technically possible. Such a stage exhibits both a certain level of technology of production, of data generation and retrieval, and of communication, and also a corresponding level of knowledge and skill on the part of workers at every level, not merely at the top. Although Marx failed to foresee the digital computer, it is not far-fetched to say that his conception of socialism presupposed it, or something equivalent. Marx expected, for sound reasons, that the technology of production, communication, and management required for the central planning and control of an entire economy would develop first within capitalist firms, in direct response to the pressures of competition and the demands of profitability. And so they have. An immediate consequence of this process is the transformation of economic calculations into political decisions, within the firm. Thus, if by socialism we mean the rationally coordinated planning of an entire national economy in such a way as to transform the major economic choices of the society into political choices, responsive to the will of the people, then it is true that socialism has been growing within the womb of capitalism, or at least that the technical preconditions for of socialism can be seen to be developing there. The economic systems established in the Soviet Union, in Eastern Europe, in the People's Republic of China, and in a number of other nations self-described as socialist, were not in any usable sense examples of socialism. This description must be denied them not because of the character of their political systems, but quite simply because they did not exhibit either the stage of development of productive forces or the level of development of, and rationalization of, relations of production prerequisite for what Marx meant by socialism. An economy cannot, with the best will and the strongest ruling party in the world, move directly from a feudal or early capitalist economic organization to socialism. The reason has nothing whatever to do with piety, ideology, or the inexorable march of history, and has everything to do with the impossibility of planning food production rationally when you cannot even find out with any precision how many acres are under cultivation, or what the pattern of crop yields is from county to county, and when your workforce is computer illiterate. Note, by the way, that the development of efficient techniques of central planning within a modern capitalist corporation is advanced, not impeded, by the ambition, acquisitiveness, and egocentricity of the workers and managers. Switching over to a planning system in our carton factory does not require the development of socialist consciousness. It requires only that the objective structure of the firm make policy-neutral calculations of profitability theoretically impossible, as in fact they are once the second division of the firm starts to operate. Somewhat more to the point, the coherent management of large modern firms does not require that the capitalist mentality so often credited with the rise of modern capitalism be somehow transcended. The same men, and recently women, who manage the great corporations would, if they were suddenly to find themselves running small firms in a classically competitive environment, adopt precisely the calculations of profitability traditionally conceived as determined for them by the free market. They do not do so when managing large corporations simply because it is technically impossible to do so. What, then, is the fundamental difference between socialism and capitalism at its most advanced, rationalist, and centralist? Under socialism, economic decisions would be treated, I use the subjunctive because there does not yet exist a socialist society, as collective political decisions, to be made democratically on the basis of the aggregated will of the entire people. In a capitalist society, decisions are taken privately, within the firm, in response only to the interests, the will, or the pressures of those who occupy positions of power within the firm. The issues available for decision are not at all comparable in the two systems. A socialist society will be presented with choices among economy-wide investment policies or systematic wage policies that simply do not come within anyone's ambit of decision in a capitalist economy. This, of course, is the principal source of the greater rationality of a socialist economy. But the mechanisms for the acquisition and management of information, and the consequent management of economic activity, will have been developed and tested within the capitalist firm, within the womb of the old society. Why aren't we having fun yet? It would seem, if this argument is correct, that things are proceeding just as Marx anticipated. As capitalist social relations mature, the elements of socialist planning begin to develop deep within the corporation, which is truly the womb of capitalism. Why then are the prospects for social and economic justice so bleak? Why has the term late capitalism, once used by socialist theorists to describe what they confidently believed to be the death throes of the established order, now become a wry joke shared, with sighs and the rolling of eyes, by aging radicals like myself? Why have any signs of a true movement of the masses died out, to be replaced by an identity politics that is fundamentally assimilationist rather than revolutionary in its thrust? In short, if all is going as predicted, why aren't we having any fun? The answer, I think, is that along with everything that he got right, Marx got three big things wrong, with the result that the liberatory potential he saw in the internal contradictions of capitalism is nowhere in evidence today. Let me say something about each of these failures of analysis or prediction. First, Marx completely failed to anticipate that the capitalist state would develop the ability to manage and, to some extent, to control the increasingly wild booms and busts that threaten to destroy the capitalist order. He quite presciently foresaw that the ever more rational organization of production within the firm would come into contradiction with the anarchic distribution of the market, resulting in crises of overproduction and underconsumption. The great crash of '29 was just what the good doctor of philosophy ordered, albeit too late to gladden his heart. But Marx was convinced that capitalists, confronted with disaster, would be unable to coordinate their actions in order to save their skins. In an odd way, he was too much enthralled to the classical economic theory he had subjected to such a penetrating critique in Capital. It took imaginative theoretical and practical defenders of capitalism like Keynes and Roosevelt to see that with far-sighted fiscal and monetary policies, the state could sufficiently dampen the business cycle to enable capitalism to survive. To put the point differently, Marx, very much in common with the other economists of his day, failed to see how powerful the state had become under capitalism. The pulse still quickens in the circles I frequent when the tech stock market bubble bursts or Paul Krugman forecasts a calamitous reversal in housing prices, the way old war horses flare their nostrils and stamp their hooves at the sound of distant trumpets. But the truth is that our corporate masters will never again allow a serious threat to the foundations of the economic house they have built. Our mature capitalist economy is no longer the unplanned, unintended consequence of the playing out of market forces, for all the lip service that its apologists pay to free enterprise on festive occasions. Rational planning is as pervasive at the macroeconomic level as it is within the firm. But that planning, far more sophisticated and nuanced than either Marx or the state planners of the Soviet Union could have anticipated, is securely within the service of private interests, not the public good. The second obstacle to the development of a revolutionary working class movement has been the persistence of pre-capitalist passions and attachments that Marx was convinced capitalism's invasive rationalization of economic life would weaken and ultimately destroy: nationalist loyalties, ethnic identifications, racial antagonisms, and religious faiths. The secularization of life seemed to be well underway in Marx's time. The Catholic Church had lost its grip on public life in France, Germany, and Italy. The ancient antagonism of the urban and the rural was dissolving, as Marx had indeed predicted. And the ever-increasing mobility of both labor and capital bid fair to consign nationalist sentiment to public holidays and political speeches. The optimistic confidence that class interests would defeat the irrationality of nationalism reached its height in 1914, as socialists worldwide, my grandfather among them, refused to believe that French and German workers would fight one another in the trenches at the behest of their capitalist masters. With the bloody refutation of that belief, something died in the heart of the socialist movement. To be sure, the unanticipated success of the Bolsheviks in Russia encouraged some to believe that despite all, the proletarian movement was on the march, though not my grandfather, who sided with Norman Thomas and the Mensheviks. But the success first of the Soviet Union and then of Mao's revolution in China, important as it was to the unfolding of the 20th century, had nothing at all to do with the birth of socialism in the womb of capitalism. In the United States, race had already opened a chasm in the workers' movement that, in a revised form, persists to this day. When 4 million black men and women walked out of slavery, prepared for the free labor market with agricultural, craft, and industrial skills that they had used as slaves to make the South rich, they encountered implacable hostility from white workers, whether immigrant or native-born. White workers until after the Second World War struck devil's bargains with their employers, conceding labor peace and low wages in return for whites-only hiring practices. This fact, perhaps more than any other, doomed the American working class movement to eventual failure. At this nightmare moment in recent history, little need be said about the persistence and intensification of ethnic and religious antagonisms throughout the world. Try as we may, we socialists can no longer cling to the hope that class interests will unite men and women across national, ethnic, racial, and religious divides in a vibrant revolutionary movement to replace capitalism with a humane, just, egalitarian social order. Capitalists are doing their part. Not only are they crafting the elements of rational planning that a socialist economy would require, they are in the forefront of efforts to put the divisiveness of race, ethnicity, nationality, and religion behind us, for these divisions are not good for business. It is the people who remain mired in self-destructive and self-defeating irrationality. Marx's third and most serious mistake concerns the direction in which the labor force evolved as feudalism gave way to early capitalism, and then to the mature capitalism we see today. In the middle of the 19th century, when Marx was doing the British Museum research on which his Hawked work was based, one of the most striking changes taking place in British society was the destruction of the old crafts, weaving, spinning, woodworking, and the rest, and the incorporation into machinery of the skills they once required. In late feudal and early modern times, a working man was known by the trade he plied, learned in a long apprenticeship and symbolized by the kitbag of tools he brought with him to the job. The complex social structure of crafts left indelible marks on the family names that so many Americans bear today: wheelwright, carver, chandler, tailor, cartwright, Schneider, schreiber, weaver, shepherd, farmer, smith. Capitalism ate away corrosively at the craft tradition, deskyling artisans and turning them into a homogeneous pool of semi-skilled workers who could master the skills of a factory job in a few weeks and were thus available to be moved easily from job to job by the fluctuations in the market demand for industrial labor. Marx saw this progressive homogenization of the labor force as the correlate to the process by which small independent entrepreneurs were being crushed by competitive forces and absorbed into larger and larger firms driven to expand by a need to achieve control over their input and output prices. He foresaw a world in which a united industrial working class would confront concentrated capital, until finally, when a major crash had fatally weakened capital, labor would seize control of the means of production and substitute socialist planning for capitalist anarchy. It was not only an inspiring dream, at least for some of us. It was also a quite plausible projection of trends that were working themselves out powerfully in Marx's day. But it was not to be. On the side of capital, as Marx anticipated, relentless concentration did take place, leading to the world of vast multinational conglomerates with which we are all familiar. To be sure, a subordinate domain of small business flourished, rather like the flora that live under the soaring canopy in an Amazon rainforest. Nevertheless, Marx got that part of the future right. It is on the side of labor that things have not progressed as Marx imagined they would. For a time, the growth of industrial capitalism did indeed produce a vibrant labor movement that evolved very much as Marx expected. First individual factories, then entire industries, finally entire national labor forces were organized, giving rise in the United States to the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of Industrial Organizations, while in Europe the labor movement was so successful that it was able to create and sustain major political parties. But as industrial capitalism gave way to a complex mix of industrial and service firms with huge, bureaucratically managed assemblages of employees, the leveling and homogenization ceased. There came into existence a pyramidal hierarchy of job categories with sharply unequal wage, salary, and compensation schedules. Instead of a world in which the propertyless masses sell their labor and are poor, while the owners of capital hire labor and live on the profits from this unequal exchange, we see today an economy in which even the very rich, by and large, are salaried, and capital is owned by shareholders who exercise little or no control over what is nominally their property. Indeed, comfortably compensated and securely tenured economists like Paul Samuelson, bemused by the reversibility of their equations, have taken to saying that it makes little effective difference to the economy whether capital hires labor or labor hires capital. This highly unequal allocation of the rewards and burdens of labor has undermined that solidarity on which Marx was counting. Steel workers, miners, and textile operatives could forge some degree of unity, despite their geographic dispersion and the many differences in the nature of their jobs. Even hospital and hotel workers, secretaries, and fast food workers, could find some common ground on which to stand in their struggle against the exploitation inflicted on them by capital. But whatever theoretical connections there might be between them and lawyers, middle managers, and tenured college professors, the gap in the salaries and conditions of labor between the two groups, the utter disparity in their life experiences and life chances, have made a fruitful solidarity out of the question. Workers have grown progressively less unified, until at long last, organized labor has come to be, and to be seen, as nothing more than an interest group, on a par with, but often less powerful than, gun owners, retirees, and fundamentalist Christians. All of us are familiar with this world, for it is, after all, our world, and we understand intuitively that our life chances are determined not by whether we own the means of production, but rather by where on the pyramid of jobs we end up. It is worth taking a moment to look at a few facts and figures, simply to remind ourselves just how steep that pyramid is. I am referring not to the much discussed explosion of compensation at the highest executive levels, but to the deeply entrenched inequality all up and down the pyramid. 133. In the town of Amherst, Massachusetts, where my university is located, a teacher at the Amherst Regional High School with a master's degree will, after 14 years, earn $61,353 a year. If her husband is a fireman in town who is also trained as an EMT, his salary will go up to $45,000 a year. Their combined family income will then be larger than that of 90% of the families in the United States. Stop and think about that for a moment, a high school teacher and a fireman. If the teacher had married a professor at the university, by the time he had risen to the rank of full professor and served in that rank for a while, he might well be earning about $140,000 a year. Their family income would then be larger than that of roughly 97% of all American families. By any reasonable classification, they should count as among the rich, and yet all of us are so conditioned by the meretricious images of the mass media that we would unthinkingly describe them as a middle-income family. Not surprisingly, the number's much worse for African American families. Now that the federally mandated minimum wage is on its way up to $7.25 an hour, a black husband and wife working full-time minimum wage jobs can look forward to the time when their annual household income of $29,000 puts them solidly in the black middle class, with more than 40% of black households doing less well. The shape of the income pyramid in America has changed very little in the past century and more, save to become somewhat steeper. This in itself is odd, when we reflect that over that period of time America has been transformed from primarily an agricultural economy into an industrial economy, then to a service economy, and now to an information age economy. One might plausibly have expected that so radical a series of transformations would work some alteration in the pattern of compensation, but it has not. Apologists for capitalism, who are now as common as houseflies, like to offer two connected explanations for the inequality in wages and salaries, which taken together are intended as a justification as well. The first rests on a misinterpretation of a famous 18th-century mathematical theorem, the second on a common logical fallacy. Mathematics first. Leonhard Euler, the great Swiss mathematician, proved a theorem about linear homogeneous functions that was, in the 19th century, given an important economic interpretation. The theorem was construed as saying that under certain conditions, the wages paid to workers in a free and competitive labor market exactly equal their marginal contribution to the output of the firm for which they work, or, as it is sometimes called, their marginal product. Thus, if a vice president in an executive suite makes more than a secretary in the steno pool, that is because the vice president contributes exactly that much more to the productive activity of the firm. It would be both unjust and inefficient to take away some of the executive's pay and give it to the secretary, even though they are both, no doubt, nice people and hard workers. The problem with this rationale for unequal pay is that it turns out, upon closer inspection, not to apply to any known or even possible capitalist system. In the first place, the theorem holds only for economies whose production function is linear homogeneous, assuming that it even makes sense to speak of the production function of an entire economy, and as is easy enough to show, this is equivalent to saying that the economy is in long-run equilibrium. But as Marx pointed out, and as every economist since has reaffirmed, capitalism is never in long-run equilibrium. A capitalist economy is always engaged in what Joseph Schumpeter, in a famous phrase, called creative destruction. Furthermore, it follows directly from Euler's equation that a firm with a linear homogeneous production will, if it pays each of its employees his or her marginal product, make a zero profit, and a firm regularly making zero profit will of course cease to exist. All of this is quite well known to all economists, but it has not dissuaded them and their epigones from wrapping themselves in the sanctity of mathematics whenever proposals for wage and salary equalization surface. So much for mathematics. Now logic. When economists are asked why some employees are so much more productive than others, and hence deserving of such inflated compensation, their standard answer is education, or, as they sometimes say in an attempt to make the answer sound more impressive, human capital. Actually, that last sentence inverts the real order of explanation, and thus participates in the ideological rationalization that I am attempting to debunk. Let me restate the point. When asked to explain the striking inequality in compensation schedules, economists begin by assuming that the inequality must be justified, for to think otherwise would be to call into question both the foundation of American society and their own comfortable compensation. Those of us at the top of the income pyramid must have a much greater marginal productivity, they conclude. And how can that in turn be accounted for? Education. Now, it is demonstrably true that in America today, your level of education, or, to be more precise, the number of years of schooling you have completed, not at all the same thing, powerfully affects where on the income pyramid you end up. Indeed, it may be the single most significant determinant. There are very few MBAs working on the loading dock, and very few K-12ers in the executive suites. But this fact does not imply that the shape of the income pyramid itself is in any way determined by the levels of educational attainment in the workforce as a whole. If you have a college degree, your chances of climbing up the pyramid at least to the middle levels are quite good. But if everyone gets a college degree, the pyramid will not flatten out, because there are only so many jobs at the middle level. To think otherwise is to commit what logicians call the fallacy of composition, which is simply the mistake of thinking that because something is true of each member of a group, it can be true of them all. Each of us, we may suppose, can with hard work and determination, be above average, but only in Lake Wobegon can all the children be above average. Because the American economy is so large, it is easy to lose sight of this simple truth. For each individual, or for all immigrants, or for all African Americans, or even, within limits, for all women, it is indeed true that greater educational attainment will tend to lead to higher compensation, but that is only because the individuals or the group will over time displace some of those in the favored slots. If all the applicants for jobs at a corporation present themselves to the Human Resources Office with MBAs, the board of directors will not terminate the positions of secretary, mailroom clerk, and claims adjuster and make everyone a senior manager. There is one way in which a dramatic educational upgrading of the entire workforce might conceivably trigger a flattening of the entire income pyramid. With better prepared workers available, corporations might shift to different and more profitable production techniques, and those new techniques might result in an array of job positions with more equal associated compensations. Economists would say that the positions defined by the new production function had more equal marginal productivities, which, as we have seen, is nonsense, but nevertheless, the end result might be a flatter pyramid. Is this likely to happen? Well, for more than 100 years, the average level of educational attainment in America, as measured by number of years of schooling completed, has been rising. The level of education demanded by the production techniques and job specialties in the American economy has risen correspondingly. And the shape of the pyramid has remained essentially unaltered. Literacy, not to mention computer literacy, is today required even by such poorly paid jobs as department store clerk. And yet, no flattening of the pyramid can be discerned. What then does explain the shape of the income pyramid? A number of bright economists, willing to challenge the received wisdom, have been puzzling over this question for several generations. More than 30 years ago, Lester Thurow, the MIT economist who served there for a while as dean of the Sloan School, published a little book called Generating Inequality that took a fresh look at the question. But although it is possible to give partial explanations, especially of an historical sort, for the pattern of compensation in this or that capitalist economy, the seeming permanence of the steep pyramid, its imperviousness to even the most striking changes in the world economy, remains a mystery. Thus, there is little prospect for the labor solidarity on which a successful socialist transformation must be built. It is now the best of times and the worst of times. Economic rationality marches relentlessly on, while poverty and inequality harden into permanent injustice, and racial, ethnic, national, and religious rivalries tear the world apart. What can we anticipate for the future? What will my grandfather's great-grandson, my grandson Samuel, inherit as he grows to maturity? The impetus within corporations to substitute economic planning for subservience to market forces will strengthen, as the managerial class responds to the imperatives of institutional rationality. Meanwhile, the obscene gap between the gilded life chances of the fortunate and the life-threatening poverty at the bottom of the world economy will persist and come to be seen as an inevitable concomitant of the rational workings of the market. There will always be class traders like myself who rail against the inequality from which they personally benefit. But though our excoriating tracks may bring us tenure and advancement, the revolutionary transformation they celebrate will seem as fanciful as the Chronicles of Narnia. What then is the future of socialism? If socialism is the substitution of rational planning for the anarchy of the market, it is already upon us. If socialism is the achievement, at long last, of justice and equality, it is a dream that has been aborted in the womb of the old order.